I think the two leaders, as is the case in Rashtrapati Bhavan, will be walking across and meeting all the officials. The ceremonial welcome, the bands of the American Armed Forces here. We've got some guns that are being prepped at the back as well, so there will be a 21 gun salute that will also be seen. Ambassador Taranjit Singh Sandhu and his entire team here in Washington DC has been working quite hard for several months in the build-up to this big visit. So while that's the scene as we wait for the Indian Prime Minister and the American President to come, we just want to turn around and show you all these people who've been crowding around, and are waiting now for the Indian Prime Minister and the American President to come in. So it's quite packed really to the rafters, and mercifully it's also stopped raining. It's been raining for a very long time in the morning, but just at the right moment the clouds have now given way and it has stopped drizzling. So that really is the perfect setting for this. It would have been quite a shame if it had been raining quite hard and if this had been a washout as a result of that, but that mercifully doesn't seem to be the case with you. So in any moment from now, the Indian Prime Minister will be over here. Kamala Harris does that lunch tomorrow, Geeta, and she, unlike what many would have anticipated when she took over, has been very restrained and very mature. She hasn't been making the kind of discordant noises that she did when she wasn't Vice President. So therefore she's been very on point and hasn't created any trouble, embarrassment for herself or for the Biden administration.
Well, that's true. The fact that Vice President Kamala Harris, as a politician, as a leader, as a democratic leader, spoke a very different language, but that language soon changed given the importance America attaches to the relationship. And you've seen that grow manifold is the reason why Vice President Kamala Harris not just very, very careful and cautious over the years, but also is going to host, which is part of the state visit, during a state visit, a State Department lunch is hosted by the Vice President and the Secretary of State. So as part of protocol, as part of procedure and rules when it comes to a state visit here in America, the lunch will be hosted by Vice President and Secretary of State. But what will be interesting, Rahul, would be the conversation that will take place between Kamala Harris and Prime Minister Modi when that lunch when the lunch takes place, and she hosts it at the State Department. But given to understand that it's the Democratic Party we're talking about, and it's Kamala Harris. So let's wait and see what happens when that lunch takes place.
No, but I think, people have individual views and then there is an institutional view. And when you're Vice President, I think the institutional view very clearly takes precedence. And that's what we've seen at least so far. So there will be that interesting moment and that press conference which happens sometime in the afternoon today. We're seeing the entire American cabinet, the president's team lined up right next to him, Dr. Jaishankar and the Indian team lined up as well, the official delegation. And Jaishankar, I was reading the interviews in The Economist and elsewhere, seems to have acquired quite a mini cult. I mean, obviously nowhere close to the Prime Minister's following, but in think tank circles, government policy circles, for advocating a very different kind of Indian foreign policy from what we've seen from foreign ministers in the past. One which is unabashedly based in realism, unabashedly based in a sense of self-interest, which is India telling the world, and the Prime Minister said that in that statement that he put out, I present myself and my country as I am and as we are. And that's, a very new India that's talking.
Well, that's also very important and a very significant messaging where while the other prime ministers in this past had a family, there are reports in American media where Prime Minister Modi is being talked about as a man whose family is the country. This is one of the reports in one of the top newspapers of the United States of America. So the whole building of an image where the man over here, the Indian Premier, carries the country along and represents the country, belongs to the country, is something that is being reported and unheard of, because in the past we've seen reports and we would also see
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Biden.
See the handshake and full clicks. The shot of
Distinguished guests, the national anthem of the Republic of India, followed by the national anthem of the United States. Come, stand leave.
Relationship between the United States and India.
This concludes the honors. Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Secured our independence, bound by the same words in our Constitution. First three words, we the people. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together.
स्वागत है प्रधानमंत्री जी आपका पुनः आपका लौटने के लिए। मैंने हमेशा विश्वास किया है कि संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य यह रिश्ता 21वीं सदी के परिभाषित संबंधों में से एक है। दो गौरवशाली राष्ट्र, हम इन तथ्यों से बंधे हैं और यहाँ हमारी स्वाधीनता के प्रेम से ही हमने अपनी स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त की है। हमारे जो तथ्य हैं वो हमारे संविधान के पहले शब्द यही हैं, हम देश के नागरिक, हमारे लोगों के बीच स्थायी संबंध और साझे मूल्य और वर्तमान के महान मुद्दों से निपटने के लिए वैश्विक नेताओं के रूप में हमारी साझी जिम्मेदारी।
I'm honored to be the first to have you here in 15 years. The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
मैं सम्मानित हूँ कि लगभग 15 वर्षों में पहली बार संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका भारत गणराज्य के लिए एक आधिकारिक राजकीय यात्रा की मेजबानी कर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, व्हाइट हाउस में आपका स्वागत है।
We spent a lot of time together going back to when I was vice president and you had just become prime minister. And since I've become president, we've continued a relationship built on mutual trust, candor, and respect. The challenges and opportunities facing the world in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we are.
बहुत समय एक साथ बिताया है, उस समय से जब मैं उपराष्ट्रपति था और आप अभी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, और जब से मैं राष्ट्रपति बना हूँ हमेशा इस रिश्ते को जारी रखा है हमने। और जहाँ हमारा इसमें आपसी विश्वास, स्पष्टवादिता और सम्मान है। इस सदी में जो चुनौतियाँ और अवसर विश्व के सामने हैं, यह आवश्यक है कि भारत और अमेरिका एक साथ काम करें और नेतृत्व करें, और हम कर रहे हैं।
With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say, the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it.
आपकी साझेदारी के साथ हमने एक मुक्त, खुला, सुरक्षित और समृद्ध हिंद प्रशांत की दृष्टि को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका, भारत, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और जापान के मध्य क्वाड को मजबूत और उन्नत किया है। अब से दशकों बाद लोग पीछे मुड़कर देखेंगे और कहेंगे, क्वाड ने इतिहास के वृत्त चाप को वैश्विक हित की ओर मोड़ दिया, जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री इसका वर्णन करते हैं।
Together, India and the United States are working closely on everything from ending poverty and expanding access to health care, to addressing climate change, to tackling food and energy insecurity stoked by Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine.
साथ साथ भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका हर विषय पर मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि गरीबी को समाप्त करना और स्वास्थ्य देखभाल तक पहुंच का विस्तार, जलवायु संकट को संबोधित करने से लेकर खाद्य और ऊर्जा असुरक्षा से निपटना, जो यूक्रेन पर रूस के कारण युद्ध से प्रभावित हुआ।
We made critical and emerging technologies the pillar of our next generation partnership to ensure that these technologies promote and protect our values, remain open, accessible, and trusted and secure.
हमने महत्वपूर्ण और उभरती प्रौद्योगिकियों को अपनी अपनी पीढ़ी के साझेदारी का एक स्तंभ बनाया है। यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कि इन प्रौद्योगिकियों हमारे द्वारा हमारे मूल्यों को बढ़ावा और सुरक्षा मिलेगी और यह खुले, सुलभ, विश्वसनीय और सुरक्षित रहेंगी।
All this matters for America, for India, and for the world. We face an inflection point, one of those moments that only come around every several generations, when so much is changing technologically, politically, socially, and environmentally, that the decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
यह सब बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है अमेरिका के लिए, भारत के लिए और सारे विश्व के लिए। हम एक मोड़ का सामना कर रहे हैं, ऐसे क्षण जो हर कई पीढ़ियों में केवल एक बार आते हैं, जहां बहुत कुछ परिवर्तित हो रहा है, तकनीकी रूप से, राजनीतिक रूप से, सामाजिक रूप से और पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से, कि आज हम जो निर्णय लेंगे वह आने वाले दशकों के लिए भविष्य का निर्धारण करेंगे।
And as democracies, we can better tap into the full talent of all of our people and attract investments as true and trusted partners as leading nations, with our greatest export being the power of our example. Equity under the law, freedom of expression, religious pluralism, and diversity of our people. These core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories, and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
लोकतंत्र के इस रूप में हमने सभी लोगों की पूर्ण प्रतिभा का बेहतर तरीके से लाभ उठाया है और हम उठा सकते हैं, और अग्रणी देशों के रूप में सच्चे और विश्वसनीय भागीदारों के रूप में निवेश को आकर्षित कर सकते हैं। हमारा सबसे बड़ा निर्यात हमारे उदाहरण की शक्ति है। कानून के तहत समानता, अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता, धार्मिक बहुलवाद, हमारे लोगों की विविधता, ये मूल सिद्धांत दृढ़ हैं और विकसित हुए हैं, यहाँ तक कि जब उन्हें चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ा है हमारे प्रत्येक देश के इतिहास में, और दूर भविष्य तक हमारी ताकत को ये ऊर्जा प्रदान करेंगे।
And they form a special bond among our nations, forged by the special bond among our people, based on values that are universal, a duty to family and elders, treating all people with respect and dignity, a premium on education and creativity, self-discipline, hard work, entrepreneurship, faith and service to community, courage and resilience, and tolerance and opportunity for all.
और ये हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक विशेष बंधन बनाते हैं, हमारे लोगों के बीच विशेष बंधन द्वारा निर्मित उन मूल्यों पर आधारित जो सार्वभौमिक हैं, परिवार और बड़ों के प्रति कर्तव्य, सभी लोगों के साथ सम्मान और गरिमा के साथ व्यवहार, शिक्षा और रचनात्मक पर बढ़ोतरी, आत्म अनुशासन, कड़ी मेहनत और उद्यमशीलता, विश्वास और समुदाय के लिए सेवा, साहस और लचीलापन, सहिष्णुता और अवसर।
I've seen this dynamism in my visits to India. I see it in Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains the bridge between our nations and only grows stronger with each generation. We see it with record numbers of Indian Americans serving in the United States Congress. We see it here at the White House, where proud Americans with Indian heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
में यह गतिशीलता देखी है। मैं इसे भारतीय अमेरिकी प्रवासियों में देखता हूँ, जो अमेरिकी जीवन के हर भाग को दर्शाता है, और हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक पुल बना हुआ है जो प्रत्येक पीढ़ी के साथ निरंतर मजबूत होता है। हम इसे संयुक्त राज्य कांग्रेस में बड़ी संख्या में देखते हैं, और हम इसे यहाँ व्हाइट हाउस में देखते हैं, जहाँ भारतीय विरासत के साथ गर्वित अमेरिकी हर दिन हमारे देश की सेवा कर रहे हैं, और जिनमें उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस भी शामिल हैं।
The granddaughter, the proud granddaughter of an Indian civil servant, daughter of an Indian student, turned American scientist, who came to the United States when she was only 19 years old to pursue her dream of curing cancer. A family like so many of ours in our nation, that speaks of the thousand stories of determination, courage, and hope.
एक भारतीय समाज सेवक की पोती, एक भारतीय छात्र जो अमेरिकी वैज्ञानिक बनी जो 19 साल की उम्र में संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका आई थी कैंसर के इलाज के अपने सपने को साकार करने के लिए। उनकी बेटी हमारे देशों में बहुत सारे परिवारों में से एक जो हजारों दृढ़ संकल्प, साहस और आशा की कहानियां कहते हैं।
Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India. Two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership, and I'll turn it over to you.
परिभाषित करने वाली कहानियां और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य असीम संभावनाएं, दो महान राष्ट्र, दो अच्छे मित्र, दो महान शक्तियां, यह 21वीं सदी के पाठ्यक्रम को परिभाषित करेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी साझेदारी के लिए धन्यवाद। अब मैं आपको सौंपता हूं।
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, फर्स्ट लेडी डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, उमंग और उत्साह से भरे हुए इंडियन अमेरिकन मेरे प्यारे साथियों, आप सबको नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत और दीर्घदृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन फॉर योर फ्रेंडशिप।
President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, distinguished guests, friends from the Indian American community filled with energy and excitement, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to President Biden for his warm welcome and his far-sighted speech. Thank you, President Biden, for your friendship.
फ्रेंड्स, आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का गौरव है। ये सम्मान अमेरिका में रहने वाले 4 मिलियन से अधिक भारतीय मूल के लोगों का भी सम्मान है। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का उनके प्रति हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Friends, this grand welcome ceremony at the White House today is an honor and pride for 1.4 billion people of India. This is also an honor for more than 4 million people of Indian origin living in the US. For this honor, I express my heartfelt gratitude to President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden.
फ्रेंड्स, करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं।
Friends, About 3 decades ago, I came on a visit to America as a common man. At that time, I had seen the White House from outside. After becoming the Prime Minister, I have come here many times, but today, for the first time, the doors of the White House have been opened for the Indian American community in such large numbers.
भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। आज आपको दिए गए सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनका जितना धन्यवाद करो उतना कम है।
The people of the Indian community are enhancing India's glory in the US through their talent, hard work, and dedication. You are the real strength of our relationship. I thank President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden for the honor you've been given today. I think I can't thank him enough for this.
Friends, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। हम सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं।
The societies and institutions of both India and the US are based on democratic values. The constitutions of both countries begin with the following 3 words: we, the people, as President Biden just mentioned. Both of our countries take pride in their diversity. Both of us believe in the fundamental principle of in the interest of all, for the welfare of all.
पोस्ट कोविड काल में वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर एक नया रूप ले रहा है। इस कालखंड में भारत और अमेरिका की मित्रता पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में पूरक होगी। ग्लोबल गुड के लिए वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी मजबूत स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है।
In the post-COVID era, the world order is taking a new shape. In this time period, the friendship between India and the US will be instrumental in enhancing the strength of the whole world. The two countries are committed to work together for the global good and for global peace, stability, and prosperity. Our strong strategic partnership is a clear proof of the power of democracy.
Friends, अब से कुछ ही देर में राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और मैं भारत अमेरिका संबंधों और अन्य क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर विस्तार से बातचीत करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि हमेशा की तरह आज भी हमारी बातचीत बहुत सकारात्मक और उपयोगी रहेगी। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
Friends, in a short while from now, President Biden and I will discuss India-US relations and various regional and global issues. I'm sure that, as always, our conversation today will be very positive and useful. This afternoon, I will also have an opportunity to address the US Congress for a second time. I am deeply grateful for this honor.
मैं यही कामना करता हूं और 140 करोड़ भारतवासी भी यही कामना करते हैं कि भारत का तिरंगा और अमेरिका का स्टार एंड स्ट्राइप्स हमेशा नई ऊंचाइयां छूते रहे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, एक बार फिर आपके स्नेह भरे निमंत्रण के लिए, आपके गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं आपका और 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तान वासियों की तरफ से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। जय हिंद। गॉड ब्लेस अमेरिका। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I wish for, and the 1.4 billion people of India wish with me for India's tricolor and America's stars and stripes to always keep flying higher and higher. President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, once again, I thank you for your kind invitation, for your warm welcome and hospitality, also on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India. Jai Hind, God bless America. Thank you very much.
Are you going and meeting the people?
And hospital.
Mr. President, this concludes the ceremony.
So the Prime Minister of India and the President of the United States of America, two leaders of two powerful democracies of the world, now will have a bilateral meeting. Then there will be a meeting where the delegates from both countries will also join them, and then there would be a statement that would be made to the media, some questions taken. We are told, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi also mentioned, a fact that was also brought out by the US President, when Prime Minister of India and the President of the United States, two powerful countries, meet and talk, it's not just about things that would benefit the people of two countries, but also benefit the world. The Prime Minister began by thanking the US President for the warm welcome extended to him. You're seeing those two images, one of that warm hug shared on the south lawns of the White House, and the second, the Prime Minister, the President, and the US First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, coming out on the south lawns balcony, waving out to a very large number of Indian Americans and Americans who were out there in the South Lawns. And the Prime Minister mentioned that he took time out to mention that close to 30 years ago, he'd come to the United States as a common citizen of India, and he had a picture taken outside the White House. Post 2014 as Prime Minister of India, he's been to White House several times. This is, of course, the first state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But he said what was remarkable was the fact that the gates of White House had been opened for such a large number of Indian Americans for the first time. Our democracies are based on shared values, something that both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Joe Biden spoke of. The Constitution begins with "we the people." The Prime Minister also referred to a new world order post-COVID and India and America working together for the greater global good, something that the US President also mentioned. He specifically mentioned the two countries being together, for example, at the Quad for greater good, cooperating and working together on very critical issues like tackling food and energy insecurity, ending poverty and food and energy insecurity arising out of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Important aspect, decisions that are taken today will have a long-term impact on democracies, the two nations that stand for freedom of expression, pluralism, democracies, and equality before law. Before we move on in this broadcast, for the benefit of viewers joining us, let's listen in once again to the welcome address first by the US President Joe Biden, and then the response of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House.
करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं।
We spent a lot of time together going back to when I was Vice President and you had just become Prime Minister. And since I've become President, we've continued a relationship built on mutual trust, candor, and respect. The challenges and opportunities facing the world in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we are.
Friends, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द, और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। हम सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं।
Important point being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi there in that opening remarks. Sarva Jan Sukhai, working for the benefit of humanity at large, for people at large. This is what the two democracies stand for. The most powerful democracies of the world, India and the United States of America, the oldest and the largest democracies of the world standing together. And this is something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has repeatedly mentioned, that these two democracies together have a key role to play for the benefit of mankind. Another aspect that's critical is the efforts that are being made by the United States of America, not just to engage India, but for the first time talk about high-end technology cooperation. And there are reactions coming in. The Prime Minister mentioned that this is the first time gates of White House have been opened for such a large number of Indian Americans. How are they reacting? Let's listen in.
In future. Thank you very much.
As Prime Minister rightly said, last one.
He's the last one.
I believe that actually happened just now. So it feels a little unbelievable and a moment to mark in history. We're all sending these pictures and videos back home and feels like we got to pinch ourselves that it actually happened. The rain, it doesn't matter, all of that. It feels so positive, so vibrant. The rain can't kill how joyous we're feeling right now. How are you feeling, sir?
Well, I'm over the moon right now. You know, as Prime Minister Modi said, we are a small 4 million diaspora representing 140 crore people back home in India. And it feels proud that he's given us such a ceremonious welcome here. And like he said, he visited the White House as a common man. And for somebody to be elevated from the position of a common man to a prime minister can happen only in India.
He fills us with a lot of hope. He fills us with a lot of hope. Thank you.
Hi, hello, how's it going? As a native Washingtonian, I'm super excited to have witnessed this welcome, this grand ceremony to welcome Prime Minister Modi. We get a lot of heads of state here in D.C., but this was truly an incredible experience to have thousands of Indian Americans be able to join and participate here at the White House.
What can you say, Mom?
It was an incredible experience, and to see this many people from India coming together, from the diaspora, as well as immigrants here, it was incredible. So I was glad to be part of it. Thank you.
So you just heard the Prime Minister. How are you feeling after this?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. Like we are mainly for the US-India relationship, and we Indian diaspora looking for that relationship be stronger compared to over here. So yeah, I'm very much excited to all the today's we have Congress presentation also. So we'll look for that one also.
I am very excited.
I quickly want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal, now joining us from, initially he was at the South Lawns of the White House. Rahul, are you now inside the White House? This is where the two leaders are meeting at the bilateral and then talking to the media. Tell us what's happening, Rahul. What was it like being there, witnessing, in a way, history being made?
Lot of the seconds before now, Prime Minister Modi and President Biden walked into the Oval Office where they're meeting at this moment. And they're being taken in. I have my phone with me at some point in time. This will have to be shut down. But for what it's worth and as long as possible. I'll try and give you live images as we walk in now. Let me flip the camera as well. You get a sense of what's happening. I'm just going to go in to the White House, Oval Office, as Prime Minister Modi and American President Joe Biden are currently meeting. Hope to watch live and show you those images from inside the office.
Keep on around this side. Keep on around.
There's more space on the other side. Everyone report.
Hi, Ambassador. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Just a second.
It's 10 years ago, by Vice President, I emphasized how important it was to the United States continue to build a partnership, small steps at a time.
It's not a negative thing that we wait with the
Over that past 10 years, those small steps have transformed large progress. Today, the partnership between our countries is stronger than we've ever been. Seeing our major defense partnership now pillar in Pacific peace and security question. Seeing our economic
Okay, we'll take a moment and reestablish that link with Rahul Kanwal in a moment. This is inside the Oval Office, where the structured initial bilateral meeting between the Prime Minister of India and the President of the United States is taking place, and both make an opening statement. Then the media is taken out of that room. The two have a bilateral. Then there is an extended meeting when the two delegations, the delegates on both sides then join the heads of government and state, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden. Once those meetings are over, then there is a statement that's made. We'll once again try and dip into that conversation. This is an India Today. You know, we're getting you these visuals that we are playing out inside the Oval Office. Opening statements being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden. In some of those visuals earlier, you could see the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, in those pictures. There you see the National Security Advisor. You see India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. You saw India's Ambassador to the United States, also there, Taranjit Singh Sandhu. On the other side, you saw Secretary Blinken and Jake Sullivan, US Secretary of State and US National Security Advisor, both also visible in some of these video clips. So the initial statement made by both, and then they have their one-on-one, and then the delegation joins the two leaders. Very, very crucial meeting of the two. As the President of the United States also mentioned, that ISET is a pillar of their partnership. That's the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. Both India and the United States have emphasized on ISET to invest in new technology, to co-develop these technologies that will benefit not just the people of India and the United States of America, but also benefit people across the world. What's also extremely interesting is the conversation that's taking place, and there will be an official announcement shortly on the strategic partnership in the area of semiconductors. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visible in these images, as is Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor. On the American side, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and Ajit Doval on the Indian side. I think these are images that we are playing out for you once again as we wait for these official images to be released. Co-creation of technology. It's a huge area where India and America are working together. Information that you're hearing on India Today will be made official in a while from now. Some work is still happening, but this strategic partnership in semiconductor development, that is one of the key result areas. Let's quickly listen in.
स्पेस की ऊंचाइयों से समुद्र की गहराइयों तक, एंशियंट कल्चर से लेकर के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तक हर क्षेत्र में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं. You always been India's friend and well-wisher for a very long time. And whenever you have got an opportunity, you've always given posts when our bilateral relation. Excellency, 8 years ago, while addressing the US-India Business Council, when said, our goal is to become India's best friend. And it is this firstly coming from yours towards India, it's inspiring us to take many bold decisions. Today, India and the US are walking shoulder to shoulder in every field, from the depths of the ocean to the heights of the sky, from ancient culture to architecture. डिप्लोमेटिक दृष्टि से जब किसी दो देशों के बीच संबंधों की बात की जाती है, तो अक्सर औपचारिक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट, वर्किंग ग्रुप और एमओयू उसी के दायरे में आमतौर पर बातें होती हैं. इसका अपना महत्व है ही, लेकिन भारत और अमेरिका के रिश्तों का असली इंजन हमारे मजबूत पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है. और इस इंजन की एक जोश भरी दहाड़ हमें अभी बाहर व्हाइट हाउस के लोन पर भी सुनी. Excellency, whenever there is talk of relations between any two countries from diplomatic companies, people often talk about some form of joint statements, MOUs. All these definitely have their own importance, but the real engine of the relationship is our strong ties. And we just heard a spirited growth of that engine out of the White House promise. Excellency, जैसा आपने कहा, मैं उसे फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा. आज की तेजी से बदल रही वैश्विक स्थिति सभी की नजर विश्व के सबसे दो बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देशों पर है, भारत और अमेरिका पर. मेरा मानना है कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण. मुझे विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सफल होंगे. Your Excellency, as you said, and I would like to reiterate that, in today's rapidly changing global situation, all eyes are on the two largest economies for India and America. I believe that our strategic partnership is important for the welfare of the pieces. For all countries living on democratic life, and this is important in every world. I'm confident that working together will be successful in enhancing spend over. आज हमारी बातचीत में हम ऐसे ही कई मुद्दों पर बात करेंगे और अपने स्ट्रेटेजिक संबंधों को नए आयाम से जोड़ेंगे. मैं एक बार फिर आपको आपकी मित्रता के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. We will talk about many such issues today. We will add the partnership. I once again express my heartfelt gratitude for your friendship. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, friend.
Thank you very much.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Right this way. Right this way. No, no further.
Along with American President Joe Biden addressing the media. We were inside the Oval Office. First time inside the Oval Office. Special moment there. Interesting scenes, Gaurav. At the White House as that initial comments from Prime Minister Modi and from the American president. Gaurav?
Absolutely, Rahul. Amazing. You were inside the Oval Office hearing Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden. And the Prime Minister actually reiterating that point, when the two most powerful democracies come together, Rahul, it's not just for the benefit of both countries, but for the benefit of humankind. Something that he's emphasized on repeatedly, also emphasizing on the people-to-people contact. That's the glue that binds India and the United States together, Rahul.
That's interesting. We've currently just been asked into the area where the press briefing is likely to happen in many just the marvel of technology 2 years ago. This just done that's where the White House press briefing will happen in a while from now. We'd not be able to show any of this live minutes later.
So there would be a press conference. Okay, let's.
वैश्विक मुद्दों पर दोनों नेता आपस में बातचीत करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे और उसके बाद क्या कुछ निकल कर सामने आ रहा है वो एक संयुक्त साझा बयान में हमारे सामने होगा।
व्हाइट हाउस के गलियारे में दोनों नेताओं का टहलते हुए तस्वीरें ममता ये हम सब भारतीयों को बहुत अच्छी लगेंगी और जिस बात का
This is the Oval Office where the American president is making his opening remarks. In a moment from now, we'll of course get the feed from the White House on these opening remarks, also from our own journalists and agencies. Images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden walking down the halls, and this conversation extremely important. Rahul, you're still with us, where the Prime Minister spoke of the very close relationship between India and the United States of America. But Rahul, beyond the optics, and great optics on the south lawns of the White House, but beyond those optics, there's real cooperation that's happening, that's been described as transformational, especially in critical and emerging technologies, Rahul.
Actually, I was just noticing the body language there when this meeting was going on. The Prime Minister clearly loves and relishes this moment, It's just very interesting. These are things that, either can burden you and just seem like, very complicated to get through. But his face is beaming, loving every moment and loving this action. Gaurav, we're now told that this bilateral conversation will go on for about an hour and a half. And after which is likely to be that press conference. So we're just gearing up now. We've been taken away from the south lawns of the White House. We were in the press briefing room, which is where the briefing will happen, but not right away. In a while from now, the press briefing will happen over there. And we're told there'll be a couple of questions each from the Indian side and from the American side that will be posed during this press briefing. It was interesting to see the reactions from some of the American officials who were there. We just had an opportunity to have a quick conversation with Eric Garcetti, the American ambassador to India, who's just come in. He seemed quite shocked with the way the talks have gone so far, with the way the way this visit has gone so far. Anthony Blinken was there, and on the Indian side we had Dr. Jaishankar and Ajit Doval, both listening very intently, trying to get a sense of what's happening, and obviously very mindful of the fact that this is history being scripted right before our eyes. In 2005 is when the nuclear civilian deal was announced, and that was a big moment. That was a transformative chapter, as it was. It may not be one particular deal, but all of this taken together, the GE announcement, the Predator drones, the state visit, all of it would not just be a sentence or a paragraph, but essentially a very substantive new chapter in India-America ties, which will be spoken of and referred to for many years to come, which is why I said what we are seeing, Gaurav, quite literally, is history being scripted before our eyes.
Oh, absolutely, Rahul, and history that will benefit India and the United States, and as both the President of the United States and Prime Minister say, benefit humankind. Sarvajan Hitai is what Prime Minister said. But this $800 million investment that's being spoken of in the semiconductor industry, does that in a way symbolize some of what's happening? The GE 414 engines, the MOU with HAL and GE, all of this, what does this indicate? Is America finally opening its home and heart and sharing technology with India and not just selling military hardware to India, Rahul?
Each time we've spoken to Rajiv Chandrasekhar or to Ashwini Vaishnav, India's ministers for telecom and IT, they've been speaking of how there will be a big announcement virtually any moment, any day. So they've waited for it for a long time, and that finally forthcoming when we heard Micron announce that they'll be setting up $825 million semiconductor facility in India. That's a big achievement. We were speaking to Ashwini Vaishnav a short while ago. It's not a one-stop solution. It's not as if one deal ultimately just gets you going. It's a whole journey. It's a whole process. And that Micron announcement, a very significant step in that process, Gaurav.
A very significant step in that process, Gaurav. Gaurav, give me a moment. As I just came out, I can go back to our video journalist, and then we can be live with you in just a few more seconds. Gaurav, I'll be back with you in a few seconds.
Rahul, you're live with me, and it's great to have you, even though it was nice watching you inside the Oval Office, giving us those images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden in conversation there, and the White House press room. But from this point on, Rahul, the bilaterals, what all are the two talking about, and the extended delegation level talks, how long is that likely to last?
Because the White House have told us. Hello?
Okay, give me a moment. I'll reestablish that link with Rahul Kanwal in just a moment. But the new world order post-COVID, and how do India and the United States of America work together? The point that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was mentioning. Okay, let's quickly cut across and get you those opening statements of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आप हमेशा भारत के बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे, और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आप हमेशा भारत के बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे, और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आप हमेशा भारत के बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे, और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आप हमेशा भारत के बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे, और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आपने हमेशा.
So the Prime Minister describes the American President as a well-wisher of India. The point that was being made was the two powerful democracies working together for Manav Jati ka Kalyan. It's not just to benefit the people of India. It's not just to benefit the people of the United States of America, but to benefit the entire humankind. हम मिलकर विश्व के लिए के लिए कुछ बड़ा कर सकेंगे. That's the point that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is making at the White House, Rahul, and this is where like those ministers you've been interviewing, whether Rajiv Chandrasekhar or Ashwini Vaishnav, they've been talking about something big happening, more than just one deal. It seems Prime Minister Narendra Modi has an ace up his sleeve here, Rahul.
In the next few minutes, right after that bilateral ends with the Prime Minister.
Oh, absolutely. The bilateral talks are currently underway at the White House Oval Office, which is where we were moments before. Now, there's something interesting I want to show. I'm not 100% certain that this is of interest to everyone watching, but it's of a lot of interest if you're in the media, which is this setup at the back. We're currently just strolling around the White House, which I think is quite a rare privilege. You don't often just get to walk around the White House in this fashion. We're waiting for that bilateral meeting to get over. But here's what I want to show. So each American network really has this one stand corner. Think of this as Vijay Chowk in an Indian context, where we're out in the rain, we're out in the cold, we're out in the sun, and each of these networks, we can't go any further, Kirpan, but each of these networks is got its own shed, and they do their lives from here. So I'm just hoping that people, the powers that be, are watching at the right time. And if we could have something like this in India, it would be really, really nice, because everybody's comfortable, they can sit, they can do their shows, they can do their lives and not get soaked and drenched. So I just want to show this at the back once. Okay, so I want to go across live and exclusive at this moment to a senior minister in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cabinet in New Delhi. Smriti Irani ji now joins us. Smriti ji, welcome to India today. We're live from the White House, and apart from everything else, it almost seems as if Prime Minister Modi has just the most wonderful luck that is possible. I must tell you that, and I'll tell you why I'm saying this. It was raining all through the morning. All the while when we were doing our lives, it kept raining, drizzling, not torrential, but a definite rain. And just in those few moments when the Prime Minister came out with the American President, the rain gods just held their fury for those 15-20 minutes when the ceremonial guard of honor, the initial statements happened, and now it started raining again. It is quite remarkable. What are you making, ma'am, of what we've seen at play? A huge amount of bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President in display, not just at the White House Oval Office, but even at the lawns of the south lawns of the White House. Smriti ji, welcome.
Well, I think the gods have conspired to make sure that the visit is extremely grand and successful. As you know that there is an Indian belief that when something very auspicious is to happen, the rain gods make their presence felt. The fact that the Indo-US relationship cannot be looked upon myopically only from a strategic cooperation vis-a-vis defense today begets a conversation around new opportunities that we have with this bilateral relationship. One in the sector of AI, another in the sector of semiconductors, then there is the sector of quantum computing and physics, then there is an opportunity in the green hydrogen mission, then you see an opportunity in biotechnology that Indian pharmaceutical companies are currently manufacturing in 14 locations around the United States of America, speaks volumes about the potential that is yet to be unleashed, that 40% of generic drug formulations in the US emanate from India, again speaks about our healthcare capacities that can be leveraged for the US market, that we have 200 active collaborations between Indian and US labs, again cements my position vis-a-vis healthcare, that a nation state which was a part of a cartoon years ago when it came to India's space mission, where I still remember a legendary cartoon behind a glass door which said NASA, was an Indian farmer with a cow trying to knock and find a way in, to now The Economist at the front page putting President Biden and India depicted as a tiger. We have come a long way.
Oh, absolutely. And I must also just spend a moment, discussing with Smriti ji and everyone watching at this moment, the reactions of American politicians, officials at the White House and the general security, because the last time they saw scenes anything similar, not entirely, but even remotely similar to what we've seen this morning, was when the Pope had come to the White House. Ordinarily, you don't see anything similar to these hundreds of people who'd come to the White House, all of them chanting Modi, Modi, and you're an elected politician yourself, Smriti ji, that most certainly has an impact on someone like a President Biden when he talks to Prime Minister Modi, because not just back home, but even here in the US, these are American voters. They're not Indian voters, most of them, the vast majority American voters, non-stop continuing to chant Modi, Modi, and that really would at some level make someone like anybody standing over there part envious and part amazed by the kind of popularity that Prime Minister Narendra Modi enjoys, not just back home, but even here amongst the Indian American community who don't even vote for him back home.
I think it's quite fascinating that you enunciate how the house is of Biden's, but the chant is that of Modi. This is the charisma that the Prime Minister manifests not only in India here with the citizenry that has supported him incessantly, but also the impact he has on the Indian diaspora. I'm extremely grateful to fellow Indians who have declared what capacity India has through their services in the United States of America as productive part of the US economy. But at the same time, I think their chants on the lawns of the White House most definitely must be fascinating for American politicians, that this is a man that unites people irrespective of the geographical divide that they are party to currently.
I just have one more thing to show you. You've been I&B minister in the past, Smriti. This is of immense interest to me and hopefully to you as well. These are sheds that they've put up of different networks, one by one. Each has this nice shed. They can stand over there, covered, not out in the open, in the rain or in the cold or in the heat like in Delhi. So something like this would actually be wonderful. I've been itching to tell somebody in a position of power since the time I saw this. This is a good idea. I hope we can have something for the Indian media back home as well. It has a wonderful view overlooking the White House, but it just ensures that everybody's nicely protected. But anyway, that's just a point. I just wanted to ensure that it goes back and then hopefully somebody takes notice.
I will only say this.
Also, despite not being in a formal alliance with the...
Rahul.
Yes, Smriti ji.
Not only as the erstwhile I&B minister, but also as the erstwhile media personnel lugging cameras behind her, trying to get an interview or two from celebrities. I empathize with what you so desire on international lawns, but I will say Indian media itself has come a long way now. You were saying?
Yeah, no, most certainly. We're just strolling around the lawns. I mean, the Prime Minister is currently meeting President Biden inside the Oval Office. That's likely to go on. And the Indian media is happily walking around the White House while we wait for that to happen. Yeah, no, we don't want to pitch our tents. If we could pitch our tents, as long as somebody allows for a tent like that to be put up, I think all our political reporters who are out in the cold, in the heat, in the winter, outside Parliament House at Vijay Chowk would really appreciate it. But let's come to the...
Gone are the comfortable days of the UPA, yes.
Okay, so, the minister is also working hard. Sab dhakke kha rahe, media bhi thode se dhakke khaye, which is fine too. That works as well. But I want to focus on the fact that there is so much technology being made available by Washington as part of this evolving relationship to India, despite not being in any formal alliance structure with the US. India making very clear it neither is a formal alliance partner of the US, nor does it at any point in time in the future want to be. Foreign Minister Shankar enunciating that very clearly, and despite that, and despite the pushback that he's seen from the likes of Bernie Sanders and some other Democrat leaders, President Biden very focused on wanting to take the India-US relationship to the next level and not letting naysayers pull the relationship down.
I think, Rahul, we've reached a point and we are at the precipice of history where today the world recognizes that if you do not share in technology with India or Indians, we as Indians have the capacity to innovate on our own. It is best to have us as partners. It is best to serve the cause of humanity in a in a collaboration than create situations that are adverse to technological needs and societal needs, including its economic impact. तो आप अगर हमें देंगे नहीं तो हम खुद निर्माण करना जानते हैं. I think that message India gave, especially during the pandemic. And I say this because COVID was a situation where it was a once in a lifetime described by many as a pandemic, where pharmacological needs is something that many nations were confronted with. India made the vaccine for herself, deployed over 2 billion doses for her own citizenry through technology, but also serviced the vaccine needs of over 160 countries. In times of disruption between Russia and Ukraine, India did not hold supply chains geopolitically hostage. I think we've done much to show that we are a democracy that delivers digitally and fidgetily under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, but at the same time we ensure that we also deliver geopolitical needs when it comes to issues which help save the larger interest of humanity. So India has come a long way, created bonhomie collaboration between many nation states. Even in our G20 presidency, we do not only service the cause of the G20 universe and family, we talk about taking African nations and their needs along. We talk about island nations. So ours is a collaborative attempt at democracy, which has been appreciated by many world leaders.
You know, world powers, especially Beijing, would be keeping a very close eye on these deliberations that are currently underway at the Oval Office in Washington. What do you think is the message, ma'am, India and the United States are sending to Beijing and to the rest of the world in the manner in which they are deepening their ties through Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US this time?
I don't speak for President Biden, but what I know of Prime Minister Modi is this. We never looked upon our capacities as an affront to any other nation state. When Prime Minister Modi says make in India, he says make it for the world. We recognize that we have our own potential to leverage and unleash. We recognize that we do not want to be a political pawn on a geopolitical chessboard. We today unabashedly speak about India's needs and prioritizing strategies to benefit India. We don't do it as a part of blocks of nations. We have individualized our geopolitical position. It is a fine balance that Prime Minister Modi has managed to achieve, not as an affront to any nation state, either in the neighborhood or globally, or not as a party to another nation state's development, where we are reduced to just another economic stepney to another country's needs.
Smriti Irani ji, on a historic day, when quite literally history is being written before our eyes, for taking our time and joining us on India Today as part of our live and continuing coverage of Namaste Modi. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate you taking our time.
It's a proud day for Indians, and thank you for your report.
Oh, most certainly. It is absolutely a proud day. Modi chants. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Really a pleasure having you and talking to you about this particular visit. We're going to slip into a very quick break right now. Remember, our live and continuing coverage is non-stop. I just want to tell our viewers what's going on. So basically, right behind me is the press meeting room, and right behind that is the Oval Office, the famous Oval Office. You would have seen it in any number of Hollywood films where Prime Minister Modi and President Biden are currently in bilateral talks, after which there will be a joint statement that gets put out, and then there will be a press conference, then the joint address to the Congress. We're told that the Prime Minister will be speaking in English. Massive bipartisan support for the relationship with India seen here in Washington. So we're slipping into a break, and our coverage continues on the other side. Stay with us.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer, to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
There was one person among thousands that joined Prime Minister Modi for the Yoga Day celebrations in New York who stood out. It was Hollywood actor Richard Gere. The 73-year-old who's best known for playing Edward Lewis in Julia Roberts' star A Pretty Woman.
Do you do yoga ordinarily as part of your life?
No, I have done it. I'm more of a Tai Chi person than a yoga person, but physical yoga. But mental yoga, yes, absolutely.
He may be into Tai Chi, but Gere was right next to Prime Minister Modi at the UN headquarters lawns, chanting Om and performing every asana. After the celebrations, he hailed the Prime Minister's message of universal brotherhood.
He's a product of Indian culture.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by Kentaro, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by Hayfler, let's reimagine. Powered by NECC, Sunday hoya Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage on this special day when there is that big meeting going on at the White House between Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden. We'll have all the details from Washington and here in our studios, but first it's time for the headlines. The mega Modi-Biden bilateral underway at the White House Oval Office. The Prime Minister says India working shoulder to shoulder with the United States. US President Joe Biden rolls out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi at the White House. Biden calls ties with India the most defining relationship of the 21st century. It's raining big deals in DC. India and the US sign a mega jet fighter engine deal. Semiconductor facilities to be set up in India. ISRO and NASA to hold joint missions in 2024. Ahead of the big opposition meeting in Patna on Friday, discord in opposition unity. Aam Aadmi Party threatens Congress to back ordinance, fight or it will boycott the meeting. Karnataka government hikes power tariff by 30%. Protests erupt and a band is imposed. Missing Titanic submarine runs out of oxygen supply, but search operations continue to find the missing vessel. France now sends a deep diving robot to aid the search. But the big story at this moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden in the middle of a big bilateral at the White House. This is the one-on-one meeting between the two principals that's taking place at the moment. The two leaders have said we are bound by democratic values. Prime Minister says working shoulder to shoulder with the United States. The Prime Minister says the world's eyes at the moment are on India and America. The prelude to this, a series of mega announcements including space technology transfer agreements being signed between the two countries. The Prime Minister has been given a red carpet welcome at the White House and the two leaders had brief statements. We expect a joint statement from them later in this very bulletin. But for now, those are the images that came a short while ago. The two leaders now in the Oval Office. Ahead of that, they were at the White House lawns where they addressed a gathering. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi and the US President.
भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। आज आपको दिए गए सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनका जितना धन्यवाद करो उतना कम है। पोस्ट कोविड काल में वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर एक नया रूप ले रहा है। इस कालखंड में भारत और अमेरिका की मित्रता पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में पूरक होगी। ग्लोबल गुड के लिए वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी मजबूत स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है।
We spent a lot of time together going back to when I was vice president and you had just become prime minister. And since I've become president, we've continued a relationship built on mutual trust, candor, and respect. The challenges and opportunities facing the world in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we are. With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it.
So a new alliance, a history, signaling a new partnership between the two countries. What does all this really mean? That's what we're going to decode over the next hour. My first guest is Ashwini Vaishnav, IT and Railways Minister in the Government of India. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Vaishnav. How do you see the slew of deals that have been signed between the two sides? NASA, ISRO coming together for a joint mission, GE coming together with HAL, and majorly the technology transfers that are taking place. How do you see what is transpiring in the United States at the moment, Mr. Minister?
Rajdeep, there are two aspects to this. First aspect is about technology transfer. Multiple technologies which are very important for the country. These technologies which were not available so far will be available to India going forward. That's first part. But what's more important is both the countries today look at each other as equal partners, as partners who can co-create technologies, as partners who can co-develop technologies. I'll give you two specific examples. First example is of telecom. Open RAN is the absolutely leading edge telecom technology today. Both India and US have decided to co-create this technology because looking at India's talent, looking at the progress that India has made on its 4G and 5G telecom stack, which is the first virtualized telecom stack which has been developed, and that is being recognized by US that yes, this is a partner with which we can work together to create technologies which will be useful for both countries as well as it can be useful for the entire world. Semiconductor is the second such example where both the countries have seen the complementarities. The US government has clearly seen the talent pool that we have, the consistent policy base that we have created, and our focus on developing a complete comprehensive ecosystem. So sector after sector, we are looking at co-developing, co-creating technologies.
But
That's
are you
what
seeing
Rajdeep important point?
No, but are you seeing this, therefore, the technology transfers as a sign that the two countries are forging a relationship that goes well beyond anything that has happened in the past? In that sense, a defining moment, because there will be those who will say this is transactional, business-driven, America looking for business opportunity. Is this more than just that?
Rajdeep, this is certainly very much beyond a transactional moment. This is certainly a defining moment. This is a very significant milestone in India's standing in the world, the way India is recognized in the world. When a country like US takes India as a strategic partner, recognizes India as a partner who can develop technologies together, recognizes and accepts India's foreign policy as an independent foreign policy where national interest has been given the primacy, where the focus has been on having an independent and logical thought process. That's what the defining change, in my view, Rajdeep, is.
Are you also seeing, though, that the asymmetry of power that existed at one time, certainly between the United States and India, changing? Because it has been seen for the longest time that the US, by and large, dictated to terms to India when it came to any partnership. Has that changed? Are we now a partnership of equals with no asymmetry of power, Mr. Minister?
Rajdeep, I think that is clearly visible. The example that I gave to you, Open RAN in telecom, the semiconductor example, the way the jet engine technology partnership, technology cooperation has been structured, space technology, the cooperation, the kind of forward-looking thought process that we have, that clearly demonstrates, very clearly shows that both countries are today looking at each other as partnership of equals, a partnership which can create value for both.
And do you see this partnership extending to a slew of other sectors, including information technology, infrastructure? Will it be largely confined to a few areas in your view, or spread across sectors now?
Rajdeep, we are definitely hopeful that this visit will bring a significant change in the way US industry looks at India. We have seen in the recent past how Apple had decided to make India as a very important base. We have seen recent past so many other sectors where India is today seen as a very important value chain, a trusted value chain partner in a world which is very, as you know well, world where uncertainty is so big. In that uncertain environment, India is seen as a very trusted and a very stable global value chain partner. So I'm very hopeful, and I do believe that this visit, this significant visit, will make a big difference in the way world perceives India.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for joining me here. At the top of the news, you're saying that this is a defining moment because the nature of the partnership, in your view, has changed significantly. Appreciate your joining us here on the news today. Let's raise those big questions. Have Indo-US ties now been taken to an entirely new level? Is containing China the main aim as the two countries sit on this one-on-one? Are technology transfers there at the heart of the relationship now? What about issues like Ukraine, democratic freedoms? Are they still sticking points in a full-blown relationship? Those are some of the questions we'll raise. With me in the studios is Raj Chengappa of India Today. Appreciate Mr. Chengappa joining us. He's tracked many a meeting of in foreign affairs. Nirupama Rao, former foreign secretary, will be joining us. I've also joined from the United States by special guests. And I'm joined by Arun Singh, former Indian ambassador to the US. Edward Luce, US National Editor, Financial Times, will join me. Raymond Vickery, CSIS, Washington, D.C. Daniel Block, Editor, Foreign Affairs Magazine, also with us. But first, you, Nirupama Rao, former Foreign Secretary. You've served as an ambassador to the United States as well. Your sense, is this a defining moment, as is being suggested?
Thank you, Rajdeep. I definitely think it is a defining moment, and I was particularly struck by President Biden's statement just a few minutes ago about bending the arc of history to the global good, which is what India and the United States are engaged in. I also think that technology is, in a growing way, becoming the core of the strategic partnership between India and the United States. And it also, with that, I feel, will come the augmentation of India's comprehensive national strength. It strengthens India's capacity as a balancing force in the Indo-Pacific. And most importantly, I believe it spells a deepening in a very profound manner of the India-US partnership, this partnership between two of the world's greatest and largest democracies.
May I ask you though, ma'am, since you served also in the Manmohan Singh government as Foreign Secretary, are you seeing, Nirupama Rao, a continuum? You know, the focus today is on Mr. Modi and Mr. Biden. Should we turn the clock back in some way to Manmohan Singh and George Bush opening up with the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement that opened the way, in a way, for defense cooperation and technology transfers, which today are getting actualized? Should we see it as a continuum, or should we give the credit largely to the two principals who are meeting today in the Oval Office?
Well, I think diplomacy is like a river that flows, and there are many bends, obviously, in the river. But I believe that what you see today is, in a way, a growing sense of purpose and a much sharper sense of direction in the India-US partnership. And I think you have to give credit to the Modi government for that.
Nirupama Rao joining me there. I appreciate your joining us. We are going now straight to the White House, where Rahul Kanwal joins us at the moment. Rahul, at the White House, what is the sense you get? We have a joint statement likely in a short while from now, the two principals likely to take a couple of questions. What is being seen as the big highlight so far for you of the visit?
We're in the house of Joe Biden, and thousands of people were chanting Modi, Modi. The scenes, Rajdeep, were electrifying. We were here together, I remember, in 2014. And one would have thought that you've seen it all. You've kind of, there's a sense of deja vu. There's no howdy Houston this time. There's no need for a Madison Square Garden. They virtually turned the South Lawns of the White House into an area where there's a political rally taking place. Massive support for the Prime Minister. It was raining, Rajdeep, from early in the morning, except for those 15 minutes when Prime Minister Modi and President Biden were there, when magically, almost by fortitude, the clouds had made way and it wasn't raining. Apart from that, it's been raining pretty non-stop. The security officials we were speaking to, the other American journalists who are part of the White House pool we were speaking to, say the only time they've seen anything similar, not quite what we saw, but something along these lines, was when the Pope had visited the White House. Apart from that, no matter who the world leader may be, no one has seen scenes like this. There was part amazement, part bewilderment on the faces of those who are regulars over here when they saw that there were Bollywood numbers that were playing in the White House, there were English songs that were playing. All of it created an atmosphere of celebration and festivity, which is what the India-America relationship really was about as far as the ties between the people of these two countries are concerned. On the substantive side, Rajdeep, the fact that America is now willing to give GE F414 jet engine technology, which is not shared even with alliance partners. And despite the fact that India isn't part of any formal alliance with the United States, nor is it ever likely to be, for America to be willing to make such critical technology available to India shows how these two countries realize that their enemy is across the Himalayas. The enemy country is China, and that's the common geopolitical threat both Delhi and Washington DC are facing at this moment, which is what is bringing these two countries, these two democracies together in a way that hasn't been possible. I was speaking to some officials here in White House and some think tankers. They say a few months ago, a couple of years ago, it would have been pretty inconceivable for the Biden administration or any government at that point in time to make such critical technology available to a country like India, which isn't even part of any formal alliance. Rajdeep.
Let's take that to our guest, what you just said about China. And let me start with you, Daniel Block, editor, Foreign Affairs magazine, New York. Do you agree with that India and the US coming so close to each other, partly at least, is because of a strategy, a common shared goal in containing the rise of China?
I think that's actually the overriding imperative here. And I'm interested to see to what extent, if at all, that's made explicit in some of the forthcoming statements. Typically, the two countries don't actually mention China when they're speaking to one another, at least publicly. I think the other element, of course, and the two are related, are economics. India is the world's largest country. It's a huge market for the United States and for its businesses. And that includes in defensive ties. One of the things the United States is trying to do is to, I heard the term friendshore, I think, earlier. It's trying to get American companies to move their supply chains out of China or to consider having them not go to China and go somewhere else. And India is a huge part of that strategy. So I do think that this is largely driven by China, whether that's explicitly stated or not. And I would add, I think this is a very strategic relationship and partnership. For all that's said and done. But strategic relationships can be very, very powerful. And this is poised to be the one that could be very powerful, very strong, and very deep as a result.
Let's get more remarks from all of you across the table. Raj Chengappa, is this in a sense being seen as a strategic partnership that's been taken to another level? You've seen the sort of ebbs and flows in the Indo-US relationship over the years. We seem to have come a very, very long way to the point where America is transferring technologies, which, as Rahul Kanwal said, they do not even transfer to some of their alliance partners.
It's certainly the next big thing in India-US relations. There's no doubt about it. If you take the Indo-US nuclear deal as the starting point, in some senses 2005 to 2008, this is taking it to what I would call the great big tech handshake that we've seen. And even before they finish their bilaterals, we've seen three major announcements come out. The signing of the jet engine deal with GE and HAL. You have the semiconductor deal with Micron, and of course, very interestingly, and my favorite area, the Artemis program in terms of space and,
How exciting is that for you? NASA and ISRO coming together to go for a joint space mission.
Really, I mean, look, I was just speaking to the ISRO chairman at in Trivandrum, and you were there as well, where we talked about how we are struggling with our Indian manned mission that's there, and he has difficulty in getting a lot of things done. I think this is, the Artemis program intends to put America back in the moon, manned missions to the moon by 2025. And also, they've also promised us a place in the space station. So what we're going to get is astronaut training that we would have found great difficulty in getting earlier. So it's a very exciting development. I'd also say that the jet engines, look, we had tried building these engines and we know we've failed. The Kaveri was a failed project. And I think this is a huge leap. This is technology that they normally don't sell. What it does symbolize is a couple of things, Rajdeep. One, that the recognition of India and despite the challenges that were there, we have had issues over Ukraine, over our relations with Russia, and yet America would like to be our friend that's there. Second, I think, is that Prime Minister Modi, and the fact that this is happening in the 9th year of his prime ministership, in many ways symbolizes the fact that America recognizes that Prime Minister Modi is the front runner for 2024, willing to invest in India and go beyond that.
That's interesting. Raymond Vickery, we've heard some discordant tones in US Capitol Hill, 70 US lawmakers asking President Biden to raise issues of what they see as human rights, democratic freedoms in India under question. How do you see it? Are those voices very marginal in your view to the overall picture?
Well, thanks very much for having me. This is a great day in U.S.-India relations. It's part of a continuum. When I was in government in the Clinton administration, India decided to dismantle its license Raj. President Clinton went to India and was very well received in the parliament. And that has continued through Republican and Democratic administrations alike. Your guests have talked about the U.S.-India civil nuclear deal, which I worked on. I think that the really good news is that across the political spectrum in the United States, whether it be Republican or Democratic, there is very, very strong support for the U.S.-India relationship, and that goes for the Congress as well. As you know, the Prime Minister will address a joint session of Congress. You mentioned the 70 members who have raised human rights. That, to me, is not an indication of weakness in the relationship. It's an indication of strength. The fact is that we are both imperfect democracies. And the price of democracy is eternal vigilance and working to improve it. As President Obama used to say, to make us a more perfect union, as is set forth in our Constitution. So, yes, there are problems on both sides. We have our problems in terms of racial and religious discrimination. India has theirs. These are not to be swept under the rug. And it is, to me, an indication of the depth of the friendship that both sides are able to raise these issues and work to resolve them rather than just saying, well, the enemy of my friend, he becomes my friend. If we both have the same enemy, China, then we're friends. That's not enough. The economic portion of the relationship you've described is going forward, but there's still a lot of barriers to be done. And to look at this just as sort of the culmination and everything is going to be great from here on out is not the case. The question is, what are these agreements and what is this relationship for? And I would say that that's where values come in, and the values are in fact interests of both the United States and India, and they are peace and prosperity, and not just peace and prosperity within one country or on our borders, but throughout the world. That's what a great nation does, and that's what India is.
You know, interestingly, Ed Luce of the Financial Times, you've written a piece that is very nuanced, and you seem to suggest the risk is that all things China measure produces the opposite of what Biden wants, who had said democracy and human rights will be at the center of foreign policy. And you seem to suggest that the second problem with Biden's charm offensive is that it misreads how much India also needs America. The false impression is that India has all the cards. You want to expand on that? Do you really believe that this relationship that is now operating at multiple levels is only about China?
No, I don't think it's exclusive to China. China's the most important sort of driving element, particularly with the defense industry technology transfer we're seeing, which really is unprecedented. It's quite dramatic. I think China drives that. I guess America's impatience to see India reduce its reliance on Russian military supplies is also part of that motivation. But no, I don't think China is the whole thing. I think it's extremely important for the United States to develop closer economic and people-to-people ties with what is now the largest country in the world and the fastest growing big economy in the world. India this year, and probably for the next 2 or 3 years, is going to be growing faster than China, which we've never really seen in recent decades. So all of that is rational. I think the difficulty here is that Biden has set himself a measure of his foreign policy, which is it's all about democracy versus autocracy, and human rights is at the heart of his foreign policy agenda. And under Narendra Modi, we have seen democratic backsliding in India. There is nothing the United States can do about that. And in fact, anything it's likely to say about that would probably be counterproductive. But the fact that he is giving Modi the most glittering, not just any Indian leader, but Narendra Modi, the most glittering of receptions, by far the sort of most lavish state dinner so far of Biden's presidency, is, I think, going down badly in some quarters. It clashes very directly with the value statements that Biden has set out for himself at the beginning of his term. Whether the US has as few cards in this India-US relationship that it seems to be indicating that it has is, I think, also questionable. I think that China poses a more direct and immediate threat to India than it does to the United States. India needs this defense cooperation. It needs the Quad, just as America needs the Quad, but I think India needs it more. So I think that Biden is bending over too far backwards for Modi, and I'm not sure that he needs to.
Let's now look at this from taking off from something that Ed Luce there said. India as an emerging economy, India as growing faster at the moment than China at the moment, even though China much bigger economy. Where does that, has India's time come? Arun Singh, former envoy to the United States, joins us. Mr. Singh, we are seeing these slew of deals that are being signed today between India and the United States, from jet engines to semiconductors, including transfer of critical technologies. We're seeing the kind of red carpet welcome that the Prime Minister has been given. Does this make the Biden-Modi dialogue that's taking place some ways qualitatively different from what we've seen between any two Indian and American principals in the past?
So I think the big takeaway is that this is a follow-up to the major initiative that Prime Minister Modi and President Biden had launched in May last year, which was followed by the two national security advisors in January this year. This is the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. And this partnership in artificial intelligence, quantum, semiconductors, commercialization of space, defense, it has now become the organizing framework for the relationship at this stage. So building on what was done since the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement was signed, the two countries are now poised to take the relationship to another level of technology partnerships. And that's why you're seeing now the announcement related to semiconductors. You're seeing announcements related to GE being authorized now to move ahead with doing transfer of technology and production in India. And this is something that had never happened before. In fact, in 2014, some conversation had started on this, and the US government at that stage had stopped it. But so now it is a signal that there is a growing confidence in the relationship. And as you saw in the Prime Minister's interview to one of the newspapers, he said now there is a lot of trust between the leaders of the two countries. So growing confidence, growing convergence of interest, and then therefore willing to partner at even higher levels of technology.
Can I though raise one question, Daniel Block, that, the diaspora, many believe that what we are seeing today, and we saw them all over the White House lawns cheering the Prime Minister when he was there, is that diaspora the other big change that we've seen in this visit? The real influence of that diaspora is now telling right across sectors in the United States. When you have Indian Americans who are leading various American corporations, top Indian doctors doing remarkably well across the United States, that diaspora effect also shaping the relationship?
I think the diaspora is in some ways impacting the relationship. The diaspora is obviously very powerful. It's one of the wealthiest diasporas in the United States, and it has by and large been vocally quite supportive of Modi. Having said that, at the same time, I would say that in recent years, that's been counteracted to some effect by progressive groups that are increasingly critical of the Prime Minister, are openly urging the Biden administration to take a harder line against India, or at least, as Edward Luce was saying, to praise the Modi government less. And I think it's worth noting that includes actors within the diaspora. There's a tendency to paint the Indian diaspora as a monolith. It's not. You have activist groups within the diaspora that have been protesting the Prime Minister, that are telling the Biden administration they don't want him to come at all. These are very much a minority within the diaspora, but they do have cachet and currency within the left flank of the Democratic Party. And I think they're part of why you see a couple of Congress people boycotting the Prime Minister's address, signing letters of concern. And those groups do have power within the Biden administration, at least. So to answer it in short, yes, I do think it's a part of the growing relationship and the increasingly strong relationship between India and the United States. By and large, it does support Modi, and so it is helping bolster those ties. But I think that there is pushback, and some of the broader progressive pushback within the United States matters as well. It's harder for Biden to sell kind of a message of an uninhibited, deep, and values-based relationship between India and the United States, rather than one that's just strategic. The more opposition he faces from other members of the Democratic Party, and that's a real force. It's one that comes from developments that are happening within India. I don't think that it's necessarily a sign of strength, as one of the earlier panelists put it, and I think it's worth paying attention to that as well as we think about how the Indian-United States relationship is going to shape out over the years to come.
Raj Gappa, is this about Mr. Modi or the emergence of India? Has India's time come, or has there been a convergence between India's time coming as a strong economy and the fact that you've got a strong leader who, by all accounts, as you said, America is putting their bets on, will win 2024 as well?
Yeah, I think there are multiple reasons in this particular move that America has made. And let's not forget, I think as Daniel was saying, this is a very challenging time. Apart from human rights, our relationship with Russia, the aggression that China has that is driving much of that relationship, and other, even on trade, for instance, we have really not progressed beyond a certain point with the US on that. If you recall, the US had passed, removed the GSP, as well as raised tariffs. Then we had a huge trade, almost like a trade war with the US during the Trump period, which is supposed to be the time that relations were supposed to flower. So what we are seeing is quite remarkable that these countries, particularly from the American side, that they've set aside all these to engage with India in a huge way. For India, it is, they've done a very interesting balancing act. Let's give credit to Mr. Modi and to the Ministry of External Affairs. At a time when we are at a sweet spot. We are able to keep our relations with Russia. We're not hedging all our bets or putting all our eggs into the American basket. We have still a lot in Russia. And we also understand that our relationship with China, we are the only country that has this huge border with China. We cannot afford to get into an American front because whether it's Japan, whether it's Korea, they have entered into an alliance with America that will come to their rescue. We have to defend our borders. So our game with China, I believe, though this is the driving force of what is happening, we have to play those cards well. It is a tricky game. So far we played well, but we have to watch out.
Ed Luce, is this about Mr. Modi? Is it about the emergence of India as a growing economic power?
Both. The Indians, the Indian economy, I think, was projected recently by The Economist to reach the size of America's economy by 2075. Now, that might sound like a long time away, but the passage of getting there is going to sort of be felt a lot sooner than that. So it's becoming a reality. India finally is sort of emerging as a big regional power and potentially a global power. But there has been a dramatic change in Indian politics in the last few years. And the term illiberal democracy or electoral autocracy or flawed democracy, these are bandied about quite a bit, much to the annoyance of Narendra Modi and Subramaniam Jaishankar, the foreign minister. But I think they're justified. And I think they do cause disquiet amongst those friends of India who see India's diversity, secularism, just sort of sheer natural dissenting culture to be an enormous attribute, an enormous strength in a complex, globalized, diverse, dissenting world. And that the more uniform and the more conformist Indian politics becomes, the more that actually detracts from India's greatest strength. So there are concerns about Modi in amongst the larger great hopes for India's emerging potential.
But it appears, Raymond Vickery, that those concerns have been set aside. Given the kind of warm reception that the Prime Minister has got from the US President, he's only going to be, the fourth leader to address the US joint session of the US Congress twice. The previous ones, Churchill, Mandela, Zelensky. There seems to be a sense in the United States that they are now willing to set aside some of the concerns that might have been there in the past about Prime Minister Modi's handling of so-called democratic freedoms, and they want a relationship with him and with India in the broadest possible sense.
Well, I think that the relationship between the U.S. and India is much broader than a relationship between Biden and Modi. After all, these are simply human beings. They aren't going to be on the scene forever. And it is the case that this relationship has been growing despite whoever is in the White House or who's in control of the Congress. That's the very good news. Have these concerns been set aside? I would say not set aside, but perhaps not addressed as publicly as some might like to have it happen. You know, there is such a thing as quiet diplomacy. And quiet diplomacy means dealing with your friends and your colleagues in a way that will actually produce results. You just look at what is happening today in terms of a press conference. Prime Minister Modi doesn't give press conferences in India. He is participating in one, although it has been limited in terms of the questioning. That is something which to me is progress. I think that you're going to see other ways in which there's progress. But let's be clear. This is a risk for not only the Biden administration, but for the United States, because we're placing a tremendous bet, not just on Prime Minister Modi, but on the relationship between these two nations. And this bet is premised upon economic growth, even though the United States economy is now about 8 times that of India, and on a per capita basis, about 35 times that of India. There is potential. The thing that is going on here is looking to the future and not looking backwards at the Cold War and colonial period in regard to these two great democracies.
You know, Arun Singh, therefore, how much of what we are seeing today, this warmth, is about Prime Minister Modi? How much of this is a continuum to what we've seen? As I said earlier to Nirupama Rao, some will see this as a moment that the breakthrough came with Manmohan Singh and his meetings with George Bush, the civil nuclear deal. Are we seeing the culmination today of what's happened in the last 20 years as strange democracies have rediscovered each other?
So I think, this is something that has been built by every successive president in the US and every successive prime minister in India since 2000. President Clinton started the process by visiting India in 2000, after imposing sanctions on India in 1998 after our nuclear tests. And President Bush advanced it significantly by doing the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, because that started the process of doing higher level technology partnerships with India. Then President Obama, Trump advanced it incrementally but significantly. And President Obama declared India a major defense partner, declared support for India's permanent membership of UN Security Council. Now, on the Indian side, Prime Minister Vajpayee went to the US in 2000, soon after President Clinton's visit, spoke of India and US being natural allies. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh staked the survival of his government. There was a no-confidence motion to see the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement through. And now Prime Minister Modi has taken it several steps forward. Several agreements that were stalled earlier. Logistics support agreement, communication compatibility and security agreement, agreement to share geospatial information. So many of these agreements that were stalled earlier have progressed in the tenure of Prime Minister Modi. And you'd recall in 2015, the India and US for the first time did a joint statement in terms of a joint strategic vision for the Indian Ocean and the Asia Pacific. And that has then led to working together in the framework of the Indo-Pacific, building up the Quad, and provided a greater strategic convergence to the India-US partnership. So I would say each president, each prime minister has contributed, and Prime Minister Modi has certainly significantly advanced the relationship in his tenure.
Let's just look ahead for a moment. As I said, there's going to be a joint statement between the two leaders, and then Prime Minister later tonight addresses the joint session of the Congress. Do you see any impediments at all to this relationship? You briefly spoke about, Raj Chengappa, about the need to navigate it carefully in the times in which we live. The war in Ukraine has split the world. We are in a multipolar world. Do you see any impediments going ahead, or do you believe this will be the relationship, as President Biden called it, the relationship that defines the 21st century? Is this America, in a way, doing the charm offensive, or are there impediments up ahead?
No, it's always good to be a little skeptical. And I think in this case, what we have seen is tremendous amount of trust that America has put on us, which was earlier lacking. There are areas on trade that we still don't agree with each other. We have not been able to get a trade deal, and now with President Biden saying that he would like to make, just like what President Trump said, make America great again. So a lot of the production is going to happen in America. So you do have a problem in terms of trade that you need to watch out for. The second aspect, I think, is let us look at the way the war in Ukraine is progressing and the fact that Russia is, the counter-offensive that Russia is doing. Let us not think that Russia is, on its way out of us. We still are dependent heavily on Russia. How we handle that relationship is critical, I believe. And if you take the third aspect of it, which is China. Look, you've talked of the Quad, but really has Quad, is it a military alliance or just a few things that has been happening on certain parts, but really not moved on that front? In many senses, India has to face China by itself. It cannot be part of any great American, a NATO plus. And in that, by doing this with America, we have also put China's back up. How China deals. On one side, people will say, look, we have, in many ways, in terms of our defense, farmed it out so that we have a greater choice, better bargaining power. But in dealing with China, and that's very critical, I think, if there's going to be an impediment, how we handle this particular thing forward, how we calibrate our relations with America, with Russia, and how we deal with China is going to be critical.
Because, Daniel, just before the meeting took place, or before the Prime Minister arrived in Washington, you had President Biden call the Chinese premier a dictator. It almost seemed as if United States was sort of weighing its options and putting India squarely in its larger orbit and almost signaling to China. Is that going to be, looking ahead, still a big impediment to a full-blown relationship? Because how can you deal with how can the United States afford to antagonize China beyond a point?
I think that antagonizing China in terms of the India-U.S. relationship may be, to some extent, part of the point. I don't think that the United States actively wants to antagonize China by partnering with India. But look, I think its desire to partner with India really is rooted, at least the primary driver, is trying to constrain or compete with China in some ways, even if India is never going to be a full-blown ally of any type. That said, I do want to echo the skepticism for all the reasons that were just listed. India also has its own interests. It may not want to constrain China to the same extent that the United States does. It has its own interests when it comes to China. China is one of its largest trading partners. It either was, is, or recently was its largest trading partner. So it has its own concerns there. And I would add that human rights could, as I kind of said before, constrain the United States and India's relationship going forward, including when it comes to their joint ability to compete with China. The United States wants its partners to all be stable, and I don't need to tell anybody that India has a history of communal violence. We see that horribly on display in Manipur right now. And I think that United States policymakers might be concerned that if India becomes increasingly illiberal, increasingly authoritarian, and various minority communities in the country feel increasingly isolated, and that leads to increased violence or instability, that would be a concern for the United States. And that might be one way that going forward, it would practically not want to be as closely aligned with India as it seems to want to be right now as it works to compete with China.
But one of the more fascinating aspects is the manner in which India, 20 years ago, when Vajpayee was there, all our questions to him signaled around Pakistan and Kashmir. Now it's all about trade and business. Ed Luce, that signals the remarkable shift in the last 20 years. 20 years ago, even when our Indian prime ministers went to the United States, the relationship was hyphenated with Pakistan. Now it's totally de-hyphenated. All the talk is about trade and business. Do you see any impediments going ahead?
And that's a very good observation, Rajdeep. 20 years ago, of course, we were also, from the American perspective, in the shadow of 9/11 and the fear of Islamist terrorism, etc., in which, of course, Pakistan-Afghanistan dimension played a very strong role. So we're now in a different geopolitical mindset from the American perspective. and that's about China. And China really is very much the obsession. We talk about a multipolar world, but I think really the consensus in this town, in Washington, is that we're moving into a bipolar world. Obstacles to the US-India relationship, I think, would involve, I don't see that many, to be honest. I think, the Biden administration is all in with India. And we're seeing that demonstrated very strongly today. But obstacles, I think, misreading what this strategic partnership would be. India is not going to become a formal treaty ally of the United States. The United States is used to allies like Canada and Britain and so on. And that's not going to be the kind of relationship with India. India does believe in a multipolar world. It probably will still try to maintain good relations with Russia, and doesn't necessarily even see China in the same way as the United States sees China, even though, as I said earlier, China poses more of a threat to India than it does to the United States. So there is the scope for misunderstandings there, but ultimately I think the people-to-people ties are very, very strong between India and the United States, and this relationship is destined to be strong.
Let me ask Raymond Vickery, if you were in those journalists asking, and you had a chance to ask one question to Prime Minister Modi, what would that be?
I think the question would be, what do you see as the practical way in which the values of democracy are going to be furthered by India, not just in terms of keeping China away from its borders, but in building peace and prosperity throughout the world? What practically is India going to do? If it is a great power, and I believe that it is approaching great power status, what is its vision for democracy, the rule of law, international peace and stability?
Okay. What's the one question that Raj Chengappa you would ask Joe Biden if you were there in the White House today?
One, I would like to see just how much technology transfer you're giving. We haven't really analyzed each of these things. What is the percentage of technology are really sharing on this front? And the other, well, I would say that, does he see, one of the things we've noticed about Indo-US relations, particularly US-China relations, is it keeps switching from one end to the other. Is there any possibility that we'd be left, on the high and dry as America suddenly patches up with China and a new deal that we saw happen in the Nixon period? We saw to some extent in Obama and others where a softening, and Trump also. Is that going to sort of happen in some ways? That's what the major concern is.
Either way, I think what we are seeing is the reshaping of a relationship in a manner that few would have scarcely imagined just 2 decades ago. And that, in a way, is significant. Prime Minister Modi, some would say, is at the right place at the right time. As India emerges as a major economy and the United States looks to contain China in a multipolar world. Will it be beyond that? Well, we'll wait and see how this plays out in the years ahead. But I thank all my panelists for giving us a sense of the larger picture, which is always very useful. Let's leave you with images on this day when India is the flavor of Washington. All across Washington, it was the tricolor which was being seen as the two leaders joined hands together at the White House with a large contingent of Indians in the audience. Let's leave it there. Thanks very much for watching. You stay well, stay safe. Jai Hind, Namaskar, Shubh Ratri. Expect a joint press conference in a short while from now. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The most credible ranking of India's best B schools is back in an all-new avatar, bigger and better than before. Catch the 2023 listings of MBA programs, technology companies, and the top executive courses. Don't miss the 24th edition of the Business Today Best B Schools and HR Summit on 23rd June in New Delhi.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Snail mucin, mugwort, rice, Centella asiatica are all K beauty favorites. Whether it works or not is always up for debate, but the world has really enjoyed relaxing in a Korean sheet mask to unwind, and they surely hydrate well for a Korean kind of a glass skin glow. The latest entrant, salmon sperm. K-beauty has made it a super hot commodity. In the music video for Vegas, Doja Cat is seen smearing a face with a cosmetic stick. If reports are to be believed, this product was made from salmon collagen and salmon PDRN to enhance skin elasticity.
It's really a polynucleotide, and what it does is it has an anti-inflammatory role, so it helps reduce inflammation in the skin. This is all because of the wound healing response, and so this is why it's become such a popular ingredient right now.
K-beauty, no doubt, is a cult favorite. Further enhanced by K-pop culture that is a big deal amongst Gen Z. BTS and Blackpink are all over the place, and if you notice, they emulate a certain aesthetic standard which just cannot be accidental. While the Koreans have skin that's definitely different from Indians, some basics of skincare remain standard across the board. Cleanse, tone, moisturize, and do not forget the sunblock. How simple is that?
Korean people, there are about 5 to 6 skincare routine that we follow, which start from skin, lotion, essence, cream, eye cream. So basically, little effort is required to have a flawless skin. Yeah.
To say that Koreans are too serious about their skincare would be a huge understatement. But through all their 10-step routine lies a simple philosophy. Moisturize and hydrate well. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Harwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
powered by Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan. Tata Motors, new forever. Nippon India Mutual Fund, wealth sets you free. Extra safe, Polycab Green Wire.
Thousands gathered near the White House and at the south lawns of the White House to witness history being made. There were more than 7,000 people, and for the first time, the gates of White House were opened for thousands of Indian Americans as Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a state welcome, a guard of honor at the White House with the US President Joe Biden there. Now, huge deals are likely to be signed, and this is something that is being seen as transformational in India-America relationship. How is this transformational and not transaction? During the course of the next 2 hours on this special broadcast from New Delhi and from Washington DC, we get you the latest. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines on India First. Mega Modi-Biden bilateral meeting underway at the Oval Office at the White House. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says India working shoulder to shoulder with the United States for the benefit of humankind. The US President Joe Biden rolls out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House. Biden calls ties with India the most defining relationship of the 21st century. And it's raining strategic deals in DC. India and the US to sign a mega fighter jet engine deal, semiconductor facilities to be set up in India. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, and NASA to carry out a joint manned mission into space in 2024. In other news, ahead of the mega opposition meet in Patna on Friday, discord in opposition unity. Aam Aadmi Party threatens the Congress either to back the ordinance or face boycott of the meeting. Karnataka government hikes power tariff by 30%. Protests erupt. A Bandh called. In his opening comments, Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned that he'd seen White House from outside about 3 decades ago. Today, he received a state welcome, a guard of honor at the south lawns of the White House. But he said the bigger story was that 7,000 people, for the first time ever, the gates of the White House were opened for such a large number of Indian Americans, for them to witness history. The US President Joe Biden, he's defined the India-America relationship as the most defining partnership of the 21st century. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his opening comments inside the Oval Office, specifically mentioned a statement that had been made by then Vice President Joe Biden in 2014, when he said his effort would be to ensure America becomes India's best friend. And the Prime Minister said this is exactly what is giving strength to this relationship, that Biden is India's friend, India's well-wisher. And the part of this relationship comes from the 5 million strong Indian American community, the glue that binds the two countries together. Before I get you more on the story, let's quickly cut across and listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's opening statement inside the Oval Office when the conversation started. The bilateral is currently underway.
राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिस प्रकार से आपने गर्मजोशी से मेरा और हमारे डेलीगेशन का स्वागत किया और विशेष रूप से मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, आज आपने व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार भारतीय समुदाय के लिए खोल दिए और हजारों की तादाद में भारतीय समुदाय अमेरिका भारत की भावी रणनीति के साक्षी बनने के लिए आज हमारे बीच मौजूद थे। एक्सेलेंस, आप हमेशा भारत के एक बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है आपने हमेशा भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के महात्म्य को बहुत बड़ा बल दिया है, बहुत बड़ी ताकत दी है। और मुझे याद है कि 8 साल पहले यूएस इंडिया बिजनेस काउंसिल को संबोधित करते हुए आपने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही थी और आपने कहा था, आवर गोल इज टू बिकम इंडिया बेस्ट फ्रेंड। ये आपके शब्द आज भी गूंज रहे हैं। भारत के प्रति आपकी यही व्यक्तिगत प्रतिबद्धता हमें अनेक बोल्ड और महत्वाकांक्षी कदम उठाने के लिए प्रेरित कर रही है। आज भारत अमेरिका स्पेस की ऊंचाइयों से समुद्र की गहराइयों तक, एंशियंट कल्चर से लेकर के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तक हर क्षेत्र में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। डिप्लोमेटिक दृष्टि से जब किन्हीं दो देशों के बीच संबंधों की बात की जाती है तो अक्सर औपचारिक ज्वाइंट स्टेटमेंट, वर्किंग ग्रुप्स और एमओयू उसी के दायरे में आमतौर पर बातचीत होती है। इसका अपना महत्व है ही, लेकिन भारत और अमेरिका के रिश्तों का असली इंजन हमारे मजबूत पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है और इस इंजन की एक जोश भरी दहाड़ हमने अभी बाहर व्हाइट हाउस के लॉन पर भी सुनी है। एक्सेलेंसी, जैसा आपने कहा, मैं उसे फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा, आज की तेजी से बदल रही वैश्विक स्थिति में सभी की नजर विश्व के सबसे दो बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देशों पर है, भारत और अमेरिका पर है। मेरा मानना है कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सफल होंगे। आज हमारी बातचीत में हम ऐसे ही कई मुद्दों पर बात करेंगे और अपने स्ट्रेटेजिक संबंधों को नए आयाम से जोड़ेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर आपको आपकी मित्रता के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
So not only was the red carpet rolled out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House, a lot of effort, a lot of thought has been put in on what to serve at that meal, who would the guests be, what kind of music would play. And it's being said that Dr. Jill Biden, the US First Lady, was personally involved in this planning. But the US President, Joe Biden, actually said this relationship is actually a defining moment, bending the arc of history for global good. So there is a meeting of the minds when it comes to India and the United States of America. This is a partnership that will benefit not just the people of India and the people of the United States of America, but this is to benefit humankind at large. And how? Let's listen in.
Over that past 10 years, those small steps have transformed into large progress. And today, the partnership between our countries is stronger than it's ever been. We see it in our major defense partnership, now a pillar of Indo-Pacific peace and security structure. We see it in our economic ties and efforts to promote inclusive economic growth for our people and, quite frankly, people all around the world. And we see it in our growing cooperation on a whole range of issues: space, emerging technologies, clean energy, global infrastructure. Well, thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your decision to and hosting the G20 this year. and focusing the world on the challenges that matter not just to you and I and our country, but to all of us. I look forward to discussing how we can strengthen our partnership and build a future together worthy of both our peoples, one grounded on democracy, human rights, freedom, and the rule of law. So welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda to continue to build our progress. Again, step by step, we continue to build.
So when you talk of the defense partnership, is this just about the sale of GEF 414 jet engines for the Indian Air Force or about the MQ-9B Sea Guardian unmanned combat aerial vehicles? Is this all about challenging China, or is there much more to this partnership? Because it's not just about defense, there's also space exploration, there's also critical and emerging technology cooperation, chip manufacturing, and a lot more. I bring you this report, and before I bring you this report, let's quickly cut across to Washington DC. Let's cut across to White House. India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal joins us with the latest. And Rahul, the bilateral meetings are on. There are great expectations from this meeting and from the outcomes, Rahul.
Oh, absolutely. The meeting's already run over the initial schedule, about 20 minutes late already. Where we are, just in front is where you enter for the press conference. We're told that there will be one question each, one from the American media, one from the Indian journalists, when the press conference begins, and then we'll have the joint statement which is put out, where we'll really see how these two countries have been able to bring together in text the agreements that they've reached, the kind of understanding that both countries have come to. Gaurav, I remember you had come with us in 2014 when we were here for Prime Minister Modi's visit. Yes. 2015 when he'd come to the UNGA, Madison Square Gardens, and at that time you could have said that, okay, here's a leader who's just got elected. There is a certain novelty to him coming to the US, especially since he was denied a visa. None of the popularity that we saw then seems to have diminished. In fact, it's probably already grown. These were the lawns of the Bidens where they were chanting Modi, Modi. American journalists here quite amazed, bewildered by the kind of scenes that we were seeing. One of them, in fact, told me that the last time they saw something similar, Gaurav, was when the Pope had come to the White House. That's the only time they've seen something similar to the kinds of scenes we've seen at the White House today. This, make no mistake, is history being scripted live and in front of eyes, and that's the coverage that we're bringing together in New Delhi and in Washington DC. A new chapter being written in the relationship, in the ties between India and the US. And you've tracked, Gaurav, the light combat aircraft jet engines which we've struggled with. The Kaveri engine, for various reasons on account of its weight, unwieldiness, simply wasn't able to deliver the kind of bang that the Indian Air Force wanted. Many pilots were quite unhappy with the performance of the light combat aircraft in its initial avatar. Hopefully, with this transfer of technology from GE, the GE F-414 jet engine should be able to really give the light combat aircraft the kind of airworthiness and the kind of combat capability that you'll need when you're going up against an F-16 in the case of the Pakistan Air Force, or in the case of the PLF, the Chinese Air Force. You would need the kind of technology that India is now being given access to, which it is denied so far. My big concern, I'm very curious to know what you think of this, Gaurav, is whether Hindustan Aeronautics will be able to deliver and execute on the technology that they're being given. You remember how Rafale, the manufacturers had concerns about our ability to be able to take that technology, deliver in real time, which kind of held up the contract before it became a government-to-government contract. It is what held up the contract initially because they were just not certain that HAL could deliver. Now they're getting this technology, different components of that technology. Will they then be able to assimilate it, deliver what they're being taught, and then even not just leave it where it is, but build on it and take it into the future by adding new layers of technology in the years to come, Gaurav?
Rahul, that's a very, very pertinent point that you raised there, because with that deal, of the UPA government, when it came to the Rafale, it got stuck because neither Hindustan Aeronautics Limited nor the manufacturers were willing to sign off. There was no clarity who would sign off on the final HAL manufactured Rafale jets, and it remained in limbo for an entire year. When the Modi government then took over, they then went in for a different deal, and that was precisely the reason how much of the technology can India assimilate. And I think that's one reason why in this G2G deal there is also the private sector is also likely to be roped in. You'll be in a better position to tell us the nuts and bolts of that MOU that's been signed between HAL and General Electric for the GE 414 engines. But you're absolutely right, Rahul, these engines will be a game changer for India, especially when they're manufactured in India for the Indian Air Force, Rahul. But it's not just about the fighter jet engines. There's a lot more on critical and emerging technologies, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And that's where the role of Ajit Doval, our national security advisor, and in the case of the US, Jake Sullivan, becomes very crucial. Because if these conversations were looked at purely from an external affairs or commercial, finance or industry, commerce perspective, then they're much tougher to come by. The moment there is a national security dimension, that's where Dr. Jaishankar and the Indian Ministry of External Affairs have been able to play this very smartly by giving it the national security dimension a lot, which would otherwise got held up in bureaucratic tangles here in DC, now getting expedited. And that's where ISET really has been a game changer. Not too many people know the nuances of ISET, but what I can broadly say is that it gives a framework where you're able to push through. And also, it's not just the framework, it's also the reality of the threat posed by Beijing, which makes things critical for the US as well, because you want to muscle India out militarily. If there is at all any counterbalance to Chinese hegemony in the Asian continent, it can only be in the form and shape of India. The other countries in Japan and South Korea are great friends of India, and those are relations the people of India and the governments of India will build on in the years to come, but they don't have the kind of population, the kind of might that a country like India has, especially the perpetuity value building out into the next 15-20 years, which is why it's also important for the United States at a time when it's facing these kind of challenges being posed by Beijing. It's important for the US also to ensure that India is capable of providing a security counter to China's nefarious designs in Asia and elsewhere, and in the Indo-Pacific. Gaurav.
Rahul, stay with me. Let me also introduce other guests on our broadcast. We have Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, former Kashmir Corps commander and someone who watches issues of national security and strategy very closely, joining us on the broadcast. Also with me is Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation and India Today's national affairs editor and bureau chief Abhishek Bhalla joining us on the show. But before I come to our guests, Rahul, in case you have to go for this press conference and the meet. Okay, Rahul, I'm told, has already left. He has to go back. That bilateral meeting already overshot its schedule. But General Hasnain, let me begin by asking you, okay, Rahul, I'm told, is back. Rahul, the big takeaways from this meeting, and especially when we talk of critical and emerging technologies and the deals that are happening, especially in space, a manned mission to space by 2024, Rahul, that would be big. Okay, I'll try and reestablish that link, but General Hasnain, is China the glue that brings India and America together, or is China one aspect? There is much more that bring the two countries together, sir.
Thank you, first of all, Gaurav. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be on your show. If you had asked me this question 5 years ago, I may have dilly-dallied, I may have spoken in the gray zone, but today when you ask me this question, I speak in the positive. Ever since the events of 2020 April, there is an element of greater seriousness. In fact, I would take this back even to Doklam 2017. There is a level of seriousness that China's intent against India seems to have arrived, the actual intent against India. And that is to browbeat India, show it as if it is in the second place in Asia and in the international environment. And that if it decides to join the other forces led by the United States, then India would cut a sorry figure somewhere. Now, that kind of an attitude which it adopted obviously led India to start taking its threats much more seriously, despite the fact that we doubled our trade to $125 billion, much of it in favor of China. But despite that, we know that this is a two-track kind of a thing which is going on. On one side, a trade which is progressing, and the other side, China trying to make sure that India does not emerge as a competitive neighbor. They're trying to browbeat India on the border, trying to second case it, and also to try and impact its strategic confidence. All this, when you see together, you see that India, the emerging Indo-US relation today, is one of the major triggers for this, has been the cascade of events from April 2020 right till 2022-23.
So if China wanted to browbeat India, Sushant Sareen, clearly China appears to have failed, because India is actually, as is argued, looks for an opportunity in an adversity. Aapada mein afsar, and getting the GE414 engines or the Sea Guardian drones, or space technology, critical and emerging technologies, semiconductors being made in India, all of this is actually disadvantaged China.
Yeah, but Gaurav, I would say that the relations between India and the US have been a work in progress over the last almost 30 years, even before China became as big a threat for the United States as the United States perceives it to be now. Much before that, at a time when the US actually believed that the Chinese will become a kind of a mirror image of the United States, that they will become something very different from what they are. Even when the US had romantic notions about China, even at that point of time, our relations with the United States had started growing. But I think now the Chinese have done us a favor by lending greater urgency to the US-India partnership. I think we must thank Xi Jinping for what he has done. His belligerence, his bullying countries, his expansionism, all of that, I think, has been a shot in the arm for India-US relations. And these relations are going forward. Now, clearly the Chinese have ruffled a lot of feathers. You would remember when Quad first came into existence, which was it was being spoken about almost 15 years back, there wasn't much interest, neither in Japan nor in Australia. Even India and the US were somewhat lukewarm towards it. Look at Quad today. Look at the number of areas in which cooperation is growing between the two countries. It's not just defense and technology issues. It's a whole range of other issues, including supply chains, including many new frontier technologies, including things like cooperation in infrastructure development, in this whole concept of global south and how to bring it up. So when you look at the sheer breadth of the relationship between India and US, or India and United States and its allies, I think it's a completely different world today than what it was maybe 10 years back or even 5 years back.
And perhaps,
we need to look at it from that point of view.
Yes, Abhishek, there is realization in the United States, India perhaps is the only country in the world that's standing up to China, and how, whether it was Doklam in 2017 or Galwan in 2020, and it continues. India refuses to buckle under Chinese pressure, and that is why India has to be strengthened in American national interest.
Well, definitely, Gaurav, there are a lot of strategic interests when it comes to whatever we are seeing between the two countries, and how several deals have been signed up. A lot of thrust on defense that we've already discussed here. Also on high-tech new systems, semiconductors. All these are strategic, deals. It's not just trade between two countries.
Yes.
So that's something that China, that the US is looking very closely at when they want to enhance cooperation with India. And one thing is very noteworthy, Gaurav. Since the tussle in Ladakh, LAC, not just China, particularly LAC, has found
a lot of references in official US discourse. Time and again, we've seen Department of Defense reports of America that have mentioned aggressive maneuvering by China, particularly at the line of actual control, references to Ladakh, the expanding villages that they have across the LAC. And in fact, recently there is a senatorial committee report of Foreign Affairs that condemns these kind of Chinese aggression at the line of actual control. So very clearly, whatever developments have happened at the line of actual control, US believes they can be, exploited to enhance this cooperation that US is now seeking with India.
Shift supply chains either out of China or at least have additional supply chains so that China cannot hold the world to ransom like it did post-COVID in 2020. That appears to be one of the key result areas, and India is the best India is not just the best place with a young population, with an educated English-speaking population, but a government that says they're ready for all these businesses to shift out of China or at least have additional businesses in India. So during the second leg, this is the Washington DC leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit, he's met prominent tech czars in DC. He's held detailed conversations about how Indian interests, American interests, and interests of democracies can actually be aligned to ensure that the global supply chain is not disrupted again.
Intimate dinner. Key bilateral meet. Technological collaborations and big-ticket tech talks. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US is high on substance. A visit that offers an opportunity to the United States to strengthen its economic and security cooperation with India. Ahead of the intimate dinner with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, Modi met leading tech czars in Washington, D.C. In a series of high-profile back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister Modi met Gary E. Dickerson, the president and CEO of semiconductor giant Applied Materials, inviting his company to boost the chip-making ecosystem in India.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Amid jet engine deal buzz, PM Modi met the chairman and CEO of General Electric, H. Lawrence Culp Jr. GE is likely to sign a pact with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to manufacture jet engines in India. Prime Minister Modi also met Sanjay Mehrotra, the president and CEO of American chipmaker Micron Technology. During the meeting, Modi invited Micron Technology to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India.
Modi had earlier met Tesla chief and Twitter owner Elon Musk, who described himself as a Modi fan and expressed willing to invest in India.
He really wants to do the right thing for India. He wants to be open, he wants to be supportive of new companies, and obviously, but at the same time, make sure it accrues to India's advantage, which is, obviously that's the job. I'm saying I am a fan of Modi, so I have to say that.
Modi's active wooing of global businesses of the future can potentially redefine business ties with the US. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kanwal in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
So we have some details of what all is likely to happen. Information that's just coming in. There is to be an agreement on semiconductors. So there's chip manufacturing in India, and this is huge with Micron Tech. It's a joint investment of close to $2.7 billion. That's the information that's coming in. There's a testing plant that's likely to be set up in Gujarat. Then the MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones. The deal is likely to be announced by the Prime Minister and the US President together. The Americans are describing it as a trailblazing deal. That is the GE-414 engines. There's also a conversation about US Navy ships being repaired in India, and this Artemis Accord on space exploration, a joint mission to the International Space Station. General Hasnain, when you look at the length and breadth of the kind of agreements that are likely to happen, this isn't just restricted to defense and strategy. This is actually science, technology, people to people, in terms of American professors coming to teach in Indian universities and more Indian students studying in the United States of America, sir.
No doubt, Gaurav. This is absolutely mind-boggling, because the list you just read out completely would also demand a tremendous backup of human resources. If I can recall, the route which China took from 1978, where they gave a tremendous priority to technical education alongside the infusion of the induction of technology. This is the same methodology which is being looked at here, and we will need a tremendous amount of human resources if we have to take all these deals forward. I would like to always caution ourselves, the strategic community in India, that while we get excited by all this, we must recall that there have been times in the past when we have signed great deals, but we have not been able to exploit them and take them to their natural conclusion. The nuclear deal, for example, the nuclear suppliers deal, for example, was something which did not become the transformational deal that we were expecting at that particular time. But this is very, very exciting. There's no doubt about it. These are the first time you find actual trust. This is the actual manifestation of the political, the international, the geopolitical trust that must emerge between India and the United States if they are to become strategic partners to counter the rise of China.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right, sir. In fact, now there's breaking news coming in. The news that's just coming in from Washington, D.C. is that the restricted bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the U.S. President Joe Biden is over. The U.S. President is now participating in an expanded bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the delegation. And some of the members of the delegation, as far as the U.S. delegation is concerned, is Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, Lloyd Austin, Secretary Defense, Gina Raimondo, Secretary Commerce, there's Energy Secretary, there's of course Jake Sullivan, Assistant to the President on National Security Affairs, Eric Garcetti is America's ambassador, the American ambassador to India. Let me also tell you more about the Indian side that's participating in this information that's coming in right now. Dr. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, Foreign Secretary, Taranjit Singh Sandhu, Ambassador to the United States of America, and other names of the Indian delegation in this bilateral meeting. Much more on the story. Rahul Kanwal in conversation with Ro Khanna, because now the focus will shift on to the Prime Minister's address at the US Congress. Of course, there is a lot of deals to be announced before that, but let's listen in to Rahul Kanwal.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to one of the biggest friends of India here in the United States. Congressman Ro Khanna now joins us. We're right outside the White House, where at the Oval Office, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with American President Joe Biden, and amongst the movers and shakers working behind the scenes to make this visit possible and to make it the kind of success that it's been is the man who's now with us live on India Today News Track. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the kind of effort that you've made in trying to build the relationship between India and the US. As somebody who's played such an important role in this visit by the Indian Prime Minister, could you begin by giving us your sense of what you think is the biggest takeaway from Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US?
Well, first of all, welcome to the United States. It was extraordinary to see almost 3,000 people on the White House lawn. And of course, the galleries are going to be packed, as is the House, when the Prime Minister comes and addresses the United States Congress later today. I believe the enthusiasm for the relationship is grounded on common interests and common values, a defense interest to make sure that China doesn't emerge as a hegemon in Asia or threaten the sovereignty of nations, an interest in solving climate and solving scientific issues together, and an interest economically in partnering to make sure that our workers and our companies succeed.
I was seeing that in California, you've been facing some pushback on account of the role that you've played in trying to build the India-America relationship. Do you want to talk a bit about that, this criticism that's being flung the way of President Biden, and how he's been able to, leave what the naysayers are saying on the side and really focus on what can be done to take the India-America relationship to the next level?
Well, I have faced criticism for helping play a role in inviting the Prime Minister to address Congress. But I have the same philosophy as President Obama, which is that you talk to leaders, especially of allies, and no country agrees with everything. Of course, it's important to respect human rights, and it's important for India's own cohesion to embrace pluralism, and that is part of a conversation with India. But to have that conversation, you have to engage with the leaders and respect the leaders, and that is what this is about. So I don't think that the criticism is justified.
Also, the fact that there's been so much component around transfer of technology in sensitive areas from the United States to India. What do you think has allowed for this to happen? Is it the common threat that both Washington and New Delhi see in Beijing, which is allowing for things like the purchase of the GE 414 jet engines to go through with a component of transfer of technology, which otherwise would have been very difficult to make happen?
Well, some of us have been leading for years to have India treated as a non-NATO major partner. I've been working with Senator Warner and going to be introducing that again. I think those efforts have paid off, as is this administration, where we're getting the jet engine deal done, where India now has access to the latest technology. And India is recognizing that the Russian equipment doesn't work. So they also are more incentivized to build the relationship with the United States.
Well, it's not just the view of the Biden administration, because we've seen with the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal with Australia got caught up in congressional approvals. Now that the administration has given its consent for the purchase of the GE jet engines, do you think that there will be adequate bipartisan support on the transfer of high-end technology to India, or do you think that could get stuck in Washington's long and laborious political process?
Well, as co-chair of the India caucus, I will be working hard to make sure that it doesn't get bogged down in the congressional process. This is also why I'm introducing with Senator Warner the resolution to treat India not just as a strategic trade partner, which it is, but as a non-NATO defense partner off the rank of Japan or in Australia. But I think people in the Congress get it. They understand that we need this defense partnership, that it is critical for India's own border security, and it helps American interests. It helps our ability to gather intelligence in Asia. It helps our ability to make sure no country emerges as a hegemon in Asia. It helps us to diversify our economic interests, not to be dependent solely on China for our manufacturing, but to have a more diversified Asian hub.
Where next to? India and the United States have made substantial progress in deepening their ties during Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US. What do you see as being the next part of this continuing journey?
Well, I think this is going to be critical. I'm hopeful that members of Congress then will, of course, visit India. India will be hosting the G20. The president, I hope, will go there, and cabinet members will continue to go there. The people relationship is so important. We need to have more scientific research together. We need to work and have better economic ties that are actually benefiting the United States, because unlike China, we don't have a massive trade deficit with India. India is buying things from the United States. That's creating jobs in the United States. So I hope we can strengthen that, continue to strengthen the defense ties.
Congressman Khanna, for joining us on this broadcast as we broadcast live from inside the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you've done towards building this relationship, and we look forward to seeing where things go from here. Thank you for taking out time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the United States is very clear. Cannot bank on China, cannot let China continue to take the world for a ride like China did post-COVID 2020, diversify supply chains. Now that's advantage India. We're looking at these images, live images that are coming in from the White House. This is where the press conference or the statements will be made both by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden. Agreements will be exchanged after this bilateral, this extended bilateral that is currently on, and I believe a couple of questions will be taken. But Sushant Sareen, you heard Ro Khanna there, and the United States appears to be very clear. China is the problem. You don't want a hegemon in this area, and China is not just a threat for India. Sushant Sareen, we've been saying this all along. The Americans finally seem to have realized this, that China is a threat not just for India, but for the entire democratic free world. And if not checked now, it will threaten America in a very big way in the coming decades.
Gaurav, to be fair to the Americans, they were not the only ones who were taken in by the Chinese. I think we too fell for, this whole nonsense of the peaceful rise of China. And even though we had our concerns with, what the Chinese were doing, the growing Chinese power, but I think somewhere along the line, there was a sense in India that, everything will remain hunky-dory between the two countries. Nobody, or at least the Chinese, will not push things over the edge, which clearly they have done. They have been pressing us consistently over the last 20-25 years. What their strategy against us has been that they catch us in these petty little things. This Sajid Mir holding on to the designation of terrorist or a couple of other stuff like this, and then they will give in after some time, but in return they'll try and look for something bigger. So I think it is important for us to not get caught up into this nonsense which the Chinese are trying to foist on us. Number one. Number two, I personally think that we cannot and we should not try and match the Chinese gun for gun, tank for tank, missile for missile. I think we need to rethink how we are going to stop the Chinese, how we are going to counter them. And I think we have some very smart people in the military who can do it. But having said that, a closer partnership with the Americans, I think, is something which really works very well for us as well as for the Americans. Does that mean that we are going to open a second front in the case the Chinese open a front somewhere else against the Americans? I don't think we've reached that stage yet.
Okay.
We might in the future. But I think for now, the fact that if we are able to, what General Hasnain was also saying, and I think that is something which people need to take very seriously. You know, in the old days, Rahul, I don't remember if you knew that old hockey rule that there used to be a D, and the Indian players were very adept at taking the ball up to the D, but never being able to convert it into a goal. You know, the same thing is happening in many of the, economic deals which we are striking, many of the investments that we are trying to attract. We take the ball into the D, and at the last minute we falter. General Hasnain gave the example of the nuclear deal. I could give you many others. And I think we need to really raise up our act so that we can actually become the very attractive investment destination which we are, which is something which will give us technology, not because we are going to negotiate for it, but in the natural course of things. You know, this constant refrain which we have, transfer us the technology, that's nonsense. We should not even be looking for it. We will develop the technology once our people get trained. You know, when these investments come in, people start working on it. We have bright people. They will develop our own technologies.
Sure.
You know,
but isn't that the effort?
Experience.
Isn't that the effort right now? Take what you get, Abhishek. And when it comes to China, Abhishek, clearly Pakistan is no longer a threat for us. And if you notice, nobody is talking about Pakistan because I think post Balakot, Abhishek, there's a realization the only weapon Pakistan had in its arsenal was terror, and India knows how to punish that terror. That punishment, that gap that we've had with China, I think that desperation is to reduce that gap to be able to ensure that China does not do any more salami slicing of our territory.
Gaurav, in the last few years, there are very few stories of big shows that we've done focusing on Pakistan, isn't it? Our focus has been China in our newsroom, and a very similar thing has been seen when it comes to your military leadership, your political leadership. Pakistan is almost off the discourse, as you said now. The reason for that is what China has been up to, not just in Ladakh since 2020, but we had Doklam before that, and 2013 Depsang.
Yes.
And it's the Depsang ghost that is still bothering you now, because whenever you talk to them and you say that you need to leave Depsang, retreat from here, China just goes into a dilly-dallying mode and says this is a legacy issue and things like that. So intentions are very clear, and every aspect of India's security strategy now begins with how we need to deal with China, which wasn't the case a little earlier.
That's the immediate threat. That's the immediate threat, General Hasnain. Closing this gap. There was a huge gap between India and China when it came to defense. As you know better, you've served so extensively along the line of actual control. But with these GE-414 engines or the MQ-9 Sea Guardian drones for ISR or over-the-horizon intelligence gathering, how much of the gap are we closing in terms of, one, intelligence sharing with America, two, getting anti-submarine warfare equipment? What more do we need to do with America, with other democracies to ensure that we are stronger to take on China's salami slicing?
See, Gaurav, this can't be a one-time affair. Whenever you're doing transformation, particularly, it has to be a progressive thing which must take place over generation or 2 generations at least. This is how the United States developed it. After 1990, after the Gulf War, all the lessons learned from the Gulf War, the United Nations carried out its own transformation. The Indian transformation should have taken off in 2004, 2005, got delayed by a couple of years, 10, 11 years almost. So today, I'm looking at the deals that we are talking about just now primarily as triggers. And there's no doubt that if they substantially reach the stages of finalization, and finally you find in about 2 years or 3 years all this technology coming in, many of them off the shelf, being able to be able to purchase them, definitely is going to close the gap. But as someone very clearly and correctly said, let's not chase parity. Let's try reducing and diluting asymmetry. That is the principle. The concept should be to try and dilute the asymmetry so that our levels of deterrence, what is dissuasion today, must rise to deterrence tomorrow.
We must be able to train our human resource capabilities all along the northern borders too at the same time. There are vulnerabilities galore all over. It's not that 5 or 6 deals are going to close down all these vulnerabilities. This has to be a progressive thing, and I think a very good direction has been taken by this visit.
Okay, I want to once again cut across to White House and show you those images of that press conference room. We see some movement happening there. Officials are slowly coming in, and journalists have been asked to take their seat, to take their places. Officials are already in a moment from now. The moment delegates come in, then you know that that press conference or that statement will be there any moment. So let's take a quick break. I'll leave you with these images. A quick break. Back with lots more. Stay with us here on India Today.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe and get freebies worth 2,700 from your favorite brands.
There was one person among thousands that joined Prime Minister Modi for the Yoga Day celebrations in New York who stood out. It was Hollywood actor Richard Gere. The 73-year-old, who's best known for playing Edward Lewis in Julia Roberts' star A Pretty Woman.
Do you do yoga ordinarily as part of your life?
No, I have done it. I'm more of a Tai Chi person than a yoga person, but physical yoga. But mental yoga, yes, absolutely.
He may be into Tai Chi, but Gere was right next to Prime Minister Modi at the UN headquarters lawns, chanting Om and performing every asana. After the celebrations, he hailed the Prime Minister's message of universal brotherhood.
He's a product of Indian culture. Comes from a vast place, as Indian culture does. And this sense of universal brotherhood and sisterhood is, of course, a message we always want to hear over and over again.
The symbolism of Richard Gere's presence at the Yoga Day celebrations isn't lost on anyone. He's a follower of the Dalai Lama and has fought for the cause of Tibet for years. Just months ago, he voiced outrage, accusing China of cruelty, collective violence and persecution of the Tibetan people. His film Red Corner, where he played an American lawyer trapped in a corrupt Chinese legal system, also ran into trouble with the communist regime. But that didn't stop Gere from condemning China's occupation of Tibet, horrendous human rights situation at the 1993 Oscars. Gere has said that he lost out on plush Hollywood assignments for his anti-China stance. His presence next to Prime Minister Modi is not just a sign of growing India-US ties, but also a clear message aimed at China. Bureau Report, India Today.
While some of the drivers and conductors of Haryana roadways are infamous for their arrogance, Sukhbir Chotiwala is a pleasant aberration. Sukhbir, who hails from Rithal village of Rohtak, works as an operator of Haryana roadways. Working since 2017, Sukhbir makes sure his passengers are comfortable. In the scorching heat, Sukhbir serves water to all the passengers from his salary.
मेरी ड्यूटी जयपुर रूट पे लगी थी, सोनीपत से जयपुर। तो उस टाइम बहुत गर्मी थी, तो मैंने वहाँ देखा सवारी बच्चे पानी के लिए गर्मी में बहुत बुरा हाल था जी। तो मैंने सोचा ड्यूटी के साथ साथ क्यों ना थोड़ा ये धर्म पुण्य का काम भी हो जाए, और उसी दिन से आते मैंने 4 कैंपर खरीदे और अगले दिन मैं कैंपर ही ले गया रूट पे, और ये जल की सेवा फिर वहीं से शुरू की जी मैंने।
Sukhbir's selfless act has impressed Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, who praised Sukhbir in a tweet and invited him to Chandigarh to felicitate him. No wonder Sukhbir's bus is a favorite among passengers amid the prevailing heat wave condition. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 23 degrees.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
US President Joe Biden has rolled out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to the United States of America. There are two images on your television screen. One of that conversation at the Oval Office at the White House. The second, all eyes on that all-important statement being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden on the agreements that India and America have arrived at. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's news director, Rahul Kanwal, getting us the latest from the White House through this conversation. And Rahul, you're there at that press conference. How soon does it start? What are we expecting?
Hi, Gaurav. This bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American President Joe Biden has gone on for a lot longer than had originally been slotted. It turned into an extended bilateral later, where the President of the United States was joined by the likes of Jake Sullivan, his National Security Advisor, Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, Eric Garcetti, America's ambassador to India. And the Indian side had Dr. Ceremonial Jaishankar, ex-son Vice Minister, and Ajit Doval, a National Security Advisor. I want to give you a sense of context in terms of where we are. This is the East Room inside the White House, where the press briefing will be held. We're told that there'll be one question each from the Indian and American delegation of journalists that are here. I'll just raise the camera a bit so you have some context in terms of where we are just at this moment, Gaurav. So here's all the other journalists who are currently waiting for this press conference to start. This has been, we saw the kind of body language that there was inside the Oval Office when the Indian Prime Minister was meeting with the American President, and it seemed that they built a certain level of economy, which was quite remarkable. Some of the atmospherics marred by the comments made by Barack Obama, which generated some chatter, coming as they do on a day when Joe Biden was doing this big foreign policy outreach with the Indian government. And that, as you know, Gaurav, you've tracked external affairs for so long. Okay, I see Eric Garcetti and everybody else just walk in. Let me just turn the camera around. There you go. America's ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, and the others just walking in. The bilateral meeting now very clearly over. In a short while from now, the Indian Prime Minister and Dr. Jaishankar. Okay, I see Dr. Jaishankar walking in right now. Kunal, that's our external affairs minister. Right behind him, Gaurav, Vinay Kwatra, who's our foreign secretary, officials from the Prime Minister's office walking in as well through the East Room, where this briefing will start in a short while from now. That's Vinay Kwatra, foreign secretary. The meeting's now over, and I see SPG chief walking. I see Ajit Doval, our national security advisor, walking in. There's also Karanjit Singh, India's ambassador here to the United States. So all these officials are now coming in, and in a few moments from now, a big press conference with India's Prime Minister and American President. I see the teleprompter on one side, so I suppose that's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be, and then on the other side will be America's President Joe Biden. So all the officials from the Ministry of External Affairs and from the Ministry of External Affairs and from the Biden administration now working in the extended bilateral very clearly now over, and preparation is currently on, Gaurav, for that press conference to start moments from now. Gaurav?
Rahul, very interesting. I mean, because of your mobile phone camera, it's almost as if all of us, including the India Today viewers, we are all there in the East Wing of White House, watching this, sitting there live. It's amazing. You've been speaking to your sources throughout the day, and I believe there's some forward movement, Rahul, on the MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones. There's forward movement on Micron Technologies setting up a chip making and testing plant, I believe, in Gujarat. So there's lots of forward movement, not just in defense, but in multiple fields.
Absolutely, Gaurav. This is the real substance of this bilateral between India and the United States. It's not so much the songs, the revelry, the people-to-people ties. This is the muscle, this is the meat of this conversation. So I want to show you just what's happening right in front of me. Dr. Jaishankar, Karanjit Singh Sandhu, our External Affairs Minister, and the others, they're waiting now for this briefing to get started within minutes from now. And you were speaking about technology. Truly is remarkable that earlier we would just be sitting around waiting for this press conference to start. Now, I think if it's slightly silence, it's not too loud for everybody else, but we can actually be broadcasting live, and therefore vicariously bring you into the East Room as well.
Absolutely amazing. And the optics through the day, Rahul, as we look at these optics and we wait for the outcome, what's been the buzz in Washington, D.C. about the optics and in the Indian camp? Any response whatsoever, any reaction to what Barack Obama said in that interview?
I did hear some reactions, but those were some very junior officials in the Indian government. I don't want to really quote what they're saying, because they're actually speaking for themselves on a more structured, formal basis. I haven't had an opportunity, because the people we could ask are the ones right in front of me. I mean, they're literally a couple of feet away. I see the Indian External Affairs Minister, the Indian Ambassador here in the US. All these are the people who you could ask. But then they were in that bilateral meeting, and therefore we haven't had an opportunity to ask them. But of course, it does mark the atmospherics to some extent, where there can be no taking away from that. And also remember, you've tracked diplomacy for so long. It's highly unusual for a past president, at a time when another head of state is in the country, to make a comment like this. It's not common at all, Gaurav.
You're absolutely
When you
right.
just
Yeah.
step back, it's like some of the people here who are currently part of the Biden administration were wondering whether this is in some way Obama trying to mar the pitch for Joe Biden, as it were, because this is his big bet. Remember, apart from whatever India may want, America has made a big bet on India. And that's also a reality. So this is a big moment for Joe Biden. And in that, for a past president to come out on a matter of foreign policy and then just make this kind of a comment is very, very unusual. It's definitely not what you'd expect from a former president. Obama, before this, has largely been quite mindful of protocol, of procedure, and therefore, in that context, to have him make a series of comments around the democratic backsliding in India at this particular time, those are his opinions. We're a democratic country. Anybody can have any opinion they wish, and there can be no quarrel with that. But the timing is quite awkward. And some of the junior officials I was speaking to, just as we were waiting for the bilateral talk to you, they were wondering whether this is Obama trying to mar or clear the pitch for his former vice president.
You're absolutely right on that, Rahul, in that thought, because I mean, just come to think of it, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 9th year as Prime Minister of India, elections in 2024, and Joe Biden is in a way pulling all stops to give such a royal reception to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The impression very clearly is, in the American scheme of things, Prime Minister Narendra Modi or his government stand a good chance in 2024. They're investing so much in this relationship at this stage, Rahul.
I'm sure all governments have their calculations, but I don't think it's just linked to the election scandal. It goes much beyond that. In the way that this relationship between India and the United States has shaped up over the past 2.5 decades, there's been a continuum beyond any particular government being in power, whether it's on the Republican side here in Washington or on the Democrat side in Washington, or whether it's the UPA government or the NDA government. Of course, a personality like Prime Minister Modi and the country may be able to speed things up. Even the civil and nuclear deal under Dr. Manmohan Singh was unmistakably a major achievement. This is really much bigger and much more significant and far more institutional than being delivered, than being dependent on any one individual or any one particular circumstance for it.
You're absolutely right. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also said, they're moving beyond this. The government has said moving beyond that hesitation of history and truly embracing the India-America relationship, taking it to the next level. Now, the nuts and bolts of taking it to that next level, Rahul, will be known moments from now at this briefing.
Yeah, right in front of me. It's very interesting that we're sitting right behind Dr. Jaishankar and Ajit Doval. A lot said about their equation back home. The National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister, very different in their approaches, very different in their academics and upbringing and their outlook, but united in purpose, united in trying to make India more secure, a bigger player at the international level, and that's the game that's the vision that both of them have, and very trusted lieutenants of the Indian Prime Minister. And just right next to Ajit Doval, the man in the saffron plumbing is Taranjit Singh Sandhu. He's India's ambassador to the United States. He's been here in multiple capacities over the past few decades. He was a junior official at the United Nations office in New York. He's been in charge of the Congress here. He's been deputy chief of mission, and now as ambassador. So it's a big moment for him. Some of these announcements which have been made for him really do add more muscle. See, otherwise it's a lot of talk, songs, the dancing. Those are talks. The things like the initiative on critical and emerging technology. Those are the real deliverables which both countries seem to have worked on, and both countries have made possible for each other, and especially the United States at this time when its relations with Beijing have been getting worse. Making these allowances and really helping press the accelerator on the ties between India and the United States.
You're absolutely right. And, for the benefit of our viewers, you will hear it officially moments from now as we look at these images. Both sides, the delegations, the delegates are now sitting, waiting for... And there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Barack Obama, US President Joe Biden are entering this conference.
Well, good afternoon. Prime Minister and I have just finished a very productive meeting. And Prime Minister, I know you've got to go to the job. Please be seated. Thank you. And to address the joint session of Congress. It's a testament to the strong and enduring and thoroughly bipartisan support that exists all across the United States for the friendship and partnership between India and the United States that they're anxiously waiting to hear you up on Capitol Hill. A partnership that is among the most consequential in the world, that is stronger, closer, and more dynamic than any time in history. Mr. Prime Minister, we've met many times over the past few years, most recently in Hiroshima at the G7 summit, and each time I was struck by our ability to find new areas of cooperation. Together, we're unlocking the shared future of what I believe to be unlimited potential. And with this visit, we're demonstrating once more how India and the United States are collaborating on nearly every human endeavor and delivering progress across the board. From designing new ways to diagnose and treat illnesses like cancer and diabetes, to collaborating on human spaceflight, including sending an Indian astronaut to the International Space Station in 2024, to accelerating the global clean energy transition and tackling the climate crisis we face, to harnessing our shared expertise on critical and emerging technologies like quantum computing and artificial intelligence, to ensuring they are not used as tools of misinformation and oppression. We are doubling down on our cooperation to secure our semiconductor supply chains, advancing Open RAN telecommunications networks, and growing our major defense partnership with more joint exercises, more cooperation between our defense industries, and more consultation and coordination across all domains. Our economic relationship is booming. Trade between our countries has almost doubled over the past decade to more than $191 billion, supporting tens of thousands of good jobs in both India and the United States. Add to that, 1 million American jobs across 44 states will be supported by the purchase of more than 200 American-made Boeing aircraft by that Air India is announcing earlier this year. And with this visit, Indian firms are announcing more than $2 billion in new investments in manufacturing, solar in Colorado, steel in Ohio, and optic fiber in South Carolina, and much more. Further proof that America's manufacturing is back. We're expanding educational exchanges for our students, building on the record 125,000 student visas for Indians to study in the United States we issued last year, and opening new consulates that's going to make it easier for our people to travel, work, and collaborate together. On the issues that matter most and that will define the future, our nations look to one another, including on critical regional and global issues. And today, we also talked about our shared efforts to mitigate the humanitarian tragedies unleashed by Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and to defend the core principles of the UN Charter's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We discussed our work through the Quad and how India and the United States, together with Australia and Japan, can ensure the vital Indo-Pacific region remains free, open, prosperous, and secure. Through our new I2U2 grouping with Israel and the UAE, we're building regional connections to the Middle East and spurring science-based solutions to global challenges like food security and clean energy. And this year, under India's leadership of the G20, we're putting sustainable development at the center of the agenda. We're delivering meaningful action on low and middle-income nations, including multilateral development bank reform, debt relief, and building resilient and equitable health systems. The bottom line is simple. We want people everywhere to have the opportunity to live in dignity. And let me close with this. Indians and Americans are both peoples who innovate and create, turn obstacles into opportunities, who find strength in community and family, and who cherish freedom and celebrate the democratic values of universal human rights which face challenges around the world and in each of our countries, but which remain so vital to the success of each of our nations. Press freedom, religious freedom, tolerance, diversity. India now has the most populous country, is now the most populous country in the world. It's a democracy. We understand that it is the brilliance and the backbone of our people, as diverse and talents and traditions that make us strong as a nation. It's democracies that do that. We see that so clearly here in the United States, where a vibrant Indian American community of more than 4 million strong contributes every single day to the writing of the future of our nation. Indian Americans of every background and faith, representing the full diversity of India, are pursuing their American dream while maintaining deep connections for their Indian heritage and families. That makes us all stronger. That is a cornerstone of this essential partnership between India and the United States. And that is why I know the friendship between our nations is only going to grow as we face the future together. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency,
Your Excellency, President Biden,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries, friends from the media, Namaskar.
सबसे पहले मैं
First of all, I thank President Biden for his warm words and for his positive views on India-America relations. Friends, today is a day that has special importance in the history of India-America relations. Our discussions today and the important decisions we have taken have added
भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। संक्षेप में कहूं तो भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए इवन स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। भारतीय मूल के 40 लाख से भी ज्यादा लोग आज अमेरिका की प्रगति में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। आज सुबह व्हाइट हाउस में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय लोगों की उपस्थिति इस बात का प्रमाण है कि इंडियन अमेरिकन्स हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। इन संबंधों को और गहरा करने के लिए हम अमेरिका द्वारा बेंगलुरु और अहमदाबाद में कॉन्सुलेट्स खोलने के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं। उसी तरह सिएटल में भारत का नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर चर्चा की। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति और सुरक्षा यह हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। हम एकमत है कि इस क्षेत्र का विकास और सफलता पूरे विश्व के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। हमने क्वाड पार्टनरशिप के साथ मिलकर इस क्षेत्र के सभी देशों के साथ अपना समन्वय बढ़ाने पर विचार साझा किए। आतंकवाद और कट्टरवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से ग्लोबल साउथ के देश विशेष रूप से पीड़ित हुए हैं। हमारा मत है कि इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए सभी देशों का एकजुट होना अनिवार्य है। यूक्रेन के घटनाक्रम के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से इस विवाद को सुलझाने पर जोर दिया है। हम शांति की बहाली के लिए हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता में हम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर उस पर बल दे रहे हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को आवाज दे रहे हैं। मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अफ्रीका को G20 का पूर्ण सदस्य बनाने के मेरे प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन जताया है। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे सभी साझे प्रयासों का मूल मंत्र है लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त करना। विश्व के दो सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत और अमेरिका मिलकर विश्व शांति, स्थिरता, समृद्धि में महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग दे सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन मूल्यों के आधार पर हम दोनों देशों के लोगों की ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकेंगे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, आज की उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। इस वर्ष G20 समिट के दौरान आपका भारत में स्वागत करने के लिए भारत और मैं स्वयं भी बहुत ही उत्सुक है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने कहा, हम लोगों को मुझे जाना है बाद में कांग्रेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए, और इसलिए ज्यादा अधिक समय न लेते हुए मैं मेरी बात को विराम देता हूं। मैं फिर एक बार राष्ट्रपति का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Well, the Congress is actually waiting to, and anxiously waiting to hear you. I'm told there are two questioners, Sabrina from the Wall Street Journal and Kumar from the Trust of India. And Sabrina, you first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first a two-part question for you. Your comments at a fundraiser this week appear to be the first time in recent memory that a sitting U.S. president has called a Chinese leader a dictator. Did those comments about President Xi undermine or complicate the progress your administration has made in maintaining a relationship with China? And secondly, on India, as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who say that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and crackdown on dissent in Prime Minister Modi's country?
The answer to your first question is no. When we're talking to our allies and partners around the world, including India, we let the idea of my choosing and avoiding saying what I think is the facts with regard to the relationship with India, with China, is just not something I'm going to change very much. I think I believe that, and I've said this for some time, that the hysteria about the relationship with China is collapsing and moving, et cetera, et cetera. We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But the Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence. And what was your second question?
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
I'm actually really surprised that people say so and so. People don't say it. Indeed, India is a democracy. And as President Biden also mentioned, India and America, both countries, democracy is in our DNA. Democracy is our spirit. Democracy runs in our veins. We live democracy. And our ancestors have actually put words to this concept, and that is in the form of our Constitution. Our government has taken the basic principles of democracy, and on that basis, our Constitution is made, and the entire country runs on that. Our Constitution and our government, we have always proved that democracy can deliver. And when I say deliver, this is regardless of caste, creed, religion, gender. There's absolutely no space for discrimination. And when you talk of democracy, if there are no human values and there is no humanity, there are no human rights, then it's not a democracy. And that is why when you say democracy and you accept democracy, and when we live democracy, then there is absolutely no space for discrimination. And that is why India believes in moving ahead with everybody with trust and with everybody's efforts. These are our foundation principles, which are the basis of how we operate, how we live our lives. In India, the benefits that are provided by the government,
जो भी उसके हकदार हैं, उन सबको मिलते हैं. इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर.
Kumar.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Sir, my question is on the issue of climate change. Both countries have spoken strongly about the need to tackle the climate change. But there is a view. Both countries have spoken about the challenge of climate change. But there is a view that ambitious targets are set, but implementation is found often lacking. And there is also a criticism of lack of technological transfer, financial transfer from the developed countries to the developing nations. How do you both leaders see the way ahead on this pressing issue?
Well, first of all, I think it is the existential threat to humanity, climate change. It's the most serious problem we face as human beings. We have to keep it below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We've made enormous progress here in the United States on dealing with this issue by doing three things. Number one, by insisting that we move every one of our industries into a position where they can take advantage of cheaper and more extensive and more available renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind or hydrogen and green hydrogen. There's a whole range of things we've been working on. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a position that what we've done is that we have significantly reduced for example, I made a commitment that we are going to make sure that by 2030, 30% of all our land and sea and oceans were in conservation, could not be developed. We're well on our way to doing that, and that's also absorbing carbon from the air as a consequence of that because of the conservation. We are in a position as well, but we have provided for significant increase in funding for a whole range of issues, but not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. For example, we're working with the G7 to provide for infrastructure work for dealing with global warming on the continent of Africa. In Angola, building the largest solar project, moving ourselves, having railway to go all the way across the southern from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean in Africa, to be able to transport and do it cheaper and do it with less, how can I say it, less carbon emissions. We're trying to work with other countries to maintain their carbon sinks so they don't have to develop them like we did in causing pollution, and we're trying to figure out how to work out to pay them not to develop certain areas like the Amazon and Brazil. But there's a lot of technology that's available that we're sharing and we share with one another. We've learned how to do solar energy, which is considerably cheaper than it is for fossil fuels. The same way dealing with not just solar, but dealing with wind. And so there's a lot of technology that we've developed, and we're well on our way, I think, to meeting the commitment we made that we made in Paris. And we're prepared to share all of that with India that has a desire to do the same.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपने सही कहा। जहां तक भारत का सवाल है, एनवायरमेंट, क्लाइमेट, ये हमारे सांस्कृतिक परंपरा में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है उसका। हमारे लिए एनवायरमेंट ये आर्टिकल ऑफ फेथ है, ये कन्वीनियंस के कारण करने का हमारा काम नहीं है, हम ये मानते हैं। हम एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ नेचर में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। पूरे सृष्टि को चलाने के लिए मिल्किंग ऑफ नेचर तक तो चल सकता है, लेकिन एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ नेचर नहीं चल सकता है। हम इस पक्ष में रहे हैं और उसी के मूल पर आधार पर भारत अपने लिए करता है, इतना ही नहीं, हम कुछ ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव भी ले रहे हैं। आपको मालूम है, G20 देशों ने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किया था, सभी G20 देशों में अकेला हिंदुस्तान है जिसने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किए थे वो सारे प्रॉमिस पूरे किए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, सोलर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमने ग्लासगो में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में 500 गीगावाट का टारगेट रखा है। हमने 2030 तक भारत की रेलवे का नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य रखा है। और भारत की रेलवे कहने के बाद आपको उसका स्केल पता होना चाहिए। भारत की रेलवे का मतलब है कि हर दिन मेरे यहां रेल के डिब्बे में पूरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया होता है। इतना बड़ा मेरा देश है और वहां मैं 2030 तक रेलवे को नेट जीरो लेकर के चल रहा हूं। उसी प्रकार से जो हमने सोलर एनर्जी के टारगेट तय किए थे, हमने इथेनॉल के टारगेट तय किए थे 10% का, वो समय से पहले पूरा कर दिया। हम 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को इनिशिएट कर रहे हैं और भारत ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हब बने, उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमने दुनिया के लिए इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस उसका हमने लॉन्च किया और आज दुनिया के कई देश उसमें भारत के साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमने जो आइलैंड कंट्रीज है उनको स्पेशली सोलार के क्षेत्र में मदद करके उनको एक नया विश्वास दिया है कि हम आपकी कठिनाइयों में आपके साथ हैं। भावी किसी भी संकट के लिए हम आपकी चुनौती को पार करने के लिए हमारी जिम्मेवारियां निभाएंगे, आपको भी मदद करेंगे। हम वो देश हैं जिसने एक और नया क्षेत्र हाथ लिया है। हम देख रहे हैं कि नेचुरल कैलेमिटी के कारण आज मनुष्य मृत्यु की चर्चा तो होती है, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इतना नुकसान होता है जो 50-50 साल तक भरपाई नहीं हो सकता। और इसलिए ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जिस प्रकार का संकट आ रहा है, तो ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनना चाहिए जिसमें रेजिलियंस हो, और इसके लिए CDRI हमने एक ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को जन्म दिया है। और आपको पता होगा, मैंने ग्लासगो के अंदर एक विषय रखा है दुनिया के सामने, और जिसको पिछले दिनों UN सेक्रेटरी जनरल और मैंने उसको लॉन्च किया है, वो है मिशन लाइफ। और जब मैं लाइफ कहता हूं तब लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। हर इंडिविजुअल को प्रो क्लाइमेट, प्रो एनवायरमेंट अपना जीवन जीने का तरीका डेवलप करना होगा। इतने बड़े संकट के लिए उस दिशा में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत ने जो आज इन क्षेत्रों में काम शुरू किया है, इसलिए नहीं कि भारत ने दुनिया के एनवायरनमेंट को बुरा किया है, लेकिन हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी की हमें चिंता है। हम हमारी भावी पीढ़ी को ऐसा विश्व नहीं दे सकते हैं कि जिसके लिए उसके लिए जीना कठिन हो जाए। और इसलिए एक ग्लोबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के रूप में भारत ने खुद ने कुछ बुरा नहीं किया है तो भी अच्छा करने में, योगदान देने में हम अग्रिम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं और हम आगे भी निभा रहेंगे। जहां तक समृद्ध देश हैं, लगातार चर्चा रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हो, फाइनेंशियल मदद हो, और धीरे धीरे विश्व भी मन बना रहा है कि जो देश इसमें करना चाहते हैं उनको टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद मिले, उनको फाइनेंशियल मदद मिले। हम प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं कि जितना जल्दी इस विषय में आगे बढ़ेंगे, दुनिया को इस संकट से हम जल्दी से मुक्त कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much.
We have caused damage in the United States the way we developed over the last 300 years. And that's why I was able to convince my colleagues in the Congress to pass legislation, the largest climate fund ever in American and world history, $369 billion. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And we're doing it extensively now, and I think you're going to see significant progress. Thank you all very, very much.
Mr. President, what's your response to Republicans who say your son got special treatment?
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi very emphatically respond to those who, it's argued, create this bogey about India not being a democracy. Emphatically, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, democracy is in India's DNA. And he gave examples of how India functions. India has a constitution. India's forefathers wrote this constitution, and India is a constitutional democracy. It's in the DNA of India. He also said when it comes to benefits, all beneficiaries of government schemes without any discrimination of caste, creed, sect, religion, gender, all government schemes, the beneficiaries get it without any discrimination. So emphatically, on the from the White House, the Prime Minister made one thing very clear, that democracy is in India's DNA. India is a thriving democracy. This democracy dying debate, the Prime Minister has responded to those who, it's argued by many, create this propaganda against India. But equally important, or more important today, let's quickly cut across and listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very clear response to that question on are minorities under threat in India. Listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
A very emphatic response from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The bogey that's being raised by vested interest that democracy is dying in India. The Prime Minister made it very clear. Democracy is in India's DNA. And he gave examples. All government schemes, beneficiaries get them all without any discrimination of caste, creed, sect, sex or religion. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal joining us live from Washington DC. Rahul, you know, Barack Obama may have raised some issue and many questions are being asked. Why would he do so, given that he's so far been so careful? There were also those who are saying that China is not very happy with India-US relationship becoming so strong. China funds a lot of elements across the world. But the Prime Minister's response has been very, very clear. We're a democracy and it's in our DNA. Okay, give us a moment as we try and reestablish that link with Rahul Kanwal. But the Prime Minister's response has been very clear. He's, you know, those who are saying that democracy is dying in India, or minorities are not safe in India, where are those specific instances where
if something's gone wrong, that grievance redressal system. India is a democracy. There are courts of law. There are human rights bodies. There's the National Human Rights Commission. All of these institutions function in India. I want to cut across to Rahul Kamal once again. Rahul, the Prime Minister has emphatically responded to those who may have raised this bogey of democracy dying in India.
Yeah, that's the question that was asked, Gaurav, to the Prime Minister, and he responded, reaffirming India's commitment to democracy, reaffirming the commitment towards ensuring that all rights, all privileges, all services, all schemes of the government are equally available to everyone. So that's really, I think there was a question from the Wall Street Journal to which the Prime Minister responded here at the White House. So as I was saying before we got cut the last time, we are currently walking out, and I'll just try and show it to you, out of the White House. There it is right behind us. We're walking out to the US Congress, where in a very short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the joint session of the US Congress. This is a rare honor that's been extended to him to come and speak in the US Congress the second time round. That's not something that happens too frequently. And it will be interesting to see what he does say over there. We heard President Biden say that a lot of the members of the US Congress are looking forward to seeing Prime Minister Modi in person and listening to what he has to say. This is what I was trying to show you, Gaurav, earlier. All these tents that have been set up where the US media does all its live shots from. Their anchoring, reporting, each network has one of these. I've been showing this again and again in the hope that we can have something like this set up back home. It will be very nice. So they have the backdrop at the back. They have the backdrop of the White House, and they're able to do this from here. So some good things to learn, apart from just democratic values, human rights, some good things to learn about the way some of the things here at the White House have been set up. So it will be interesting now, Gaurav, to see what the Prime Minister says in his address to the US Congress. It's a joint session of the US Congress, and the relationship between India and the US has enjoyed bipartisan support across parties, across different kinds of views, except for a few discordant voices that have been raising points of concern, Gaurav. By and large, the India-US relationship has seen widespread bipartisan support, and that really is one of the big areas of strength, because in the US, it's not just the Biden administration that has the final vote. You also need to rally congressional support, and by and large, because bipartisan support has been there on the issue of the ties with India, that's really given great comfort to the Biden administration.
In fact, that's helped take this relationship forward. After the Pokhran tests of 1999, the sanctions that were imposed on India, the Clinton administration, the Democrats again at that point of time in 1999, Clinton's visit to India in 2000, and the Bush administration, again the Republicans in 2005 taking the civil nuclear deal forward, and then again the administrations kept changing, the relationship kept getting stronger. You spoke to Ro Khanna, and he's actually played a key role once again in trying to take this relationship altogether to a new level in the Congress. Now, did he face a lot of opposition, or did he get a lot of support in the Congress, Rahul? What was your conversation like?
No, so he comes from California, and in California we've seen multiple letters and outbursts from different kinds of people raising questions around why Ro Khanna isn't taking a more stringent position on some of the so-called democratic backsliding in India. In fact, speaking of which, I don't think you can see, because I'm ultimately doing this from just my mobile phone.
Yes.
But right at the end there, I see a lot of these supporters of the Khalistani cause, right in front of the front lawns of the White House. So they're protesting. I think this is not something to be embarrassed about, to be on the back foot about, India being a massive, one of the biggest democracies. Therefore, if people have a discordant point of view, it's part of the discourse, it's part of the country's DNA, and they're out there making their voice heard, and which is totally fine as well. Gaurav, they're making their point, and the Prime Minister and the American President doing their thing. Gaurav?
Oh, you're absolutely right. A huge country, multiple points of view. As long as, these elements have at least an iota of truth in what they say. Sadly, these Khalistani elements or the radical Islamists, and some who side with them, Rahul, as you know better, they don't have facts on their side and yet carry out an anti-India propaganda. Often it is argued with funding that's available either through a terror state or a country that treats the terror state as a vassal state, Rahul.
Absolutely. I think there was a question that was asked to President Biden about China and about him calling Xi Jinping a dictator. He said that Anthony Blinken, Vice Secretary of State, who was part of the extended bilateral with the American president, he was there. He said, no, I hope to keep building on the ties. That was an unfortunate incident, and we don't see that as being a roadblock. So that's the message, Gaurav, the Prime Minister, the American president said. If you give me a moment, I'm going to try and switch out of this mobile to that regular camera that we're now outside the White House, and I have a video journalist, Kripal Singh here, and I can switch to a better and more reliable source of getting our voice across from the White House.
This is equally good, trust me. While we wait for you and Kripal to set up that setup, this is equally good because it's almost as if all of us were there at that press conference or there at the Oval Office with you, Rahul. But let me also bring in General Atta Hasnain and Abhishek Bhalla into this conversation. General Hasnain, you heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphatically responding, of course, in my view, to that bogey of minorities under threat in India. But what's your take on that, General?
Gaurav, I'm very happy that this question was put to our Honorable Prime Minister. For far too long have these accusations and allegations been making waves all over without getting the right response. I think coming from the Prime Minister's mouth himself, the clarifications were there absolutely. Who can question India's democracy? I mean, the aspect that we have an elected government there. We have got 36 states in which there are elections and virtually all of them have elected governments. I entirely agree with you. There are elements around the world who would like to put India into a position of discomfort in the international order, to be seen from a negative perception as such. These have to be negated. They have to be neutralized. And I think transparently this was done by Prime Minister Modi tonight. That's what makes me extremely happy. Maybe perhaps in resolving some of our problems, like Jammu and Kashmir, a long vexing problem, not just a problem, a proxy war problem.
Yes.
We resolved it through different means. A lot of people feel that we may have abrogated human rights or some things like that. I, as a former Corps commander, can certify, I, as a member of the minority community who commanded Kashmir, can very well certify that Indian democracy has actually helped in resolving Jammu and Kashmir to the extent that it has been resolved till today. So I congratulate the Prime Minister, and I think this is a great moment for India.
I'm glad you said so. And General, since you mentioned that you're from the minority community, actually in all the decades that Abhishek and I have known you, Abhishek, Rahul and I have known you, we've never even thought of your being from a minority community. Where is the question? You are Indian, we are all Indians, we are all Indians together tackling Pakistan state-sponsored terror when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, Chinese tactics, whether paying off people to raise this bogey about democracy dying in India or democracy under threat in India. And who are these elements, General? I think the Prime Minister has responded. You are in your way responding, and perhaps every Indian needs to do that. Every right-thinking Indian needs to do that. That outside elements are trying to weaken our country by raising such a bogey.
Absolutely, Gaurav, I entirely agree with you. We are as an emerging nation around the world. Obviously, there are lots and lots of elements who do not like the rise of India, and ours is actually the correct, peaceful rise. whatever other nations may talk about peaceful rise, it is India's rise which is actually being peaceful. Therefore, we have adversaries, we have enemies around the world. There are radical elements, extremist elements. There are elements which would like to have proxy conditions in India which they would like to progress beyond perhaps. It's from that angle that you'll find these allegations being made every other day. The social media makes it convenient for these kind of allegations to continue to be made against India. That is why I once again repeat that I think this was a very, very opportune moment that our question was asked to our Honorable Prime Minister and he responded to it and responded very correctly.
And Abhishek, General, stay with me. Rahul is joining us in just a moment. Abhishek, there are inputs that seem to indicate, it's not just Pakistan that's funding these Khalistani elements. Pakistan, as on date, doesn't have enough for 2 square meals a day for its people. But China does not want to see India rise. China, which did not have a peaceful rise. China, which carries out the worst atrocities on people, whether it's in Xinjiang or in Tibet or even against Han Chinese in their own country. China pays off countries to remain silent and raise a bogey about countries like India. There are inputs to indicate that, but at least now the truth is gradually emerging about what China is doing to its people and how it's raising a bogey about India.
Very true, Gaurav. And, just taking off from the press conference, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was extremely graceful when he answered that question. I mean, there was no political statement around what he wanted to say. It was just stating facts that the Indian Constitution provides for all the rights to the minorities, and in fact, it's a guiding light for how a democracy should be run. So that's something that India follows. And coming to your point of China indulging in a lot of propaganda. Also, Gaurav, we've seen the kind of cozy relationship that China has had with Pakistan. And that's something that cannot be ignored, not just by India, but by the world. Every now and then we see China blocking attempts at United Nations to block terrorists being sanctioned. And the recent case in point is the plotter of 26/11. Yes. 26/11 was not an attack just on India. I mean, remember, out of 166 people died, 26 were foreign nationals. So there is a lot of answering for China to do there, a lot of introspection that needs to be done. And these are questions that need to be put at the global stage.
You're absolutely right. While we wait for Rahul Kanwal and that link to be set up with him, let's once again listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi's response to this bogey about democracy and human rights in India, point one. And let's also listen in to the American President, Joe Biden.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
Let me now quickly cut across to Washington, D.C. Our Foreign Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan, also joins me on the special broadcast. Geeta, the Prime Minister's response was very clear. There is no discrimination in India. A response that was based purely on facts.
Well, that's right. A very direct response to a very direct question, saying that India is a democracy. If there are violations...
Okay, I seem to have lost that link with Geeta. She's walking very fast, perhaps trying to rush to the Capitol Hill to hear Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He would be addressing the joint session of the US Congress, only the first Indian Prime Minister to do so twice. And there's a very elaborate security check. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing it the first time, I was reporting from Ground Zero at that time. For journalists to get in, there's a very, very elaborate security check, and then you're taken to the media gallery. Geeta, is that where you're heading, walking very fast? Okay, perhaps we'll wait for Geeta to stop when she can and respond to this. But General Hasnain, if you're still with us, the American president also responded like a true strategic partner would, that this is a conversation that both the democracies are having. So elements may want to attempt to embarrass India. Clearly a friend is not embarrassing India here.
See, Gaurav, there's no doubt about it. There is a lot of nations around the world who are uncomfortable to see the coming together of the two largest democracies of the world, India and the United States of America. So obviously fingers are going to be pointed. And there is no doubt about it. We don't even have to showcase this at all. It's so evident. The hundreds and thousands of schemes that Prime Minister Modi has opened up for the people, for the welfare of the people. Do dictatorships look after the welfare of the people? It is democracies who go down to the grassroots to look after the welfare of the people. As I mentioned in my earlier intervention, we have 36 states and union territories, all going to election, to the hustings from every 5 years. Yes. We've got a constitution, we have a parliament, we have two houses of parliament. I mean, we have every aspect of what a democratic setup needs. Can anyone point fingers to say that all this is not working? Recently, with all these allegations which have been made, a number of members of the minority communities in India have gone public, gone on social media to place on record the fact and their appreciation of what Mr. Modi has been doing for the people of India. I think there should be no doubt about that.
You're absolutely right, sir. Let me also bring into this conversation Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, who joins us on the broadcast. Ambassador Sajjanhar, your take on the Prime Minister's response to those who said that minorities may feel threatened in India, and the Prime Minister's response to it?
Yes, the Prime Minister's response was very direct. He was not at all defensive. He was very clear-cut and straightforward in his response. And I think it was good that he laid out all the issues, all the aspects that as far as the government is concerned, there is no discrimination whatsoever on the basis of caste or religion or creed or gender or age or, which part of the country the person belongs to. So I think it was a very good response. It was a very detailed response. It was a very comprehensive response. And I think all those people who have been speaking on these issues, I think he has silenced them with his response, I think, very conclusively.
Okay, and Abhishek, as Ambassador Sajjanhar and General Hasnain very correctly pointed out, India, in case in any democracy, and we're the world's largest democracy, the world's most populous country, the world's oldest democracy, in case there are aberrations, there are courts of law, there's the Human Rights Commission, and multiple levels of judiciary, independent press, free civil society, free access to internet in so many instances that anybody who has a problem, there is a grievance redressal mechanism, including the National Human Rights Commission and states' human rights commissions.
Well, Gaurav, the Prime Minister made in that short and crisp answer to that question, there were references to the Indian Constitution. And that's what is the guiding factor when it comes to running a democracy. And that constitution ensures that there are mechanisms in place, that there are grievance redressal systems in place, and that people have the power to question those in authority as well. And that's the reason why India is called a democracy. Also the fact that Gaurav, over the years, this debate has been going on, and it's noteworthy that in his address, President Biden, in fact, said first that both US and India have democracy in their DNA. Yes. And then the Prime Minister had the opportunity to, in fact, quote the President saying this, that it's in our DNA, it's in our veins. So either you are a democracy or you are not. You cannot be a democracy and then be abusing human rights, not ensuring rights for minorities. So the fact that you have a constitution and you are a democracy, that means you have mechanisms in place to make sure that the democracy runs.
General Hasnain, there's politics in every country, the opposition well within its rights to raise all sorts of questions. But, elements overseas, how do you look at those elements overseas who raise some of these issues and some incidents that take place very strategically just before former US president was to come to India, Donald Trump at that point of time, namaste, when Trump was coming to India, to Gujarat, there were riots in Delhi. Before Prime Minister Narendra Modi goes to the United States, there is a situation that happens. It's almost as if it's orchestrated. Would you look at it that way, or is that too far-fetched?
No, it is not too far-fetched, Gaurav. Many times this has been noticed. And the fact remains, as I said earlier, that not too many people like the emerging relationship between India and the United States of America. And on both sides of our country, we find various adversaries who have the powers today with social media available, with networks available around the world. There are ways and means of ensuring the cultivation of things against the nation. And that's why this game of psychological warfare, this game of perception management is played on a much larger plane internationally. And it's not correct to say that this happens only at the time when such high-profile visits are on. It is actually an ongoing game which is there all the time. It is brought to a height at particular times, and to make sure that these networks continue to thrive in that manner. Yes. This is an international game. And India is right one among those who is being targeted by a lot of adversaries around us.
We'll talk about this in greater detail, but there's breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reacted. He's tweeted after his bilateral meeting with the US President Joe Biden. The Prime Minister tweeted to say, and I quote, "Touched by the gracious welcome at the White House, looking forward to fostering deeper ties. The diaspora support embodies India-US ties." And I want to bring in Ambassador Sajjanhar into this conversation on the diaspora support. Ambassador, the Prime Minister referred to the Indian American community, spoke very warmly, and it's amazing. 7,000 people in and outside the White House. 7,000. The Prime Minister said this is the first time that the gates of the White House have been opened to such a large diaspora, Indian American diaspora, to witness, in a way, history being made.
No, you're very right, Gaurav. I think the Prime Minister really spends a great deal of time speaking about the diaspora, thanking the diaspora above, for their contributions to strengthening relations between India and the United States. I think diaspora has a very special and a very important place as far as the Prime Minister is concerned in his heart. You would remember his first visit to the United States, that was in September 2014, to address the UN General Assembly. And he had spoken at the Madison Square Garden that time. And he really, the number of, people who had turned up, the Indian diaspora who had turned up, of course, in addition to a large number of senators, governors, and also congressmen and, from the House of Representatives. So many of them had come.
I was reporting from Ground Zero that time. So in fact, both Madison Square Garden and then later at the NRG Stadium at Houston, Texas, reported both those events from Ground Zero. But
no, absolutely. You are very right, Gaurav, because, this is, I think, when he addresses the diaspora tomorrow, I think it'll be his 5th time in the United States. This is his 8th visit to the US, but, 6th bilateral visit. So he's 5th address to the Indian diaspora in the United States. And all of them have been sort of, so to say, sellout events. There have been such huge crowds. And we could see the exuberance and the enthusiasm of the Indian diaspora also today when they had come. And I think this has become a standard feature. He has been able to leverage the Indian diaspora to the advantage of the country, to the benefit of the country. And, whether it is in the United Kingdom or it is in Australia, we saw recently, or in most of the other places that he has visited.
Yes.
So I think he has really been able to capitalize upon the presence of the Indian diaspora, the way they have conducted themselves, the successful manner in which they have been able to
and 7,000 of them, 7,000 of them being at the South Lawns of White House, outside White House. All of them, General Hasnain, are voters in the United States of America. 7,000 of them who were present there. Almost 50 lakh strong, 45 lakh and counting by some accounts. So that large a diaspora, and with elections in the United States, there's a very clear signal that's also going out. Indian Americans matter even when it comes to elections in more ways than one, sir.
Obviously, and it's not just the presence of 4 million or 4.5 million members of the Indian diaspora out there, it's the quality of the people also. In the last 10 years, you've seen the kind of positions that they have occupied in government, out of government, in the corporate sector, in the corporate world, in the scientific world, in the world of research and development, in the world of literature. Almost everywhere you find, and probably the community which on an average has got the highest earnings on per capita earnings in the entire nation. Obviously such a community, and a community which has everything positive in terms of its loyalties both to India and loyalties to the United States as citizens of the United States in many cases too. They display what could be considered to be the concept of a model citizen. And that's why they're popular. And that's why political parties vie for their votes, vie for their support, making them probably the most important diaspora community in the United States today.
You're absolutely right, sir. And Abhishek, the effort is to take this relationship altogether to a new level. Get in more people from America into India, Indians into America, in the field of education, for example. That's a key focus area. And perhaps when we read the joint statement, we will know the nuts and bolts of what's forward movement there in terms of high-tech education, high-tech cooperation. American professors come to India, Indian students go and study in the US, Abhishek.
Gaurav, one big takeaway I thought that we've not touched upon till now from the Prime Minister's address is when he referred to this new cooperation between India and US as a global strategic partnership. I think that's one of the headlines that comes out of what he said, and it reflects that this is not just a trade, kind of a relationship,
not a buyer-seller relationship,
not a buyer-seller, export-import relationship, but it goes much beyond that. It's strategic in nature. Of course, anything to do with defense deals is definitely strategic. But even something like ISRO and NASA coming together, space exploration is again an area which is extremely strategic in nature. Another defense deal which is on the cards is the Predator drone deal that we've been talking about. Now, the US has not been very forthcoming when it comes to Predators. They've only given it to either NATO countries or very close military allies. Now, India is neither a NATO country or a military ally, but it's turned into a strategic partner. That's the signaling that comes out of the developments that are taking place. And we will see during the course of this visit more such takeaways that come out that clearly indicate that India and US are moving towards a strategic partnership, as the Prime Minister said.
Okay. Ambassador Sajjanhar, what according to you has been the biggest headline point, if I may, from the conversations that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden had, and of course their joint address, sir?
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do at the moment, Gaurav, is basically wait for the joint declaration to come, because I think there will be many more details that are going to be there. But from the information that has been gleaned from what the Prime Minister said, I think there are issues like, first, of course, the two questions that were posed to the Prime Minister and the manner in which he responded to them. I think that was very, very sort of, setting the record straight. And that was very important. Secondly, I think in his own statement, he referred to the issue that both the countries are going to work together to deal with cross-border terrorism and to deal with extremism and radicalization. So I think this is also very significant, that the focus on terrorism, on Pakistan, on cross-border terrorism, that has not been lost when we are talking about, the enhancing cooperation between our two countries. Then coming out on the positives, I think definitely as far as the transfer of technology for the engine deal is concerned, I think that's a huge deal going forward. And the Prime Minister himself mentioned about reliable, trustworthy supply chains, stable, resilient supply chains. I think that is also huge because, it really helps India to come to a place where it wants to be, in terms of its economic development, in terms of its economic growth, so that, it is able to have a much more important, influential voice in the world today. And of course, as far as its defense preparedness is concerned, and the United States has been helping India, it has emerged really as the second or the third largest supplier of defense equipment. But now it is not only the defense supplier, it is also in terms of, co-designing and co-production, joint production in India. So I think all these taken together, semiconductors, chips, Predator drones, what was mentioned about 5G, 6G, artificial intelligence, and space. I think these are all huge takeaways, and these really project that this is truly an inflection point as far as relations between the two countries are concerned.
Okay. How long, Abhishek? Of course, we'll have to go through the details of the MOU, and this is just a memorandum of understanding as of now that GE and HAL are talking about the potential manufacturing of the GE 414 engines for LCA Mark II and AMCA in India for the Indian Air Force. But
is there any clarity? Because you and I have been reporting the story right from 2010. GE414 engine was being talked about, more than a decade ago. So is there a positive time frame on when this will actually happen?
Gaurav, there's no scope for any delays. Whatever deadlines are set, they will have to be met as far as the production and manufacturing is concerned. Because remember, this MOU has been done to facilitate the Tejas Mark II with these engines, and then possibly AMCA, which is in the pipeline, 5th generation indigenous fighter aircraft, and also the naval deck-based fighter aircraft that India wants to procure extremely quickly. They don't want any delays in that. So if the manufacturing of the engine is delayed and it's not in sync with the manufacturing of the aircraft, it's counterproductive. So one thing is very clear, that with the transfer of technology, India is, for the future, looking at...
Abhishek, these images just coming in, of course, this is the Capitol Hill and the US Congress. This is the first video that's come out, live images that are coming in. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the US Congress for the second time. In fact, it's from the central gallery that the Prime Minister will walk in. All the congressmen and congresswomen there, they will stand up. It's a standing ovation that's given to the Prime Minister as he addresses the Congress. And slowly, just now, the staff are putting numbers on who sits where. And it's truly historic, Ambassador Sajjanhar, the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be the first Indian Prime Minister to be addressing the US Congress twice. Stand up, it's a standing ovation. Ambassador Sajjanhar, can you hear me, sir? Okay, give me a moment as we try and reestablish that link with Ambassador Sajjanhar. But Abhishek, again, this signifies how close India-America relations are and how bipartisan the support is for India-America relations, India-US relations to be taken forward.
Well, Gaurav, it's very true that the kind of signals that you've got from this visit, it looks like an extremely promising future when it comes to India-US relations. And also, if we look at the history of the last 10-15 years, just speaking of defense cooperation, until 2008, the procurements from the United States of America to India were just about nil. And since then, till 2020, it jumped to $20 billion. So there has been a shift over the years, and with the kind of geopolitics that is shaped in the last couple of years, especially after the Russia-Ukraine war, we will see some more shifts here. US has been wooing India to not be reliant on Russia. But the fact is that for so many years, it was the US that had reservations when it came to defense cooperation with India. So that began to change, and now with the events in Europe with the Russia-Ukraine war, that's completely changed. And time and again we see US making comments, publicly speaking on China's aggression. So that's another aspect where the US is looking for a larger cooperation with India.
Absolutely. We'll hear that conversation that India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal had with Congressman Ro Khanna, and he's played a key role. He's responded to a lot of criticism that's come his way. We'll listen into that conversation. But I have Dr. Harinder Sekho joining me on the broadcast, a consultant at the Vivekanand International Foundation, a think tank in the national capital. Dr. Sekho, in your appreciation, ma'am, what was the biggest highlight of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden's statements that you heard?
I think it was a very wide statement which has encompassed a lot of things. But the main thing which has come out of the joint statement is the great connect, not only amongst the two leaders, but they've talked about people-to-people connect and the role of the Indian American community in fostering this close relationship which we witnessed today between India and the United States. So I think that this is what really sets the future tone for the relationship, because both countries go into, go into an election mode, and the kind of support India and the United States enjoy because of the connect at various levels, from the leaders downwards, so I think that is the big takeaway. And also the common challenges, the common global challenges.
You know, that bogey that was raised about democracy being under threat in India, or minorities needing protection in India, all that narrative that is being built against India, was that emphatically responded to both by the American President Joe Biden and by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in your view, ma'am?
I think Prime Minister Modi took that question head on, and he did not shy away, and he has quoted the Constitution. So I think he definitely was expecting that question, and he went well prepared, and there was not any hesitation in the way he answered that question, with conviction, bringing in the Constitution, bringing in the rights of the people, and how democracy is in the DNA of the country. We might have aberrations, but on the whole, the Indian democracy is a very live and kicking democracy. And I think the Prime Minister's answered that question very well.
Okay. When it comes to the jet engines, there was a lot of talk about, if those engines are manufactured in India, that's a great game changer. But how much of the technology, in your view, are we in a position to absorb as of now? Or is it good that GE manufactures those engines here? Because that statement from General Electric, Dr. Seko, seemed to indicate that as of now, that manufacturing would be for the Indian Air Force and not yet for export elsewhere.
See, even I've been through that.
Go on, ma'am.
I've gone through the fact sheet and the agreement which has been signed between GE and the Indian side, But as it is, there was speculation because GE is going to transfer only 60 to 80% of the technology. And I think it is a very symbolic agreement, in the sense that India has been chosen eventually for the co-production or manufacture of jet engines. And a lot of these things take time, to set up this full facility. Even the Hindustan Aeronautics does not have the facility right now.
Yes.
And I think it's a very big transformational kind of an agreement. It's a big agreement. And it will take time, because there are export control regulations within the United States which would need to come up. This whole thing has to pass Congress. But even if India could kind of buy into it and be a part of the process of manufacturing the GE engine for the light combat aircraft, I think it is a very important step. And maybe 10 years down the line, who knows, we would have this facility.
Oh, absolutely. Because, for the past more than 50 years, Abhishek, since the 1950s, India has been experimenting with manufacturing an aircraft. You'd recall the instance of HF-24 Marut, that, despite having two engines, was seen as an underpowered engine. A great aircraft, great frame, but underpowered engine. So a problem from the 50s persists till 2023, hopefully addressed now.
Yeah, Gaurav, this has been a big Achilles heel. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And the fact that there are only 3-4 countries that, deal with the fighter jet engines made the problem even more grave. Because, other than GE, it's the French Safran, the Russians do it, and of course, UK-based Rolls-Royce. And this has been a problem plaguing Indian aviation, particularly fighter jets. And especially when you start to make your own fighter jets, like in the case of India, it can be extremely counterproductive if you're dependent on these companies. They might arm twist you. There will be negotiations, there will be delays, bottlenecks, and that will affect your operations.
Give me a moment, Abhishek. These are live images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the Hill. He's arrived at the Parliament in the United States of America, the Capitol Hill, and this is where he will be addressing a bipartisan, both the Democrats and the Republicans in the US Congress. This is truly historic. It's a historic first, considering Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to address the US Congress twice, and significant because one, bipartisan support for India in the Congress, and we've actually seen this. We've actually seen this, Ambassador Sajjan Har with us, Abhishek Bhalla with us, Dr. Seko, right from the time that there were sanctions on India after the Pokhran tests. So you had the Clinton administration with Atal Bihari Vajpayee opening up, then that big deal between the India-US civil nuclear deal between Dr. Manmohan Singh and the Bush administration, then Barack Obama and Narendra Modi, and then Narendra Modi with Donald Trump, and now with Joe Biden. Bipartisan support for India will be on display on the Hill?
Definitely, Gaurav, because if you see in 1998, we were sanctioned for having undertaken the nuclear tests. And after 1998, began this slowly, the technical cooperation with India, 2002, when we decided to collaborate on cybersecurity. And if you recollect, it was the next steps in strategic partnership,
yes,
a very tentative beginning in US-India technical cooperation. And seeing that in the next 20 years, I think we've come a long way. And today, we have a regular roadmap for the defense relationship in industrial cooperation, the ISET. I think this is a very, very transformational moment for Indian defense industry and also for the United States. So in 20 years, the wide gamut of technical cooperation and the defense deals which we have traversed, I think this is really remarkable.
It indeed is. Just imagine from sanctions in 1998 to fighter jet engines to be manufactured in India, the conversation happening in 2023 and that MOU. Stay with me for a moment. I want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal, who's spoken to Congressman Ro Khanna on what to expect in this joint, in this address of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Hill. Let's listen in.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to one of the biggest friends of India here in the United States. Congressman Ro Khanna now joins us. We're right outside the White House, where at the Oval Office, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with American President Joe Biden, and amongst the movers and shakers working behind the scenes to make this visit possible and to make it the kind of success that it's been is the man who's now with us live on India Today News Track. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the kind of effort that you've made in trying to build the relationship between India and the US. As somebody who's played such an important role in this visit by the Indian Prime Minister, could you begin by giving us your sense of what you think is the biggest takeaway from Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US?
Well, first of all, welcome to the United States. It was extraordinary to see almost 3,000 people on the White House lawn. And of course, the galleries are going to be packed, as is the House, when the Prime Minister comes and addresses the United States Congress later today. I believe the enthusiasm for the relationship is grounded on common interests and common values, a defense interest to make sure that China doesn't emerge as a hegemon in Asia or threaten the sovereignty of nations, an interest in solving climate and solving scientific issues together, and an interest economically in partnering to make sure that our workers and our companies succeed.
I was seeing that in California, you've been facing some pushback on account of the role that you've played in trying to build the India-America relationship. Do you want to talk a bit about that, this criticism that's being flung the way of President Biden, and how he's been able to, leave what the naysayers are saying on the side and really focus on what can be done to take the India-America relationship to the next level?
Well, I have faced criticism for helping play a role in inviting the Prime Minister to address Congress. But I have the same philosophy as President Obama, which is that you talk to leaders, especially of allies, and no country agrees with everything. Of course, it's important to respect human rights, and it's important for India's own cohesion to embrace pluralism, and that is part of a conversation with India. But to have that conversation, you have to engage with the leaders and respect the leaders, and that is what this is about. So I don't think that the criticism is justified.
Also, the fact that there's been so much component around transfer of technology in sensitive areas from the United States to India. What do you think has allowed for this to happen? Is it the common threat that both Washington and New Delhi see in Beijing, which is allowing for things like the purchase of the GE 414 jet engines to go through with a component of transfer of technology, which otherwise would have been very difficult to make happen?
Well, some of us have been leading for years to have India treated as a non-NATO major partner. I've been working with Senator Warner and going to be introducing that again. I think those efforts have paid off, as has this administration, where we're getting the jet engine deal done, where India now has access to the latest technology. And India is recognizing that the Russian equipment doesn't work. So they also are more incentivized to build the relationship with the United States.
Well, it's not just the view of the Biden administration, because we've seen with the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal with Australia got caught up in congressional approvals. Now that the administration has given its consent for the purchase of the GE jet engines, do you think that there will be adequate bipartisan support on the transfer of high-end technology to India, or do you think that could get stuck in Washington's long and laborious political process?
Well, as a co-chair of the India caucus, I will be working hard to make sure that it doesn't get bogged down in the congressional process. This is also why I'm introducing with Senator Warner the resolution to treat India not just as a strategic trade partner, which it is, but as a non-NATO defense partner off the rank of a Japan or an Australia. But I think people in the Congress get it. They understand that we need this defense partnership, that it is critical for India's own border security, and it helps American interests. It helps our ability to gather intelligence in Asia. It helps our ability to make sure no country emerges as a hegemon in Asia. It helps us to diversify our economic interests, not to be dependent solely on China for our manufacturing, but to have a more diversified Asian hub.
Where next to? India and the United States have made substantial progress in deepening their ties during Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US. What do you see as being the next part of this continuing journey?
Well, I think this is going to be critical. I'm hopeful that members of Congress then will, of course, visit India. India will be hosting the G20. The president, I hope, will go there, and cabinet members will continue to go there. The people-to-people relationship is so important. We need to have more scientific research together. We need to work and have better economic ties that are actually benefiting the United States, because unlike China, we don't have a massive trade deficit with India. India is buying things from the United States. That's creating jobs in the United States. So I hope we can strengthen that, continue to strengthen the defense ties.
Congressman Khanna, for joining us on this broadcast as we broadcast live from inside the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you've done towards building this relationship, and we look forward to seeing where things go from here. Thank you for taking out time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there is tremendous enthusiasm in the United States of America, bipartisan support for India-America ties to be strengthened further. That's the aim. These are live images. That's the Capitol Hill that you see, the American Parliament. The Prime Minister has reached here. He will be addressing the Capitol, the joint sitting of the US Congress in a short while from now. These are visuals of earlier today. But before this, the Prime Minister got a rousing reception at the White House. And it wasn't just that the red carpet was rolled out for him. The gates of the White House were open to 7,000 Indian Americans, the first time ever. What does this indicate? This, the Prime Minister said, indicates the deepening ties between India and America, and the fact that the Indian Americans, the people of both the countries, are the glue that bind this relationship. Let's take a look.
Marching bands, honor guards, gun salutes. The welcome couldn't have been warmer in rainy weather. The who's who's of the Biden administration on the south lawn of the White House, rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I'm honored to be the first to have you here in 15 years. The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
The world's most powerful address in Washington, D.C., packed with a 7,000-strong crowd of diasporic Indians to witness America's most elevated reception of the Indian Prime Minister.
We are so excited and so happy and so proud of our Prime Minister and our country. And all I can say is Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He is such a great leader. He can be role model for the rest of the leaders of the world.
And we want to express our gratitude to the Prime Minister for his visit to continue to strengthen the ties between United States and India.
The invaluable role of the Indian American community also received a rare acknowledgement.
I see an Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains the bridge between our nations.
In his every word, the host painted a vibrant tapestry of unshakable confidence in the bonds between India and the United States.
We, the people. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. The decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
Prime Minister Biden's welcome speech for Prime Minister Modi set the stage for discussions ahead.
And the shared responsibilities
delving into crucial geopolitical matters, fostering Indo-Pacific collaboration, and reaffirming the shared democratic values of India and the United States.
In this century, require that India and the United States work and lead together. Core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories, and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanked the hosts. He described his state honor as a resounding testament to the collective significance of all Indians.
आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है.
Prime Minister Modi appreciated the honor the White House bestowed upon Indian Americans.
इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं। भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है।
In his address, the Prime Minister conveyed a deep sense of pride in India's diversity.
साधारण नागरिक के रूप में दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। हम सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं।
Shared vision, aspirations, goodwill and collaboration. The two global powerhouses forging a path towards a future brimming with promise and possibility. Bureau Report, India Today.
Look at the warmth in that relationship. Look at the detail, the planning done by the White House to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's talked about Sri Ann or millets. 2023 is the year of the millets. So in that special dinner for the Prime Minister, there are dishes made of the Sri Ann or millets. And that's just one aspect. Food decorated in the color of the tricolor. And the US First Lady Jill Biden spoke of it. And we'll talk about this in greater detail. Before that, there's realization in the US, and there has been for quite some time, that relationship with India is extremely important for the United States of America, and not just to contain China. Whether it's in the field of defense or technology or energy or people-to-people contact, there's bipartisan support. We bring you a lot of reactions that are coming in from the Hill.
Well, I think there's a lot of excitement. Of course, we have a lot of business going on Capitol Hill, but I'm excited to see all of that stop and pause for a moment to welcome Prime Minister Modi as the leader of a great partner and ally in India. And I truly feel that the U.S.-India relationship is the relationship of the future, economically, diplomatically, from the information space, and even militarily. This is the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy coming together in a truly significant way.
And a strong supporter of the people of India. My father served in India during World War II, and I'm really grateful. He told me how hardworking the people of India are, and so I'm so grateful for the Indian-American community, what they mean, and then I'm really thrilled about the service of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it's so important that America, the world's oldest democracy, work with the world's largest democracy. We have shared interest, and that is we believe in rule of law. And so we need to be working together.
John Bacon from Omaha, Nebraska. Well, I'm excited to hear Prime Minister Modi. He represents the largest democracy, the fifth largest economy, and he's coming here. We're the oldest democracy and the largest economy. But our two countries have to work together in a world where you have China and Russia and Iran, and we can be a voice together for so much better good than just by ourselves. So I hope to hear from him a desire to work together as our two countries, as partners for freedom, democracy, human rights, and so forth. Well, we need it because we can't deal with China, Russia, Iran on our own. We have to have strong allies. And I don't say as a leader of the allies, equal allies. We just need strong alliances. And I believe India could be a game changer when it comes to dealing with India and Russia. I think he obviously represents the majority from what I can see. And I think I have the impression that the Indian people love him from what I can see, that he has the support. But I've never talked to him, and I look forward to I'm going to be at the address today, and I'm going to be at a social with him afterwards. So I look forward to understanding who he is better. There's a reception after the State of the Union, or after his address to the Congress. Okay. And so I look forward to hearing what he has to say and knowing him. And, I'm impressed. He represents the most populous country in the world now. India surpassed China for the number of people.
So there is realization and a lot of other reactions also coming in, and we'll continue to get you those reactions. But the co-chair of the India caucus has actually introduced a legislation that would add India to the list of favored nations for the US arms sales under the Arms Export Control Act, along with NATO members in Australia, Japan, Israel, New Zealand, and South Korea. So overall, America wants to deepen not just military ties, but overall relationship with India. And Ambassador Sajanhar, while some say this is to contain China, while some say this is to checkmate China, the relationship is far deeper. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is actually saying that India's relationship with America, the two most powerful democracies together, are to benefit humankind. That's their effort, Ambassador.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. China is a factor, and it's a significant factor, but it's not the only factor. I think there are so many other aspects of the bilateral relationship or the bilateral partnership which are very important. And they are important not only for India, not only for the United States, not only for the people of the two countries, but they are important for peace, stability, security, and prosperity in the world. And in that context, I think all the new initiatives that are being taken, the new decisions that are being taken, Gaurav, I think all of them are acting in that direction. I think what the United States has realized, and particularly, after the so-called unipolar moment got over, when we had the 9/11 attacks in 2001 at the beginning of this century, and then we had that was the huge dent as far as the military position and dominance of the United States was concerned. And then in 2007, 2008, we had the international economic and financial crisis, as a result of which, all the Western economies, whether it's Europe or US or Japan, they were, their position was seriously affected, adversely impacted. So after that, the United States realized that if it had to counter China, then it could not do it alone. It needed allies. So in that sense, whether it is the other allies in East Asia or India, they became important. But overall, I think the United States has also realized that a strong, more influential, a more powerful India is in its own interest. And so what is happening is we have seen the weaponization of supply chains by China during the COVID period. So there is this move not really to move away from China in terms of disengaging with China, but having some, de-risking as far as its relations are concerned. And in that sense, India is, the relations with India are being developed, are being involved. And of course, there are so many other issues in the world, the challenges that confront the global community, whether it is climate change, whether it is terrorism. So all these are aspects in which India and the United States have to work together and to find solutions. So India's presence has become really indispensable as far as dealing with several of these global challenges are concerned.
All right. Ambassador Sajanhar, thank you for that insight. I do request you to stay on with us. This is Akshita now taking forward the broadcast from Gaurav Sawant. Just to recap for our viewers, we're standing by right now for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address at Capitol Hill. Second time that he's going to be addressing the US Congress and thereby creating history as the first Indian Prime Minister to be addressing the US Congress for a second time. But a lot that's happened over the last few hours, including that bilateral. What are the big takeaways from that bilateral? Because as much as we talk about the photo ops, as much as we talk about the optics, it's also about the business and what are the big takeaways from this visit. And a whole lot of big bang deals have been signed for space to semiconductors to fighter jet engines. Let me just sum up for you all the takeaways on the deals that have been inked between India and US.
The highest
highest trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power. An emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries. India's purchase of 31 armed MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones made by General Atomics worth $3 billion. Removal of US obstacles in the way of bilateral trade in defense and high technology also on the cards.
It's a milestone in our relationship between the two countries. You heard Honorable External Affairs Minister say yesterday, it's a very significant visit, very important visit. Bilateral defense cooperation, it has been a critical pillar of our engagement.
A cosmic alliance. India and the United States set to embark on an interstellar journey.
Seconds into the flight.
NASA and ISRO have agreed to carry out a joint mission to the International Space Station next year. And India has decided to join the US-led Artemis Accords, an international cooperative agreement for space exploration. PM Modi's visit has been able to secure a commitment from US-based semiconductor producer Micron Technology to break ground on a $2.75 billion a new assembly and test facility in India. Semiconductors are primary elements for the majority of electronic systems, serving communications, signal processing, computing, and control applications. A visit that showcases a determined focus on tangible outcomes and collaborations. Bureau Report, India Today.
So we're counting down to the Prime Minister's address. He's reached Capitol Hill, and those are images that we're showing to you right now of the last-minute preparations that are underway. A slew of congressmen and congresswomen, all of them speaking out, talking about how excited they are for the Prime Minister's address. We're being told that the speech will be in English. He is going to be, of course, touching upon a number of issues. But so far, considering that there's been a lot of talk about democracy and the Prime Minister addressing that question in particular, will there be a larger message on that also stressed upon when he speaks in Capitol Hill? But this is a historic address because of the fact that he's the first Indian Prime Minister to speak twice at the US Congress. And if you look at, the issues that were raised the last time around when the Prime Minister spoke in the US Congress, he did largely focus on deepening Indo-American ties, something that the Indian government and the American government working together in tandem have really achieved. If you look back at what things were like before versus now as well. Abhishek Bhalla is also with us here in the studio. Abhishek, what really is your expectation from the Prime Minister's address in about 30 minutes from now?
Well, Akshita, I think this will be this showstopper kind of an event addressing the entire Congress there and a joint session. And as you rightly mentioned that this is perhaps the first time that an Indian Prime Minister will be doing that twice, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done that before. I think the focus will be on the larger cooperation and sort of a new dawn between India and US relations. A bit of a takeaway that I thought was in that joint presser when he said that this is a global strategic partnership. That was I think that's one of the big takeaways that has come out till now from the utterances made by the two leaders. Because when he said that this is a global strategic partnership, I think the suggestion was that it's not just cooperation between the two countries, but it's going to have big ramifications on geopolitics across the world. Also, the fact that till now we've seen India-US cooperation be at in a situation where it's more of a import-export, buyer-seller kind of a relationship. That's set to change, and some of the deals that are happening, they're extremely strategic in nature. And when I say this, it's not just the defense acquisitions that we're talking about, but also something like NASA and ISRO getting together, space exploration, semiconductors. These are all aspects, artificial intelligence. These are all aspects that go beyond simple trade and has a big strategic ramification.
Very true. I'm particularly very, very excited about that space tie-up between India and NASA, a space mission in the offing where you're going to be seeing ISRO and NASA coming together. So that sounds particularly exciting to me. But let's put the focus again on some of those highlights that we're running on our screens. And what the Prime Minister said earlier, there was a lot of talk on social media, a lot of questions of whether the Prime Minister will take media's questions. He took the toughest one. The one that asked him about all of this talk about, minorities not getting their rights, about human rights violations in India, about there being no democracy in the country. And here's what he said in response. A very detailed reply by the Prime Minister. He didn't hold back. He ensured that he used that platform, used that opportunity to send out a message to all those critics, to all those naysayers.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship, is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
आज का दिन भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए
Images that we're getting to you right now from inside the Capitol Hill building. You can see that the congressmen and women are slowly streaming in. The Prime Minister is going to be entering the moment everyone has settled down. There's been a few boycotts, a few hiccups here and there, but that's not something that anyone, even the American media, isn't focusing on. They're talking about what the Prime Minister's message is going to be to all of the congressmen and congresswomen who are gathered there right now. We've time and again mentioned that this is going to be a historic speech. The Prime Minister is going to put the focus again, no doubt, on how these are two democracies coming together, blending together and forming this natural friendship and alliance that's been built along decades of trust, along decades of faith and of course along decades of deals that have been brokered between the two nations. And that's what he will largely focus on. And that comes just about an hour after you heard some of the comments that the Prime Minister made about what the India-US relationship really means for both countries. This is clearly a give and take relationship between both India and America. Gone are the days when India is reliant on America. Today, it's a 50-50 relationship where America is equally dependent on India. You could call it the China factor, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the reason that America is also reliant on having great ties with India is because of our stead, our reputation has also risen. I'm talking about economically and otherwise in the global order. These are images that we're getting to you right now from inside Capitol Hill. You can see that there is a constant stream of American politicians making their way in. Unlike what you saw outside the White House, where there was all of this Indian diaspora, this massive gathering that happened outside the Capitol Hill building, outside the Parliament of America, you don't really see a massive gathering of Indians. In fact, the Prime Minister, we're told, has already reached the building. He's inside, waiting for the right moment to go in there and start his address. These live images we will continue to beam for you, but remember this is a joint sitting of the US Congress that the Prime Minister will be addressing for the second time. And he will be reiterating his message of the Indian-American ties and the progress that we've seen in the last many years. This is very clearly a partnership that will build for the decades to come, a partnership with this visit that's been firmly sealed through, courtesy Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. Prime Minister Modi has had a power-packed schedule indeed from early this morning. If you look at what's happened in the United States, it started with, of course, that formal welcome in the White House with a 21-gun salute. And that's when you had 7,000 Indian Americans gathered at the White House. Post that was all getting down to business. It was the bilateral meets that took place. And then, of course, there was the joint briefing that happened as well. And very interesting from the joint briefing, the biggest headline that's emerged so far from this visit was that question that the Prime Minister took on democracy and questions on whether the minorities are being targeted, are being trampled upon, whether their rights are being trampled upon. He addressed that particular question with nearly a 3-minute long answer, saying, I don't know and I'm surprised to hear about this. India has democracy in her DNA. And that is a message clearly that's going out loud and clear to all critics. But there was a lot of talk about this on social media, whether the Prime Minister would be a part of that press conference. 2 questions that he took. The first on democracy, the second on climate change. The first came from an American journalist from Wall Street Journal, the second from an Indian journalist. And both questions were answered, after which President Biden and Prime Minister Modi walked out. Now, after this, at this particular event. It's going to be interesting to see what the Prime Minister really has to say. President Biden will be there. So will Vice President Kamala Harris, and all other important American political faces will be a part of this particular interaction with the Prime Minister. We're expecting that the speech could go on for about 60 minutes or so. It was scheduled to begin about 45 minutes ago. Abhishek, you were telling me earlier that I think as per the official schedule, it was supposed to start at about 12:30, that's Indian Standard Time, of course. So about a 1 hour delay, and I think that was expected. Okay, just live images that are coming in right now on your screens there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let's cut across, listening to what's happening.
Without you, one cannot do.
US House Speaker Kevin McCarthy there greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We'll play out that brief sequence for you again. So a warm handshake, a warm welcome for Prime Minister Modi from the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy there, as is protocol, as is the procedure. He was there to go ahead and welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, it looks like any moment now the Prime Minister is going to be making his way into the halls of the Congress. There you have it. You've got Vice President Kamala Harris, who's just walked in, as is the procedure. This, in all likelihood, will be followed by US President by POTUS, Mr. Biden. And then you will have Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking in. I have no doubt that it will be to a standing ovation. There you have the Vice President making her way up. As is protocol now, you can expect the Prime Minister to enter any moment now. So that right next to the Vice President is the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, who just a few moments ago, as we showed you, there you have it on your screens, that welcome to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's play that out for you.
Without you, one cannot do.
All right, couldn't quite catch what the Prime Minister has said, so we'll try to listen and play that out for you once again. But you can see that both leaders are all smiles as the Prime Minister made his way into the Parliament of America, if you will, and getting that warm welcome from the US Speaker. He is expected there any moment now, but it's a full house. As you can see there, the US Congress, both houses coming together for this rare event, for this historic event. And the Prime Minister will be putting forth his words, his thoughts to this packed house as well. In just a few brief moments from now, you can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Biden to be making their way inside. And let's play out for you that particular sequence so we can once again listen to the welcome that was accorded to Prime Minister Modi.
Excellency, good afternoon. It's an honor. Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, of all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Otherwise, without you, one cannot do.
Yes.
Excellency, good afternoon.
It's an honor.
Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, of all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Otherwise, without you, one cannot do.
Yes.
Excellency, good afternoon.
It's an honor.
Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, of all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Otherwise, without you, one cannot do.
Yes.
Excellency, good afternoon.
It's great to see the kind of bonhomie the Prime Minister Modi really shares with every American leader he's meeting there. And you can see that there's a brief conversation where the Prime Minister says, good afternoon, thanks for this opportunity. And then they smile for that photo op. There's a brief moment where both of them also share a laugh. We're not exactly able to catch what really the joke was the Prime Minister Modi cracked that got even the Speaker all smiles. But you can see the warmth written all over your screens there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is protocol being followed, but at the same time, you can see that personal touch of the friendship, the bonhomie, the warmth that's been exchanged between these two leaders. It's been pretty much a template that we've seen in the last few days, that everywhere the Prime Minister has gone, whether it's the Bidens, whether it's any other American leader, the CEOs, the cultural representatives, or for that matter, other politicians, all of them have welcomed Prime Minister Modi, and thereby India essentially with such warmth that speaks volumes by itself of where India-US relations and ties have really reached at this point. So we're looking forward to that address, this particular sequence that you see with the Prime Minister being greeted by the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, sets the tone of what you can expect really in the House as well.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints members of the committee on part of the House to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbin. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from California, Mr. Barra. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. The gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar. The members of the escort. Oh, sorry.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. And the Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. That is.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Protocol. As is protocol there, you had the Vice President and the Speaker reading out names of the senators who will be escorting Prime Minister Modi into the House right now. So they've just gone out to formally invite the Prime Minister, to formally bring him in, and then you're going to see the proceedings kick off. But order has been called by the Speaker. All the senators, all the congressmen and congresswomen have taken their places. So any moment now, Prime Minister Modi is going to be walking in with, in fact, that entire delegation of all the senators who've been personally handpicked to invite the Prime Minister inside. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. A procedure protocol that's being followed right now. It's expected that the Prime Minister will speak in English and could be a 60-minute long speech. And this is purely based on the last time around and his speech last time around, that I'm saying that this could go on for 60 minutes or even more, because the last time around the Prime Minister spoke, he went into great detail about his vision for Indian-American ties, about how India has worked for years relentlessly on building this relationship, and how America also has, in fact, been pushing forward, striving to better the ties with us. So this time's message also will be crucial to note here, because the Prime Minister repeatedly has spoken about how these two democracies and them coming together is the perfect marriage, a perfect alliance of sorts. And time and again has said that we must stand shoulder to shoulder. We stand shoulder to shoulder in combating every global issue. Let's cut across live. Take over. Pin drop silence there in the House. All anticipation and all eyes, as you can see on your screens there, are glued to right behind. And that's because from those doors is where the Prime Minister is expected to enter, all of them up on their feet. So the moment Prime Minister Modi comes in, it's going to be a standing ovation welcome for him. And I remember the last time around when he spoke in the US Congress, in this very hall, it was a standing ovation once he completed his address. So we'll see what the reception is this time around. And you can see all of them turned around with their eyes glued to the doors through which the Prime Minister will enter any moment now.
The President's Cabinet.
So all the chairs being slowly filled in, it's a rare procedure. It's very interesting to note how different parliaments across the world function. This is how the US Parliament, the US Congress essentially functions, announcements being made for representatives from different parts of America, for representatives from different groups. Like you just saw, these were representatives from the President's Cabinet, as was announced, who've just made their way inside. Once all of them stream in, once they file in, that's when you're going to be seeing that formal announcement being made of the Prime Minister also entering into the US Congress. Vice President Kamala Harris is standing right up there. Accompanying her is, in fact, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. Yes, waiting in anticipation, standing up on their feet, holding on, waiting in anticipation for the Prime Minister to enter. There are many of them. You can see that it's completely a packed house right now, as all of them have gathered to hear what the Prime Minister's message is going to be to America, to the world as well. Make no mistake in your mind, this particular address will be watched very closely across the world. As President Biden himself put it, the world has a stake in the relations between India and America. The world has a stake in these two democracies. And that's exactly what we're witnessing right now. Because in the global order, in the scheme of things, in the global order, India and America hold a sizable chunk of power, of authority. And this relationship, as it keeps building and building, putting up the building blocks, as we're seeing with every single visit by Prime Minister Modi to America, by President Biden to India, that cements this relationship further. And that's something that will be highlighted also in the address by Prime Minister Modi, which is why it's going to be extremely important to take note of. He is going to be no doubt talking about how these two democracies are blending together, are binding together. And that's something he's already spoken about 60 minutes ago, when a pointed question was asked to him about all of this rhetoric that does the rounds when it comes to India, when it comes to the Narendra Modi government globally, where they claim that there are violations of human rights constantly, that minorities are being and their rights are being trampled upon. And the message from there was very clear from the Prime Minister, saying democracy is truly in our DNA. As we wait for the Prime Minister to arrive, I'd just like to take a quick question to Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar. Ambassador Sajjanar, would you agree with what President Biden said earlier when he said that, the world has a stake in India-America ties? The world has a stake in these two democracies and how well they really blend together.
No, absolutely. I fully agree with what President Biden said, that the relations between the two countries are important, not only for the people of these two countries, but really for peace, for stability, for security and prosperity in the regions and the world. For instance, you look at the Indo-Pacific, you look at the Indian Ocean, you look at the South China Sea, you look at peace in that region. I think it is incumbent upon these countries to work together to ensure that there is security, stability and prosperity. And all the very many initiatives that have been taken, Akshita, by the Quad, for instance, the Prime Minister has called it a force for global good. And whether it is in terms of dealing with climate change, it is in terms of providing 2 billion vaccines of COVID-19, when the pandemic was raging, or it is to deal with the critical emergent technologies, infrastructure which does not lead the countries into debt traps like the Belt and Road Initiative of China has led, and in terms of HADR, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, in terms of providing healthcare, education. So all these aspects are definitely important, not only for these two countries, but definitely for peace and security in the world. So, and I think this is what the Prime Minister is going to be speaking about. You are very right. I fully agree with you when you say that, this speech of his is going to be compared to the last speech that he made in May of 2016. Because that was truly a historical speech. He gave some, some very quotable quotes there, some very iconic statements were made by him. And I'm sure you remember all of them when he said, that India has overcome the hesitations of history. And he also made the comment, in a rather lyrical manner, that now there is a new symphony at play between
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Let's cut across live now.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the U.S. Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards, I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I'm delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes from dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, We are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. $500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, but the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors. Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement. To live it, to be the job of governments alone. By being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, being disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, the United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, a single order for aircrafts creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, it creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Today, India and the US are working together in space and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and in finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless. And the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and the love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it to greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country because it serves a larger purpose. Democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. As I have said directly and publicly, This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. We work through regional institutions and with our partners from within the region and beyond. Of this, Quad has emerged as a major force of good for the region. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19's biggest impact was the human loss and suffering it caused. I wish to remember Congressman Ron Wright and the staff members who lost their lives to COVID. As we emerge out of the pandemic, we must give shape to a new world order. Consideration, care, and concern are the need of the hour. Giving a voice to the global south is the way forward. That is why I firmly believe that the African Union be given full membership of G20. We must revive multilateralism and reform multilateral institutions. With better resources and representation that applies to all our global institutions of governance, especially the United Nations. When the world has changed, our institutions too must change, or risk getting replaced by a world of rivalries without rules. In working for a new world order based on international law, our two countries will be at the forefront as partners. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, today we stand at a new dawn in our relationship that will not only shape the destiny of our two nations, but also that of the world. As the young American poet Amanda Gorman has expressed, when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we are brave enough to see it. Our trusted partnership is like the sun in this new dawn that will spread light all around. I am reminded of a poem that I once wrote. आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है। अभी तो सूरज उगा है। दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, हर मुश्किल को पार कर, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाते, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाने अभी तो सूरज उगा है। If I were to say it in English, it would be rising its head in the skies, piercing through the dense clouds with the promise of light. The sun has just risen, armed with a deep resolve, overcoming all the odds to dispel the forces of darkness. The sun has just risen. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, we come from different circumstances and history, but we are united by a common vision and by a common destiny. When our partnership progresses, economic resilience increases, innovation grows, science flourishes, knowledge advances, humanity benefits, our seas and skies are safer, democracy will shine brighter, and the world will be a better place. That is the mission of our partnership. That is our calling for this century. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, even by the high standards of our partnership, this visit is one of the great positive transformations. Together, we shall demonstrate that democracies matter and democracies deliver. I count on your continued support to the India-US partnership. When I was here in 2016, I said that our relationship is primed for a momentous future. That future is today. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and the distinguished members of this honor. God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Standing ovations for the Prime Minister in that 60-minute long speech at the US Congress, and that itself speaks volumes of how his speech, how his address has been received. Personal touches in several parts of the speech, peppered with jokes, but an overarching message, a message that these are two democracies that matter and two democracies that deliver. You can see the bonhomie, the warmth on your screens there as Prime Minister Modi is interacting with the senators, all of them shaking hands. Some of them I noticed even taking autographs of Prime Minister Modi. And I don't think ever before has Capitol Hill resounded with chants of Modi, Modi or Bharat Mata Ki Jai. That is the impact of the man you see on your screens as he entered into the US Congress there with chants of Modi, Modi, and ending also with those chants. I'm very curious to know what the reaction was to all of those slogans being raised. And so we're going to be connecting with my colleagues Rahul and Geeta on the ground in just a bit. Gaurav Sawant is with me. And Gaurav, look at those pictures. How the congressmen and congresswomen are swarming around Prime Minister Modi, many of them taking his autograph, as you see there.
The Indian voters matter, the Indian American voters matter, and they know Prime Minister Narendra Modi is extremely popular amongst the Indian Americans. They've seen the Prime Minister spoke of it a short while back when he said, the gates of the White House were open for the first time for so many Indian Americans to witness history. And this truly is Indian-American relationship being taken to the next level, Akshita. Very, very important points made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in this 1 hour long address at the US Congress, especially the aspect you raised, the points that you raised. Democracies matter, democracies deliver. And he gave instances of India's story. And isn't it remarkable? He spoke of India's achievements on the world stage here.
I must say that when I first heard those chants of Modi, Modi, all the cheering, all of that, I always assumed it was just the Indian American senators there. But look at those images on your screens. Those are American senators, American congressmen and congresswomen who've right now swarmed the Prime Minister, who are taking his autographs, getting a chance, trying to go ahead and shake hands with Prime Minister Modi. And that really tells you about how the relationship has progressed to this level now, that the Prime Minister's speech is followed by him spending considerable amount of time within the hall, interacting, meeting members of the House, signing autographs on those booklets that were distributed with copies of the Prime Minister's speech. So it's quite amazing to really see those images, because it really tells you the weightage that's being given right now to the Indian American story, the weightage that's being given to the Prime Minister's visit right now. To you, Gaurav, what really was the highlight of the Prime Minister's speech? For me, personally, it was all of the jokes, the personal touch that he gave. But what was it for you?
So many points that the Prime Minister raised. When he mentions the India story is very, very important, and very important for the world to know. The fact that he spoke that when he was last here in 2016, India was the 10th largest economy, and now we are the 5th largest economy, soon to be the 3rd largest economy. So that's a great achievement. Then the two democracies, their shared values, and what's extremely important, the moment India's aerospace industry grows. Now, when you talk about, the deal with Boeing, when so many, Boeing aircraft are being bought by India, and those are passenger aircraft, or when the GE 414 engines of General Electric, if they are made in India, there are jobs that are created in the United States of America. So this is this is mutually beneficial friendship and relationship. That's something that all the congressmen and women, they actually realize, because their voters also benefit. They benefit. Jobs are created in America. Jobs are created in India. And democracy is kept safe from expansionist forces. I mean, what I was very happy about was the fact that he exposed China, an expansionist power in the Indo-Pacific, where he very specifically mentioned that, there are dark clouds of coercion and confrontation that are staring at us in the Indo-Pacific. And smaller countries need to feel safe. Sea lanes of communication need to be kept safe. So he exposes China. He also exposes, without naming Pakistan, state-sponsored radical Islamic terror, when he mentions 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and the fact that we're still fighting for justice.
Very true. And look at those pictures on your screens. We've progressed now from autographs to selfies with Prime Minister Modi. All the senators queuing up there to quickly click a picture with Prime Minister Modi before he makes his way out. There's another very, very important part of his schedule that's coming up, which is going to be the state dinner. The Prime Minister is expected there in about 2 hours from now, less than that actually, because we're running kind of close on his schedule now. You can see that he's still taking his time out. He's taking the time out to interact with all of the senators, all the congressmen and congresswomen who want a chance to take a picture with him, to interact with him, to shake hands with him, to sign autographs as well. And that tells you about the popularity of the Prime Minister. I must admit that when I first heard the chants of Modi, I saw all the standing ovations. I largely believed that it was triggered by the Indian Americans there in the US Congress. But clearly, it's also all of the American senators who are out there crowding around the Prime Minister. Geeta Mohan, a foreign affairs editor, is with us. Geeta, you were there when Prime Minister Modi was speaking. What's the mood been like around? Because I'm sure never before has the Capitol Hall building ever heard the chants of Modi, Modi.
Well, once before he has spoken over here, and yes, there was applause then too, but none like the one we've seen this time around. Look at the resounding uproar, not just of the galleries where the Indian American community was seated, and prominent members who work very closely with India, but also from the house below, the senators as well as congressmen, all lawmakers. We're getting up to give him a standing ovation. I was counting myself. I could be wrong, but according to me, from the moment he started speaking, it was 12 times. And
14 in all, Geeta, 14 ovations. 15. Gaurav tells me it's 15.
Yes.
79 applauses, 15 standing ovations.
I counted 14. About 12 when the entire house stood up to give him a standing ovation. And on 2 occasions, it was only the gallery, the Indian community, and the Indian Americans who stood up to give him a standing ovation. So 14 is what I've counted. Maybe Gaurav and I differ on the number, but that's the number. Quite a few times standing up and agreeing with Prime Minister Modi. The whole idea of a standing ovation indeed is the fact that they are getting up and agreeing with the Prime Minister on what he's saying. Most of them to do with India-US partnership, how to go forward, how to move forward, not an era of war, Russia-Ukraine, territorial integrity. These are key words to which everybody stood up and gave him a standing ovation. Also, there were those who've been critics of Modi in the House, Jayapala included, but she also stood up. She stood up when the House was clapping. She also did clap. So. It was a different atmosphere from how one viewed or one would have viewed. There were certainly apprehension whether if there are going to be people who would not stand up when the others stand up for a standing ovation. So we see that there is a moment over here where Prime Minister Modi is waving a goodbye to the members who are still inside the House. He's still inside the House. A lot of people taking photos with Prime Minister Modi, and some of them having a brief conversation, and he is indulging all of them. He's taking
Geeta,
time
just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. You're describing what's happening inside. Let's play that out live for our viewers. Briefly, we just heard again as the Prime Minister waved up to the galleries the chants of Modi, Modi. Last few senators, it looks like he's interacting with, signing their documents, signing pages for them before he makes his way out. From here, as I mentioned, he's going to be making his way for that state dinner as well. But you can see so many of them grabbing their phones, trying to get this opportunity to quickly grab a picture, click a picture with the Prime Minister. Some of them also having an interesting conversation, it looks like, with him about the speech, about some of the comments that he's made as well. But you can see there more selfies being clicked in the House. and the Prime Minister patiently ensuring that he goes ahead and responds to every single one of them, interacts with every single one of them, and you can see that there are autographs being taken, selfies being clicked, some of them opening up copies of his speech, showing it to him, highlighting some points, and there you have him waving at the galleries once again. A lot of the Indian Americans are seated in those galleries, which is why he's making it a point time and again to communicate with them.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chairs declare that this is now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
There is the announcement of the adjournment by the Speaker, considering that the joint sitting was for the Prime Minister's address officially come to an end. So many takeaways to talk about. The Prime Minister highlighting Indo-American ties, the Prime Minister talking about Indian economy, how it's grown, India's stature in the global order, and also very importantly sending out a message on conflict to the entire world and where India's stand is. That we're very clear war is quite simply unacceptable. So a lot of very important messages that the Prime Minister has put out. Very importantly also spoke about the roots of India in America, the roots of India in the chamber that he stood in. And that's when he cracked that particular joke, which I enjoyed the most, where he referred to a samosa caucus in the House, saying, I hear it's particularly popular in the House. So you could see that he made that effort, referring to several congressmen, congresswomen who he met the last time around, who tragically had passed away this time, made a mention of their names, Gaurav, added that personal touch. And that's why I think it's resonated so much with all of those senators who you see crowding around him, taking his autograph, clicking selfies and whatnot.
The senators, the congressmen, the congresswomen, India-America ties, and right from 1999-2000, he actually complimented every prime minister and every government. They've taken this relationship forward and brought it to this stage. And he made that point that in 2016, when he addressed this Congress, this joint sitting, he'd said that, the future holds immense promise, India-America relationship. And he said that future is here in the year 2023. He also realizes that these congressmen and women, whether Republicans or Democrats, extremely crucial to take this relationship forward. As the American President Joe Biden said, India-America relationship is the defining relationship of the 21st century. Why? Because if we were to talk specifically of the Indo-Pacific region, smaller democracies, Akshita, are looking to India and America to stand up to expansionist forces that believe in coercion. And it's technically India that's standing up with American, military hardware, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and other things that are required to keep the sea lanes of communication in the Indo-Pacific safe, where Quad plays an extremely critical role.
Very, very true. Gaurav, the President Biden also made that very important point where he said, that the world has a stake in these two democracies. The world has a stake in these ties between India and America. And that, to me, pretty much summed up why right now everyone's watching this particular visit by the Prime Minister so closely. I want to introduce on this broadcast Major Samar Tur, defense expert who's joining us on this broadcast. Thank you, Major Tur. I know it's very late into the night, 2:50, and you've taken the time out to join us live. So thank you for that. I just want to know, what is your response to the Prime Minister's speech, particularly his message on the Indo-Pacific? He made 2 points. One saying not a time for war, but at the same time ensured that he drove home a point about what was happening in the Indo-Pacific.
Good morning, Akshita. Good morning,
Yes,
Gaurav.
good morning would be apt, yes.
And to the audience. His speech was mesmerizing. And the response that the Americans have given to his speech is quite evident, because the only calling card for the Americans left in the Asian continent is the largest democracy, that is India. They have no other way to look on to anyone. As far as their ally, so-called Pakistan, now it's gone against them and are not reliable anymore. It's a failed state. So they don't have anybody to look on. And they have issues with Iran. Afghanistan, they had to leave in between. China's dominance and expansionist mindset is troubling. As Prime Minister Modi said, that it should be a free movement as per international law. It should be safe and secure movement. But now it is having dark clouds of confrontation and danger to sovereignty. And the biggest challenge right now that is there for the Indian continent is the Coco Islands, because there is a 2,300-meter airstrip which is fully functional, and there are speculations that Myanmar has leased it out to the Chinese military. And it is just 45 kilometers north of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So, and this is a very critical issue which has to be addressed at the earliest by India with Myanmar, because it is a place of tactical importance. The Malacca Strait, where 90% of all the trade goes to China and from China towards Europe, is all dependent through Malacca Strait. So China is having his eyes on the Coco Islands as well. So it was imminent for Prime Minister Modi first to call out the card against China, which basically we are going to fight it out. Basically, America has got somebody who's got the back. That is us. And to confront North Korea, they have South Korea, they have Japan.
Which is why very often they, this particular visit, and Gaurav, if you could also pitch in on this, this particular visit has been referred to as more crucial perhaps for America than for India, to send out that very clear message to China that we've got India on our side.
Well, India is the country that stood up to China. Whether you'd recall Doklam 2017, Galwan 2020, and ever since, at the same time, India maintains that very independent foreign policy in terms of not being a part of either that NATO plus invitation that was given, and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made that point very clear. But, India-America relationship is not just dependent on China. China is a very important factor. It's an expansionist force. India has been saying this all along. China is an expansionist force that needs to be dealt with, and America is realizing this only now, when China's debt trap diplomacy and Wolf Warriors and Belt and Road Initiative, especially post-COVID, are directly taking America on or impacting American interests adversely. So China's one aspect, but Indian-American association is much, much more. China may have been the catalyst, forcing India and America to come closer faster. But this relationship, look, space cooperation, very important. Military hardware, yes, that's China specific, but then that also helps the American industry. It also helps jobs in India and America. So, and all of this is very important. The Prime Minister pushing for the African Union to be a part of G20, and that's India's initiative. That's very important, because you have to keep Africa out of China's debt trap as much as possible and encourage multilateralism, ensure India remains the voice of global South and not an expansionist force like China. So a lot is happening, where the Prime Minister's speech was very important, Akshata.
And I think every single point that he made, had an underlying theme, had an underlying message to Americans, had a message to the world as well, which is why he received 15 standing ovations for several points that he made, points that you've referred to, Gaurav, about the African Union, about Quad, about China, about the Indo-Pacific. All of that is something that resonated with the senators, with the congressmen and the congresswomen there as well. Major Tur, did you also get that sense that, Prime Minister Modi's speech referred to every single aspect? If you look at perhaps from the prism of defense alone, he did make a mention of Quad as well. And that's a very crucial strategic tie-up that he recognized in the floor of the US Congress, knowing full well the impact, an alliance like Quad can have.
See, what petrifies China at present is basically the Quad alliance, because there were talks regarding NATO and NATO plus. In NATO plus, there are 5 countries which are being requested to join NATO, but they will not be backed by the NATO military in case they come to conflict with China. And these countries include Japan, Australia, New Zealand. And so it is very critical that Quad has to, come up in a way in which it is going to actually implement the policy laid down the international law of free movement in sea. Because the construction of these man-made artificial islands by China is hampering the movement of trade, number one. Number two, the small countries in the Asia Pacific region who have a weaker economy are falling for the debt trap. For example, the Harmantota port in Sri Lanka, it is a 100-year lease to China. This is all because of corruption, mismanagement of funds and finances by various governments, which has led to this. So the vulnerability of us getting exposed towards China's malintent of surveillance, intelligence gathering, dominance in the Pacific is actually worrying. Because once their submarines start docking in the Coco Islands and in Sri Lanka, it is going to be a major concern because we are going to be under the watch. So something has to be done quick. More naval and air force and military exercises need to pick up momentum in the future now, and especially with the Quad Alliance, because these are the four main countries: Japan, Australia, India, and US, who are actually going to tighten the noose in terms of the
I think the world, I think America, I think India, all of them actually recognize the power of Quad right now, which is why the Prime Minister also made that mention very, very importantly. Major Tour, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for taking the time out to join us so late into the night or perhaps so early into the morning. You've heard what the Prime Minister said. We're putting out some of those highlights for you in case you missed out. We've got you covered. This was a 60-minute speech you don't want to miss. We're playing it out full for you here. The standing ovation, 15 standing ovations that the Prime Minister received for this speech.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the US Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards. I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have met the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I'm delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our
When you look back at the tangible takeaways that have emerged from this visit, which one stands out to you as being the most important?
There's so much here. And one of the ones that doesn't get enough attention or headlines, I think, are the improvements on people-to-people ties. I mean, you have India, the largest democracy in the world. You have the United States, the oldest. And we have young populations that want to grow, develop, educate. They want to innovate. They want to make a difference in the world, whether that's on climate change science or clean energy technology or artificial intelligence, space, cyberspace. And these people-to-people ties are so critical. And what you saw today were opportunities to grow those programs, to improve exchanges, whether they're educational or otherwise, between our two peoples, between the American people and the Indian people. So I don't think that got enough headlines. But look, there were other really key deliverables. The co-production of GE jet engines in India. That's a big deal, not just for jobs in India, but also here for the United States. India is going to buy some more MQ-9s, which will improve their military capabilities. We signed on to more investments in each other's economies. India signed on to the Artemis Accords, so space exploration between our two countries will improve. I could go on and on. I mean, I've seen a lot of these, and there hasn't been too many other bilateral visits that I've seen that have created as long a list of deliverables and as specific as this one.
Admiral Kirby, let's take some of the things you mentioned one by one. I'll start with the GE F414 jet engine deal. A few years ago, it would have been quite inconceivable for the United States to be agreeing to transfer this kind of sensitive technology to India. India isn't a formal alliance partner of the United States, is unlikely ever to be part of a formal alliance of any kind. What then do you think facilitates this kind of a deal, and what signal are you trying to send? Because for a long time, India was dependent on the USSR and later Russia for weapon purchases. Is this an effort to try and wean India away from the Soviet-Russian grasp?
It's not an effort against any other country. It's an attempt to show how much this strategic partnership with India really matters to both our nations. Quite frankly, and you heard President Biden say this, to the whole world. I mean, India is becoming an increasing exporter of security, not just in South Asia, but in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere. So, I mean, it's really important, we think, that they have access to this kind of technology and this co-production capability to improve not only their capabilities in civil and military air, but again, in the creation of additional jobs.
India and the United States now do more joint exercises than India does with any other country. Is that something that you see increase in time to come, attempts at interoperability, especially in the Indo-Pacific region?
It could. I mean, there were no additional training events announced today, but you're right. We have a terrific regimen of training and exercises with the Indian military. Those help not only our individual militaries get better and more operationally ready, but also improves our interoperability with one another, and so we'll look to see if that needs to be expanded.
One of the things the French were concerned about when the Rafale deal was being negotiated was about the ability of Hindustan Aeronautics, the Indian company, to be able to manufacture as per Rafale standards. Is that something you've satisfactorily addressed the capacity? One of the reasons we're frankly having to come to you is because Hindustan Aeronautics couldn't build the Kaveri engine by themselves. It was heavy, unwieldy. Now, of course, this is a big respite for the light combat aircraft project. Is that something which is of concern to you because you've been a military man yourself?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't make a deal like this and we wouldn't be so proud of this if we didn't have full confidence that India will be able to manage that co-production capability and manage the delivery of those jet engines as appropriate.
Okay, let's now talk a bit about the killer predator drone technology. This, Admiral Kirby, is something that India has been desperately wanting to arm itself with. Is this a pure play business transaction at full commercial rates, or does this too have some kind of a component of transfer of technology inbuilt into it?
This is basically the delivery of additional MQ-9 drones to the Indian military. It's done through the Foreign Military Sales Program. That's what this is about. But these drones will have a terrific additive capability to the Indian military. We believe that they will find them useful and capable for their own self-defense needs.
The president was asked this question about China, and I think the message from the Biden administration was that this isn't aimed at China. But,
That's right.
you know, the fact is that Beijing's noticing the ever deepening ties between India and the United States. Is China really the unsaid gorilla in the room in some senses, sir?
This was not about China, as President Biden said. Look, India has concerns over China's activities in the region and beyond, and so do we. And you heard the president. He spoke very frankly about that, and the two leaders did have a chance to exchange notes and perspectives on the challenge that is posed by the PRC. But that's not why this visit was so important. That's not why this bilateral relationship is considered such a strategic one for our two countries. When you look at the challenges that we're facing around the world, the Indian people and the American people have so much capacity to help solve those problems together. Innovation, technology, engineering, science, whether it's climate change or, as I said, artificial intelligence. The capacity to solve those transnational problems really do reside in this relationship. It's really, as President Biden said, the importance of this relationship goes well beyond our two countries. It really does have the potential to be a global force for good.
Let's spend a moment on the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, Admiral Kirby, because that seems to be one of the linchpins of this emerging relationship. Where does ISED go from here, outside of what we've seen, the conversation now on for about a year, in terms of actual deliverables on the table? What do you think ISED, what should people expect from ISED?
I think what they should expect is that coming out of this visit, we're going to continue to work with our Indian partners and partners around the world, too, to improve our approach on ISED.
What did you make of the impact Prime Minister Modi had? You were part of the extended bilateral this morning. What did you make of him being at the south lawns of the White House and just the kind of atmospherics that we saw?
Well, you could tell the warm welcome, clearly. I mean, there's millions and millions of Indian Americans here in the United States, and you could just see the energy here that exists between our two democracies and the importance of this relationship. It was a warm welcome, but more critically than that, they were warm, cordial, constructive discussions about very important, critical issues across, as I said, the spectrum, whether it's private or public sector issues. And so there's an awful lot that our two countries can and will do going forward. And as President Biden said, and I think, again, you can see this reflected in the deliverables. This is going to be the defining partnership for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
You've been saying that, and that gives people in India a lot of hope, because the Prime Minister spoke of the hesitance of the past and doing away with that, and really building ties with the United States much deeper, much stronger in the time to come. Last question about the G20 summit in September. The American president will be coming to India. Have you had an opportunity to find out about his thinking as he builds up to this big visit to India in September?
Well, we're very much looking forward to the G20 summit. There'll be, as you can imagine, a spate of issues to be discussed, not least of which is the ongoing war in Ukraine, and we're grateful for India's presidency and leadership of it.
Is that something that came up? Ukraine, India buying oil from Russia, which has been a bit of a thorn in Washington, D.C., and several congressmen especially speaking against
the two leaders did have a chance to talk about what's going on in Ukraine, but I'll leave it there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you taking our time, Admiral Kirby. We read so much about everything that you've been saying and doing, and appreciate you taking our time and speaking to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. That's Admiral John Kirby at the National Security Council, the man in charge of strategic communication and one of the senior most officials of the the Biden administration, joining us here on India Today for this exclusive conversation with video journalist Kirpal Singh. This is Rahul Kanwal at the White House, signing off for India Today.
So that's Rahul Kanwal in conversation with Admiral John Kirby, top White House official, and he spells out what really the White House's hopes are for a blooming and deepening relationship between India and the United States. And this comes just moments after the Prime Minister's speech there at the US Congress, which received 15 standing ovations. The admiration, the mutual respect for each other is very, very clear in the words of Prime Minister Modi, in the words of John Kirby as well, as he says that the India-US relationship is truly the future. Let's get you some of the highlights of what the Prime Minister said, a 60-minute speech that's going viral now. 15 standing ovations, as I said, and many of the senators stayed back to get autographs and selfies with the Prime Minister. Here's parts of that speech.
Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives way. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes. From dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that. Curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy.
India will be the third largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, we are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. 500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas.
And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, but the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors.
Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement. To live it, to be the job of governments alone. By being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, being disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, the United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, a single order for aircraft creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, it creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Thank you. Today, India and the US are working together in space,
and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and in finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless. And the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and the love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it a greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country because it serves a larger purpose. Democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity.
As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow.
So those were some of the highlights from the Prime Minister's address at the US Congress. Headline grabbing for sure. There were many takeaways, but let's focus on the next event. The next big event is the state dinner, for which the guests have already started arriving. You've got big celebrities from India, from America attending. Handing this straight across to Rahul Kanwal. Rahul, good morning, rather good evening. My sense of time has been completely warped right now. But tell us what's happening there. I can see that there's a lot of celebrities streaming in.
You're talking, Akshita, about sense of time being warped. I just found out that the Foreign Secretary is going to be doing a press briefing at 11 p.m. tonight after the state dinner. So just imagine our plight here as the traveling media corps and our sense of timing at this moment. Okay, so we're at the North Porch of the White House. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and American President Joe Biden will be in a short while from now for the ceremonial welcome, which is where we'll be trying to track that live for you. I have with me the guest list of the state dinner, and I'll take you through some of the well-known faces. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Ambani go in a short while before now. So Mukesh Ambani is here, Neeta Ambani is here, Sam Altman, who was in India recently, the founder of OpenAI, he's here. Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense of the United States government, he's going to be here. Bharat Barai and Mrs. Panna Barai, close friends of Prime Minister Modi, they're here. They'll be at this state dinner. Apart from this, interestingly, some of the Biden family members are here as well. So from the list that we saw, Hunter Biden is here. So the children of Joe Biden, they're over here. Tim Cook is here. So these are people who obviously want to invest in the India story, and that's probably one of the reasons that they're excited about being here as well. Sundar Pichai is likely to be here. So it's a very power-packed dinner that the American president is throwing. So lots of interesting names there. I've sent those across to our office, so you'll be able to pull them out. Puneet Ranjan of Deloitte, we met him at the World Economic Forum at Davos. He's going to be here as well. Tim Roma is going to be here. He met the Prime Minister in New York. So these are some of the names of the various dignitaries who will be here for this state dinner. I had spoken to Eric Garcetti, the American ambassador to India, and he said this is the hottest ticket in town, and quite literally is. So we've got the American Guard of Honor of the American Tri-Services. They're waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American President to be here in a short while from now. Smith.
Okay, so we're also on the right of our screens putting out those images of the Ambanis making their way in. Can we just play out that reaction before I come back to you, Rahul, of the Ambanis as they made their way in? Very brief interaction with the media where Mukesh Ambani, in fact, sent out a message saying we're feeling very proud. This is a great moment for India. Let's play that out, that reaction of the Ambanis as they made their way in.
It's an historic visit for both our countries. बहुत ज़्यादा मजबूत है.
And Ms. Neeta Ambani.
It's an historic visit for both our countries.
So Mukesh Ambani there referring to this as a historic visit, which it truly, truly is. And I think from the address at the US Congress, there have been so many takeaways, Rahul, that it set the stage perfectly right now for the state dinner. I'm sure you heard the address also by the Prime Minister. 60-minute long speech, peppered with so many personal anecdotes, peppered with so many jokes as well that, resonated with all of the congressmen and congresswomen who were gathered there.
Oh, absolutely. And with a lot of American humor thrown in.
Yeah.
Remember, Jaishankar, our foreign affairs minister, served here, and a lot of the key officials around the prime minister really get the American way of life and American sense of humor. The fact that he referred to the vice president and her roots from South Asia, that again was significant. Again, coming back to the list of people who likely be here, Anand Mahindra, the chairperson of the Mahindra Group, he's going to be here. I'm told Nikhil Kamath is here as well, of Zerodha. Satya Nadella is going to be here in a short while. Many of them have already started arriving. Shantanu Narayan of Adobe, he's here as well. Indra Nui, Indra Nui, former head of PepsiCo, she's going to be here. So, as I said, it's a very power-packed dinner. And all these people here. Now, yes, you were speaking about the address at the US Congress, and that was interesting because what we heard are chants of Modi, Modi at the US Congress, and some of the journalists who were in the press gallery, they were quite gobsmacked initially. Just like looking at these chants, they probably never heard it because they go to the US Congress as we go to Parliament very frequently, and they would have never seen such scenes or heard such chants inside the Congress. This is not from the congressman, of course. This is from the press, the visitor gallery. Lots of people, guests of different congressmen, senators, they were the ones who were there, members of the Indian American community. I'm told that in 2 minutes from now, Prime Minister Modi and the American president will be here at the North Porch, where we are broadcasting late tonight in India. It's getting late in Washington DC as well. So in about a couple of minutes from now, they'll be in, and then they'll go in. There'll be a raising of the toast, and that's when the state dinner really starts. So we're just going to count down to that moment when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here, and a lot of the guests have already started arriving. You saw some of those images. We just heard the security personnel say that in about 2 minutes the Prime Minister will be here. Yes, so I want to come back to what happened after the address at the Congress. Many of the congressmen, including the Speaker, actually walked up to the Prime Minister and asked for his autograph. I mean, they were taking selfies. That's something, again, which is quite unprecedented. In fact, one of the PMO officials sent me a message. They were counting the number of times there was a standing ovation or a clap. So I'll just take you through. Apparently 79 applauses, 15 standing ovations, a plethora of autographs, selfies, bipartisan support, and chants of Modi, Modi. So that was it's a very simple speech, very clearly delivered, nicely written, well crafted. And despite the fact that English wasn't his first language, the Prime Minister, of all the speeches that he's made in English, really did seem to be in top form, and he was relishing the moment. Here's not someone who's just going through the motions, as it were. Here's somebody who very clearly is relishing the moment and enjoying every second of history as it is being scripted. I interviewed. Okay, so here we are. We're seeing President Biden, Mrs. Biden, Jill Biden, coming out right now live on our cameras, and they're here to receive Prime Minister Modi. So in a moment from now, we'll have the Prime Minister drive in. Ceremonial welcome. The American president and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, there waiting for the Indian Prime Minister. And you're seeing these images live on India Today as we bring you this coverage. commentary from the White House of the state dinner now getting started. He's had an opportunity to change, racing up the stairs. Is Prime Minister Narendra Modi fully charged still, it seems, excited, pumped up, and this is, of course, state dinner in his honor, and therefore he has every reason to be excited. A warm welcome here from Joe Biden and Jill Biden to India's Prime Minister. He's walking in to the North Porch now of the White House. Is Prime Minister Modi accompanied by the American President receiving a full ceremonial welcome here at the White House. The state dinner now with this officially getting started. I'm told that the next leg in this Jamboree will be the raising of a toast. So there'll be a toast raised by Prime Minister Modi, a toast raised by the American President, and we will, Akshita, in a moment have that out for you as well. That's the next step in this entire process as the state dinner gets started. And given just the kind of guest list that we've seen, it is indeed quite a strong guest list. I'm going to ask our video journalist to come down because we now need to go to the next location. And just for a moment, Akshita, take it away.
All right, Rahul, we'll come back to you, of course, in just a few moments. So we'll give Rahul the time to shift to the next location and get you those live images. What's beautiful to see is that every Indian who's attending the state dinner is dressed in a traditional attire. The floaters, Dr. Jill Biden herself, wearing a sea green embellished gown, as you see there, audio screens. They were there to personally welcome Prime Minister Modi, who you could see clearly, despite the busy schedule that he's had through the last 24 hours, isn't low on energy in any form, went running up the stairs to be welcomed by President Biden and by his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. They've made their way inside now, so the state dinner will officially kick off. We've been talking about all of the celebrities, the influencers, the big names who are present in this particular state dinner. The who's who essentially being invited. The Ambanis are there, Anand Mahindra's there, Shantanu Narayan, the Adobe CEO, Nikhil Kamath of Zerodha is there. You've got Indra Nooyi, former PepsiCo CEO, and several others, really. Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, is also there, as is, we're being told, several other big American names as well. That's just a glimpse of the guest list that I've told you. From that, you can make out that these are big, big names. The who's who, really, of not just the business world, but cultural representatives, influencers, all of them being brought together for this particular event, for this particular meet. These are images from just a few moments ago when the car in which Prime Minister Modi was traveling rolled in front.
Ready, close, ready, shut.
And there's that photo op of President Biden, his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All of them are dressed up, suited up for the grand state dinner. This is going to be also a very important photo op and a significant chance to have those important conversations with both sides, with Indians who have been handpicked really to be a part of this event, and for Americans. What's important to note, and I know there's a lot of social media discussion around this, is about the menu for the state dinner, the all-vegetarian menu that's been listed out. It involves a great deal of saffron, of herbs, and many of them as well. So I know there's a lot of curiosity on that. That's another small aspect that we'll continue to cover here. I want to briefly also bring in on this broadcast Lieutenant General Raj Kadian, defense expert. General Kadian, I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us at 4 in the morning, essentially. So good morning to you, sir. I'm sure you listened to the Prime Minister's address. What did you think of it?
Yes, as an Indian, today my heart is filled with pride at the manner in which the Indian Prime Minister has been received in the US, which is the oldest democracy. And the speech that the Prime Minister delivered Every sentence was well chosen and so effectively delivered that almost after every sentence there was clapping, and very frequently the House rose to applaud.
Yes.
I think Modi has really brought India on the global map in a true sense. Well, that is true that Americans have their own interests, but this is perhaps the first time that the Indian Prime Minister has been given such an honor, a 21-gun salute addressed to both the houses, second time, and a state dinner by the President of America. So, as an Indian, even the detractors will not disagree that Modi has done India proud. There are various issues. If you're talking about defense cooperation, in fact, one of the occasions when all members stood up was when he mentioned about the Indo-US defense cooperation. That shows the importance America attaches to India in the defense metrics. On the smaller side, of course, we are getting the new Reaper drone, which is a $3 billion deal.
Yeah, let's talk about that. General Kardian, before you list out all the deals, which to you has got you most excited, sir, of all of the defense deals that have really been inked?
No, the question is for me only.
Yes.
There is no doubt that today America needs India to checkmate China in the South China Sea. But that's fine. I mean, all countries have their self-interest in international relations. That's the law. But we have to look at our benefits. We are equally interested in checking the Chinese expansionist tendencies. We have joined Quad, although it's not a security cooperation agreement, but everybody knows that it is to check the influence of expansionist China. We have our own issues with China, our long border, 3,800 kilometers in the mountains, and China has been aggressive on it. So we have to look at our benefits. And America, luckily, is looking at India's future, not at Modi's past, which has been the part of history. He was denied a visa from 2002 to 2014 till he became a prime minister. But all countries have to look at the larger picture, so should we. This cooperation, both in technology, in the defense, in the economy, and India's global role, which the US clearly recognized, is a very positive development. Modi mentioned that in 2016, when he visited the US, India was 10th economy, largest economy. Today it is 5th, and very soon we will be 3rd. These are facts which will keep getting highlighted in the media. But as of now, we are very happy. Reaper, of course, as an army man, I can say, is the biggest gain India is going to have. This is a modern drone, unmanned aircraft, which has a large range. It can fly up to 50,000 feet. It has a long endurance, so to keep surveillance on the Chinese activities on the border and also in the Navy to keep the Chinese activities in the Indian Ocean in check. This, I think, is a great addition.
Very true. And there was a very clear message from the Prime Minister on all of these. General Kardian, request you to stay on with me. Let's in fact play out some of the highlights as we continue putting out these images that we've just received from the White House of the Prime Minister turning up there for the state dinner. Let's play out some of the excerpts of his speech from the US Congress. It's been a busy, busy day for the Prime Minister and the confidence with which he really spoke at the US Congress. That's what really grabbed eyeballs. As Rahul also told you, 15 standing ovations that the Prime Minister received there. They were chants from the galleries by the Indian Americans who gathered. Modi, Modi chants, which I bet have never really been heard before in the Capitol Hill building. But there was a very clear message that came in from the Prime Minister. The most important, perhaps, was democracies matter. and democracies deliver. Here are some of the highlights.
In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I am delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. The foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me Democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture says, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future.
So those were some of the highlights of the Prime Minister's address of the US Congress, all rejuvenated, back in action now. He's currently in the White House. We're getting you all of the images that you see there, literally a red carpet that's been rolled out for Prime Minister Modi by the Bidens. This is a state dinner that's got the who's who of both India and America, of India Inc. and American big business honchos all coming together. And as we get you all of these images, I also want to show you all the attendees. Prime Minister Modi has arrived there, was welcomed by the Bidens. Let's also show you the Ambanis, Anand Mahindra, all of whom are currently in attendance. Shantanu Narayan, Night Shyamalam director, all of them are present. And as I said, it's amazing to really see all these Indians turning up, many of them in traditional attire, to truly celebrate India in American soil. And as we get you those updates, let's also run you through some of the reactions that have come in from senators, from congressmen and congresswomen on the Prime Minister's speech. 15 standing ovations. Many of them followed him right after, got him to sign autographs, clicked selfies with him. We're seen trying hard to get in a word with Prime Minister Modi, speak about some of the points he made at his speech. What did they think of his 1 hour-long speech? Let's find out.
I think the Prime Minister gave a very strong speech. He affirmed the U.S. economic, technology, defense partnership, and he also said something very important, that India celebrates all faiths and respects all faiths and, of course, needs to work towards doing that. It was a well-received speech.
It was wonderful. And number one, he was very warmly received by a joint session of Congress, House and Senate, as well as the Vice President. So it was very exciting to be able to warmly welcome him. And I thought his speech was very thoughtful, very filled with the partnerships of our two democracies. India's just 75 years old, and ours one of the oldest in the world.
I was just strongly impressed. He gave a great speech. It was uplifting. It was very relevant to the issues and conflicts facing the world. I think everybody in there, Republicans and Democrats, could learn from it and take a lot from it. And it's wonderful that we have a plan for a working relationship and a great relationship between America and India.
Well, first off, it was a wonderful speech. The Prime Minister was very funny, a lot of good humor in the speech. A reminder of just how large the country of India is, how large the economy is, how fast it is growing. But most importantly, the most important part of the speech is the enduring friendship and partnership, economic partnership, defense partnership between the United States and India. And it was a good reminder for Congress and the American people.
I think the Prime Minister, his vision for our working relationship, trade and commerce, and all, be able to grow both our countries together is a great opportunity. Someone that was led trade on the Republican side in Congress, I was very excited about hearing that, because I think there's a lot more possibilities between the people, his people and our people here in the country, to do a lot more. It was also very fascinating to hear his whole thoughts and ideas in terms of how much growth they've had, where they expect to go. So again, the whole thing on visioning, and obviously he's got enormous respect in his country.
I think it was a very important address to the United States Congress, particularly in light of the aggressive posture that China's taken, and particularly considering the fact that India is the world's largest democracy, we're the world's oldest, and that the world really needs a collaborative relationship between the two countries.
Hello and welcome. To get a sense of the key takeaways from Prime
Okay, so those were some of the reactions that we've just gotten you of senators who attended that address by the Prime Minister, and you could see that all of them had great positive things to say about that particular speech. That's because the Prime Minister also in that speech ensured that he touched all the right chords, sending out a message on several issues, whether it was about democracies working and thriving together, or about the war, the Russia-Ukraine war, or about Quad, the Indo-Pacific. Every single issue was brought to the fore and craftfully done at that, peppered with many jokes, with some personal experiences that he has had from the last time around to this time, and also ensuring that the speech was in a sense Americanized. And why do I say that? Well, he ensured that he referred by names to several congressmen and congresswomen who are no longer in this world. So, their passing is something he referred to kind of draw that emotional connect with all of the other senators who were present as well. But as we, in fact, get you those latest images that is coming in from the state dinner, that, by the way, in the middle of your screens is Director Night Shamalam, who's also an invitee for the state dinner. Many people who've gathered in large numbers right now. They're all inside. They're all part of this state dinner, a full vegetarian meal, by the way, and very interesting to see the menu, because we're talking about filled mushrooms, we're talking about a lot of saffron in the meal as well. So that's going to be served. A lot of millets find a reference, considering that it's the International Year of Millets, and it's somewhat of a personal a passion project for Prime Minister Modi to kind of promote and push millets to the fore. So that's something that the White House, America, has taken note of. That features largely in the menu as well. So it's a supper, a superstar supper, if you will, at Washington, D.C., at the White House. The Bidens were there to personally welcome Prime Minister Modi. What are the takeaways from all that's happened so far? What really does this spell for India and largely for America? John Kirby, top White House official, tells us more on that and what this relationship means for America in this conversation with Rahul Kaval.
Hello and welcome. To get a sense of the key takeaways from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big state visit to Washington, D.C., we're joined on India Today, live and exclusive, by a very special guest, Admiral John Kirby. He heads Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council and one of the senior-most officials in the Biden administration. Thank you very much, Admiral Kirby, for taking out time and for speaking to us. I want to start by asking you about your biggest takeaway from this state visit. When you look back at the tangible takeaways that have emerged from this visit, which one stands out to you as being the most important?
There's so much here. And one of the ones that doesn't get enough attention or headlines, I think, are the improvements on people-to-people ties. I mean, you have India, the largest democracy in the world. You have the United States, the oldest. And we have young populations that want to grow, develop, educate. They want to innovate. They want to make a difference in the world, whether that's on climate change science or clean energy technology or artificial intelligence, space, cyberspace. And these people-to-people ties are so critical, and what you saw today were opportunities to grow those programs, to improve exchanges, whether they're educational or otherwise, between our two peoples, between the American people and the Indian people. So I don't think that got enough headlines. But look, there were other really key deliverables. The co-production of GE jet engines in India. That's a big deal, not just for jobs in India, but also here for the United States. India is going to buy some more MQ-9s, which will improve their military capabilities. We signed on to more investments in each other's economies. India signed on to the Artemis Accords, so space exploration between our two countries will improve. I could go on and on. I mean, I've seen a lot of these, and there hasn't been too many other bilateral visits that I've seen that have created as long a list of deliverables and as specific as this one.
Admiral Kirby, let's take some of the things you mentioned one by one. I'll start with the GE F414 jet engine deal. A few years ago, it would have been quite inconceivable for the United States to be agreeing to transfer this kind of sensitive technology to India. India isn't a formal alliance partner of the United States, is unlikely ever to be part of a formal alliance of any kind. What then do you think facilitates this kind of a deal, and what signal are you trying to send? Because for a long time, India was dependent on the USSR and later Russia for weapon purchases. Is this an effort to try and wean India away from the Soviet-Russian grasp?
It's not an effort against any other country. It's an attempt to show how much this strategic partnership with India really matters to both our nations. Quite frankly, and you heard President Biden say this, to the whole world. I mean, India is becoming an increasing exporter of security, not just in South Asia, but in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere. So, I mean, it's really important, we think, that they have access to this kind of technology and this co-production capability to improve not only their capabilities in civil and military air, but again, in the creation of additional jobs.
India and the United States now do more joint exercises than India does with any other country. Is that something that you see increase in time to come? Attempts at interoperability, especially in the Indo-Pacific region?
It could. I mean, there were no additional training events announced today, but you're right. We have a terrific regimen of training and exercises with the Indian military. Those help not only our individual militaries get better and more operationally ready, but also improves our interoperability with one another, and so we'll look to see if that needs to be expanded.
One of the things the French were concerned about when the Rafale deal was being negotiated was about the ability of Hindustan Aeronautics, the Indian company, to be able to manufacture as per Rafale standards. Is that something you've satisfactorily addressed, the capacity? One of the reasons we're frankly having to come to you is because Hindustan Aeronautics couldn't build the Kaveri engine by themselves. It was heavy, unwieldy. Now, of course, this is a big respite for the light combat aircraft project. Is that something which is of concern to you, because you've been a military man yourself?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't make a deal like this, and we wouldn't be so proud of this if we didn't have full confidence that India will be able to manage that co-production capability and manage the delivery of those jet engines as appropriate.
Okay, let's now talk a bit about the killer predator drone technology. This, Admiral Kirby, is something that India has been desperately wanting to arm itself with. Is this a pure play business transaction at full commercial rates, or does this too have some kind of a component of transfer of technology inbuilt into it?
This is basically the delivery of additional MQ-9 drones to the Indian military. It's done through the Foreign Military Sales Program. That's what this is about. But these drones will have a terrific additive capability to the Indian military. We believe that they will find them useful and capable for their own self-defense needs.
The president was asked this question about China, and I think the message from the Biden administration was that this isn't aimed at China. But,
that's right.
You know, the fact is that Beijing's noticing the ever deepening ties between India and the United States. Is China really the unsaid gorilla in the room in some senses, sir?
This was not about China, as President Biden said. Look, India has concerns over China's activities in the region and beyond, and so do we. And you heard the president. He spoke very frankly about that, and the two leaders did have a chance to exchange notes and perspectives on the challenge that is posed by the PRC. But that's not why this visit was so important. That's not why this bilateral relationship is considered such a strategic one for our two countries. When you look at the challenges that we're facing around the world, the Indian people and the American people have so much capacity to help solve those problems together. Innovation, technology, engineering, science, whether it's climate change or, as I said, artificial intelligence. The capacity to solve those transnational problems really do reside in this relationship. It's really, as President Biden said, the importance of this relationship goes well beyond our two countries. It really does have the potential to be a global force for good.
Let's spend a moment on the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, Admiral Kirby, because that seems to be one of the linchpins of this emerging relationship. Where does ISED go from here, outside of what we've seen the conversation now on for about a year in terms of actual deliverables on the table? What do you think ISED, what should people expect from ISED?
I think what they should expect is that coming out of this visit, we're going to continue to work with our Indian partners and partners around the world too, to improve our approach on ISED.
Mm-hmm. What did you make of the impact Prime Minister Modi had? You were part of the extended bilateral this morning. What did you make of him being at the south lawns of the White House?
And there are those images. We'll just play that out for you once again of Prime Minister Modi accompanied by the Bidens making their way in for the state dinner. All the guests have arrived. There are several guests of VIP guests, but there's only one guest of honor, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And you can see the Bidens playing perfect hosts, really, accompanying and essentially escorting the Prime Minister within the White House to the state dinner location. All of them dressed in their finest for the state dinner. This is moments after they entered the White House together, and you can see all three of them as they made their way down the stairs behind where they're standing currently and now entered the venue. It is exactly through this red carpet that you had all of the dignitaries, all of the VIPs who are part of the state dinner, a hand-picked guest list. All of them made their way through this very location as well. And there is that moment when Prime Minister Modi was being escorted by President Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. This is just moments ago, soon after they were taken into the venue where the state dinner is taking place. So these are the images that we're showing to you. It's going to be very interesting to see the images that come in from within that state dinner because of the guest list also. The likes of Sundar Pichai are also there. Sundar Pichai, you've got Shantanu Narayan, Nikhil Kamath, Anand Mahindra, the Ambanis, all of them present. Indira Nui, I can go on and on with this guest list, but several important dignitaries from both India and America have been chosen for the state dinner at the White House. And these are images of the Prime Minister having turned up at the White House right after his address at the US Congress. But you don't get any sense of him being tired. He's had a long, long day, starting with the official welcome at the White House, the 21-gun salute. There on the right of your screens are images of Sundar Pichai with his wife making his way inside to the venue. So several dignitaries, and this is cutting across really the business world, cultural representatives, influencers, people, creative artists, are all coming together for the state dinner that is currently taking place. With the Prime Minister, the Bidens making their way in, officially, it looks like the state dinner has kicked off. Pictures. As I mentioned, it was a power-packed day for the Prime Minister. Started interestingly at the White House and ending clearly at the White House as well. This morning, you had the Prime Minister turning up at the White House to a grand welcome. Many of them came together. 7,000 Indian Americans were present. It was essentially tickets that were sold out to them. So people from all walks of life, from all parts of America and even Canada came together to be a part of that event at the White House. A 21-gun salute took place, after which there was a short address by the Prime Minister and President Biden. Let's get you some of those highlights.
Marching bands, honor guards, gun salutes. The welcome couldn't have been warmer in rainy weather. The who's who's of the Biden administration on the south lawn of the White House, rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
The world's most powerful address in Washington, D.C., packed with a 7,000-strong crowd of diasporic Indians to witness America's most elevated reception of the Indian Prime Minister.
We are so excited and so happy and so proud of our Prime Minister and our country. And all I can say is Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He is such a great leader. He can be role model for the rest of the leaders of the world.
The invaluable role of the Indian American community also received a rare acknowledgement.
I see an Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains the bridge between our nations.
In his every word, the host painted a vibrant tapestry of unshakable confidence in the bonds between India and the United States.
The shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. The decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
Prime Minister Biden's welcome speech for Prime Minister Modi set the stage for discussions ahead.
And the shared responsibilities.
Delving into crucial geopolitical matters, fostering Indo-Pacific collaboration, and reaffirming the shared democratic values of India and the United States.
In this century, require that India and the United States work and lead together. Core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories, and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanked the hosts. He described his state honor as a resounding testament to the collective significance of all Indians.
आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है.
Prime Minister Modi appreciated the honor the White House bestowed upon Indian Americans.
इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं. भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं. आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है.
In his address, the Prime Minister conveyed a deep sense of pride in India's diversity.
साधारण नागरिक के रूप में हम सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं.
Shared vision, aspirations, goodwill and collaboration. The two global powerhouses forging a path towards a future brimming with promise and possibility. Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's focus on what's happening right now in the White House. Prime Minister Modi is currently inside along with the Bidens taking part in the state dinner. These are images from earlier when the Bidens were waiting for Prime Minister Modi. Let's put out the latest sequence of all of them walking together towards, in fact, the venue of the state dinner within the White House. So all the dignitaries are present. We understand it's a full house of hand-picked guests who've been chosen to be a part of this big moment in India-US ties. So they're witnessing this historic meeting happening. The state dinner follows a series of events that have already taken place, including the formal welcome that happened at the White House, followed by the address at the US Congress. There was also the bilateral, the one-on-one meetings that happened. Several big headlines that have come from this one day, from the last 24 hours alone. From the Prime Minister taking a question on democracy to also several other aspects, including the Prime Minister speaking at the US Congress for 60 minutes and talking in great detail and length about why he believes the two democracies must work together. He says democracies thrive, democracies deliver, and it was a very important message. Now, I also told you that there are several dignitaries who are part of the state dinner. Let's put out those images as well and show you what the guest list really looks like. The Ambanis are also there. They were one of the few dignitaries who actually stopped by and interacted with the media. Let me play out for you what Mukesh Ambani said.
It's a historic visit for both our countries. बहुत ज़्यादा मजबूत है.
And Ms. Nita Ambani.
visit for both our countries. बहुत ज़्यादा मजबूत है.
And Ms. Nita Ambani.
It's a historic visit for both our countries. बहुत ज़्यादा मजबूत है.
And Ms. Nita Ambani.
Okay, away from all of these great optics and talking about the ties between India and the United States, about Prime Minister Modi's many visits and all that he's achieved, really, it all comes down to one thing. What about the big bang deals? Well, there are a whole host of those. Space deals, semiconductor deals, fighter jet engines. Prime Minister Modi got straight down to business in Washington, D.C. Let's get you some of the highlights.
Trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power, an emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F-414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries. India's purchase of 31 armed MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones made by General Atomics worth $3 billion. Removal of US obstacles in the way of bilateral trade in defense and high technology also on the cards.
It's a milestone in our relationship between the two countries. You heard Honorable External Affairs Minister say yesterday, it's a very significant visit, very important visit. Bilateral defense cooperation, it has been a critical pillar of our engagement.
A cosmic alliance. India and the United States set to embark on an interstellar journey.
Seconds into the flight.
NASA and ISRO have agreed to carry out a joint mission to the International Space Station next year. And India has decided to join the US-led Artemis Accords, an international cooperative agreement for space exploration. PM Modi's visit has been able to secure a commitment from US-based semiconductor producer Micron Technology to break ground on a $2.75 billion a new assembly and test facility in India. Semiconductors are primary elements for the majority of electronic systems, serving communications, signal processing, computing, and control applications. A visit that showcases a determined focus on tangible outcomes and collaborations. Bureau Report, India Today.
So there's a lot of focus currently on the guest list for this event, for the state dinner. Let's play that out for you from the beginning. You have the Ambanis that you just saw. You saw Anand Mahindra, Microsoft CEO, Satya Nadella, all of them with their better halves turning up for this mega event. So it's an interesting mix of Indians, of Americans, of Indian Americans also who are there for the state dinner. After Satya Nadella, you also have several other big business honchos. Nikhil Kamath, Zerodha co-founder, has also been invited. So you see him there. Anthony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, obviously is a part of this meet. He's been a part of several of the other huddles as well. Eric Garcetti, the US Ambassador to India, has also flown down for the state dinner. Sundar Pichai, Google's CEO, is also present at this. You have several others besides this list that we've just shown you. Shantanu Narayan, Adobe CEO, is there. Night Shyamalan, director, is also there. But these are some of the big names who have turned up for the state dinner. dinner. It's interesting to see these images because it tells you really of what the guest list looked like, and it's no doubt going to lead to a lot of very, very interesting conversations at the dinner table at the state dinner. Now, there's a lot of talk about the menu as well. It's a full vegetarian, and we're being told it's for the very first time in the White House that a complete vegetarian meal is being served. A lot of millets, mushrooms, saffron that's been incorporated in the menu by the White House chefs reportedly has been personally supervised by Dr. Jill Biden. And joining us here on India Today is Mr. Raj Patel of Patel Winery. Mr. Raj Patel has the distinct honor of being part of a winery that's serving the guests at the White House at the state dinner, because in that menu there's also mention of Patel wines being presented at that state dinner. So Mr. Raj Patel, thank you very much for joining us. You must be very, very thrilled to see Patel wine on the menu of the White House state dinner. Patels are a fabulously industrial community. They aren't really known for their wines, are they? Or am I wrong? What was your inspiration to really start Patel Wines? It's something that really came across as unheard of, essentially. I was very surprised to see Patel Wines on the menu.
Originally I had worked at Robert Mondavi as a summer job as an intern. As a lab tech, and since then I was inspired. One of the great things is that I was able to meet Tim Mondavi and Robert Mondavi, and one of the things they said that I should, one of those things I had a natural talent, had a great palate, and they said that you should, go into the wine business. I went into the world of finance, and then in 2007 I started. I've always since then wanted to own a winery and start one. It's just that the timing changes over life, and in 2007 was a great time. So in 2005, I started planning. In 2007, we came out with our first vintage. And so it's been great. It's just been a great passion. And originally it started out as a hobby, just doing 100 cases. Now we're up to 1,200 cases, and we've grown word of mouth. And we make great wine. We have a great winemaker, Julian Fayard, one of the top 5 winemakers in the world now. So it's been a great project.
Well, congratulations, because clearly it was the right decision. But you look at wines, and whenever you go to these mega events, wines are quite a lot about snob value, about perception. Your brand is called Patel Wine, and like I said, it's something that's not really associated with the Patels. Does that make it a bit harder to really create that image of being a reputable wine, of snobbishness perhaps, like some of the French and Italian wine brands? Or are you really hoping to tap into Desi pride like it's successfully done at this state dinner?
Our first and foremost quality was always to make a great wine, and a wine that was well structured, elegant, that had the ability to last through time. And it was made for the American palate. And it just so happened that over the years, the Indian community has really embraced the culture of drinking wine. And being Indian myself and Patel, and the fact that we make a really high-end, high-quality wine, they've really embraced it. So there is a sense of, like you mentioned, the snobbery of the wines, but what we make is a high-end, high-quality wine, and there are others who pertain to make wines that are bigger on the label side or the price side, and our goal is to make wine so that everyone drinks it and tastes it and loves it. And so, and that's one of the reasons I think that we were able to get into the White House, is that we made a wine that has a broad appeal. The 2019 red wine that's being served, it goes with a lot of different foods. It's food friendly, and it just has a broader appeal to it.
Well, I'm extremely curious. You've definitely piqued my curiosity on what a Patel wine tastes like. So can we at Indians here get a taste of it?
It's very difficult to export wine to some countries, India being one of them. We do have wines going to Japan, Taiwan. We have clients in UK, New Zealand, lots of other countries. They do import wines. We do ship to clients. But it is really expensive to ship wines to India, and especially at our price range. And so as a result of that, I don't know that we'll have a big commercial market of wine into India, but for those enthusiasts who would like to collect it or taste it, I'm sure we'll be able to have an opportunity to take that there.
If nothing else, whenever any of us make it to America, we know what to add to our shopping list. Patel, as someone who is an Indian American yourself, seeing what's happened in the last few days, what do you make really of the reception from the Indian diaspora for the Prime Minister? The White House this morning was swarming with Desi Americans who'd come from all corners of the country to meet the Prime Minister.
I've been here since 1972, where there was very few Indian people, being one of the first Patel families to be in America. One of the things that happened is that over the years, especially the last 20 years, the Indian community has really moved up, whether it's in technology executives or various different brands, and even getting into the wine business. There are more and more that are getting into it. But the thing that has happened is they've really embraced it. And we find them in the political culture. Their representatives, our vice president is, half Indian. And so the thing is that it's just a coming of time and coming of the era. And so the fact that they're embracing this prime minister and the prime minister, I don't know him personally. I just read about him and hear about him. And, for all intents purposes, there'll always be critics of world leaders. But for India, I think from our perception from America, he's doing good for India. He's opening up markets. He's, expanding the middle class. So he's helping India. And so, and so I think that's what America is celebrating, is he's becoming a good partner.
All right. Raj, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. Congratulations once again to you. If you look at the menu that's been put out for the state dinner, there's a mention of the wine list in which Patel Wines is also mentioned. We immediately thought we need to get the person who's behind Patel Wines here on India Today to give you a glimpse of what that's all about. Let's focus also, as we get you all of these images coming in from the state dinner. It's an intimate dinner with all these dignitaries, so we're hoping we'll get some inside pictures very soon. But in the meanwhile, let's show you once again, in case you've just woken up to our broadcast this morning and missed out on all the late night action. Here's a look at the Prime Minister's 60-minute speech at the US Congress, one that grabbed headlines, 15 standing ovations. There were congressmen and congresswomen who swarmed him later to get selfies and autographs. Let's play out for you that full speech.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the US Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards, I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I'm delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need. a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes. From dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, The world wants to know more and more about India. I see that curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, we are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. 500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, but the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors. Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement. To leave it to be the job of governments alone, by being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, being disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, the United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, A single order for aircrafts creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, it creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Today, India and the US are working together in space and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and in finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless. And the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and the love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it to greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country because it serves a larger purpose. Democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. We work through regional institutions and with our partners from within the region and beyond of this code has emerged as a major force of good for the region. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19's biggest impact was the human loss and suffering it caused. I wish to remember Congressman Ron Wright and the staff members who lost their lives to COVID. As we emerge out of the pandemic, we must give shape to a new world order. Consideration, care, and concern are the need of the hour. Giving a voice to the global south is the way forward. That is why I firmly believe that the African Union be given full membership of G20. We must revive multilateralism and reform multilateral institutions. With better resources and representation that applies to all our global institutions of governance, especially the United Nations. When the world has changed, our institutions too must change, or risk getting replaced by a world of rivalries without rules. In working for a new world order based on international law, our two countries will be at the forefront as partners.
शक्ल में एक शामियाने की शक्ल में, यानी कि बारिश से बचाव के लिए भीतर इस डिनर को मूव करना पड़ा है, वरना व्हाइट हाउस का जो साउथ लॉन है जहां पर सुबह का आयोजन हुआ था, सेरेमोनियल वेलकम दिया गया था प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को, वहीं पर इसका आयोजन होना था। लेकिन बारिश हो रही है लगातार, कभी हल्की बूंदें कभी तेज बूंदें, और उसके बीच मेहमानों को कोई दिक्कत न हो, इसीलिए इस डिनर को भीतर मूव कर दिया गया है। बार बार मंच से यही घोषणा की जा रही है कि जितने भी मेहमान हैं वो सब अपनी जगहों पर रहें, निश्चिंत रहें, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर में यहाँ पर डिनर की शुरुआत हो जाएगी। हालांकि अलग अलग तरह के पेज जो चीज़ें हैं पीने की जो चीज़ें हैं वो सब इस समय ड्रिंक्स आपको हर टेबल पर नज़र आ जाएंगी। लेकिन डिनर की शुरुआत तब होगी जब विशिष्ट अतिथि यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे। स्टेट डिनर प्रधानमंत्री के लिए आयोजित किया गया है। कल भी निजी डिनर का आयोजन था जो प्रधानमंत्री के लिए खास राष्ट्रपति और प्रथम लेडी जो हैं उन्होंने इसका आयोजन किया था। हर एक जो भोजन है उसका चयन बहुत ध्यान से किया जाता है क्योंकि सम्मान का विषय होता है। सम्मान के का ये जो विषय होता है कि प्रधानमंत्री को किस तरह की चीज़ें पसंद हैं, किस तरह की खाने की चीज़ें पसंद हैं। जैसे वो शाकाहारी हैं तो जो मेन्यू है उसमें बहुत सारी शाकाहारी चीज़ें हैं। टेबल्स पर जो हम गुलाब के फूल देखें या ट्यूलिप्स देखें, हर एक फूल खास रंग को देखकर यहाँ पर। और बाहर बहुत तेज़ बारिश शुरू हो गई है, बहुत तेज़ बरसात की शुरुआत बाहर हो गई है जहाँ से हम उन बसेस को भी आते हुए देख रहे हैं जिसमें जो मेहमान हैं वो आ रहे हैं। अभी आप अगर इस पूरे हॉल का हिस्सा देखें तो इसमें आपको भारी भीड़ नज़र आएगी, लेकिन और भी लोग अभी यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। प्रतीक्षा लेकिन सबसे विशिष्ट मेहमान की यानी कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की यहाँ पर हो रही है। आपको विदेशी मेहमान गजरा लगाए हुए, साड़ी में सज्जित, ये सब पूरे में नजर आएंगे। मुस्कुराते हुए जो होस्ट हैं वो पूरे में घूम रहे हैं और सबकी इच्छा का ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के बस आने का इंतजार है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के बस यहाँ पर आने का इंतजार है। और देखिए यहाँ पर किस तरीके से स्टेज पर वो बैंड जहाँ पर पूरे धुन बजाए जा रहे हैं और साथ में वो सब सारे टेबल्स जिस पर अब आपको जो मेहमान हैं वो सब नजर आ जाएंगे मौजूद यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरीके से हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि वो आपको खास परिधान, बाहर बहुत तेज बारिश और लाइट
the President of the United States and Dr. Biden, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Washington home. Please have a seat. I've been doing this a long time. I don't ever remember anybody getting a warmer welcome. Stand right here. Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I made clear that the United States and India grew to be the closest friends and partners in the world would be a safer place. I believe that even more today Tonight, it's fitting way to celebrate great bonds of friendship between India and the United States that will long endure.
नमस्ते सभी को शुभ संध्या। 20 साल पहले सेनेट के विदेश संबंध समिति के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैंने स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि अगर संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत सबसे करीबी दोस्त और साथी बन गए तब दुनिया एक सुरक्षित जगह होगी। राष्ट्रपति के रूप में मेरा यह मानना आज और भी अधिक सार्थक है। जिल और मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी आज आपके साथ एक अद्भुत समय हमने बिताया है और इस उत्पादक यात्रा के दौरान और आज रात एक उपयुक्त तरीका है हमारी भारत और अमेरिका के बीच दोस्ती के महान बंधन का उत्सव मनाने के लिए जो लंबे समय तक रहेगा।
Many of you know these bonds stretch back to America's earliest days. In 1792, our first president, George Washington, established one of the first consulates in Calcutta, nestled along the Bay of Bengal, a hub of commerce and culture. Home to more Nobel laureates, I might note, than any other Indian city, including the great Polish philosopher Degra. And he wrote two national anthems, India and Bangladesh, and influenced great American thinkers as well.
ये बंधन हमारे प्रारंभिक शुरुआती दिनों से आरंभ हुए थे। 1792 में हमारे पहले राष्ट्रपति जॉर्ज वाशिंगटन ने अमेरिका के पहले वाणिज्य दूतावास की स्थापना कलकत्ता में की थी, जो बंगाल की खाड़ी के किनारे बसा हुआ है और वाणिज्य और संस्कृति का एक केंद्र है। किसी भी अन्य भारतीय शहर की तुलना में सबसे अधिक नोबेल पुरस्कार विजेताओं का शहर है, जिसमें महान कवि व दार्शनिक टैगोर शामिल हैं, जिन्होंने 2 राष्ट्रगान लिखे, भारत और बांग्लादेश के लिए, और महान अमेरिकी विचारों को प्रभावित किया।
Over 100 years ago, Gore sent his son to a college here in America. During his visit here, he traveled the country, and of the wisdom he said, and he wrote in his life, in the bustle of all our work, there comes this cry, take me across. And where the mind is without fear, where the mind is led forward, ever widening thought and actions into that heaven of freedom. End of quote.
100 साल पहले उन्होंने अपने बेटे को अमेरिका में कॉलेज भेजा। यहाँ की अपनी यात्राओं के दौरान उन्होंने संपूर्ण देश की यात्रा को करते थे और अपने जीवन में इस ज्ञान के बारे में उन्होंने कहा और लिखा वो इस प्रकार है, हमारे सभी काम की हलचल में यहाँ यह आवाज़ आती है, मुझे ले चलो, और जहाँ मन बिना किसी डर के है, जहाँ मन को आगे ले जाया जाता है, स्वतंत्रता के उस स्वर्ग में निरंतर व्यापक विचार और कार्रवाई।
As two great democracies, in the bustle of our work, India and the United States, hear the cry and the call of destiny. Take our nations and the world forward to a future worthy of our dreams. A future of greater prosperity, opportunity, liberty, equality for all, and for the good of the world. Great democracies, in the bustle of our work, India and the United States, hear the cry and the call of destiny to take our nations and the world forward to a future worthy of our dreams, a future of greater prosperity, opportunity, liberty, equality for all, and for the good of the world. Because it's only when every person can grasp their fullest potential that we as nations can achieve our highest purpose.
2 महान लोकतंत्रों के रूप में हमारे काम की हलचल में भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका नियति की पुकार और आवाज सुनो, हमारे देशों को आगे ले जाने के लिए और विश्व को आगे ले जाने के लिए, हमारे सपनों के योग्य भविष्य को आगे ले जाने के लिए, और एक भविष्य उसमें जिसमें अधिक सभी के लिए और सारे विश्व के लिए, उसके हित के लिए, जिसमें समृद्धि, अवसर, स्वतंत्रता और समानता हो, क्योंकि ये केवल तभी होता है जब हर व्यक्ति अपनी पूरी क्षमता को समझ सकते हैं जिसे हम राष्ट्रों के रूप में उपलब्ध कर सकते हैं। यही हमारा सर्वोच्च उद्देश्य है।
And may we always remember that it's our people that give our partnership strength. From all the backgrounds and beliefs, they inspire us, challenge us, tell us the truth, and push us forward. They're the reason our democracies endure, evolve, reflect, and renew generation after generation.
और हम हमेशा याद रखें, ये हमारे लोग हैं जो हमारी साझेदारी को ताकत देते हैं। सभी पृष्ठभूमि और मान्यताओं से वे हमें प्रेरित करते हैं, हमें चुनौती देते हैं, हमें सच बताते हैं और हमें आगे की ओर बढ़ाते हैं। और ये कारण है हमारे लोकतंत्र में कि वो दृढ़ता दिखाते हैं और विकसित होते हैं और वो प्रतिबिंबित करते हैं, नवीनीकृत करते हैं पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी।
I've seen in my visit to India, and I see it in the diaspora here in America, in the arts, education, in the media, law, medicine, and science, and businesses of every size, in spelling bee champions, even in cricket clubs across the country, including back in my home state of Delaware, and a record number of Indian Americans in Congress who are here tonight: Rio, Ami, Raja, Sherry, Pamela, and, well, I won't go on.
Okay, मैंने इसे भारत की अपनी यात्राओं में देखा है और मैं इसे यहाँ अमेरिका में प्रवासी भारतीयों में भी देखता हूँ। मैंने ये देखा है कला में, शिक्षा में, मीडिया में, कानून, चिकित्सा और विज्ञान, हर आकार के व्यवसाय में, स्पेलिंग बी चैंपियनशिप में और यहाँ तक कि देश भर के क्रिकेट क्लबों में भी, जिसमें मेरे गृह राज्य डेलावेयर भी शामिल हैं, और कांग्रेस में रिकॉर्ड संख्या में भारतीय अमेरिकियों में जो आज रात यहाँ उपस्थित हैं: रो, अमी, राजा, श्री, प्रमिला।
I have a great working relationship with all of you. In fact, after her critical leadership in one of the legislative victories, I called Congresswoman Jayapal's mother in India to thank her and wishing her happy Diwali. It was an incredible moment. I think she wondered who in God's name is calling me.
आप सभी के साथ मेरे बहुत अच्छे कामकाजी संबंध हैं। वास्तव में उनके महत्वपूर्ण नेतृत्व के बाद हमारी विधायी जीत में से एक पर मैंने भारत में कांग्रेस सदस्य जयपाल की मां को फोन किया और उन्हें धन्यवाद देने के लिए। उन्हें लगा कि पता नहीं कौन फोन कर रहा है और उन्हें दिवाली की शुभकामनाएं देने के लिए। ये एक अविश्वसनीय क्षण था।
As I said this morning, we see the pride of the community in our incredible Vice President. Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, I got to get that translated.
जैसे कि मैंने आज सुबह कहा था, हम अपने अविश्वसनीय उपराष्ट्रपति में हम अपने समुदाय के गौरव को देखते हैं। धन्यवाद कमला जी, धन्यवाद।
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And to all, please join me in a toast, but I don't know if we have any glasses. Please join me in a toast. Here it comes. The good news for both of us, neither of us drink. That is what? Ginger ale, okay. Mr. Prime Minister, I had an Irish grandfather named Ambrose Finnegan, and he used to say that when you give a toast and you don't have any alcohol in your glass, you must do it with your left hand. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
आप प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप हमारे एक एम्ब्रोस थे जो उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर आप शराब नहीं पीते हैं तो आप बाएं हाथ से अपना ग्लास उठाएं, और मुझे लगा था हमारे पास पहले कोई ग्लास नहीं थे, लेकिन उन्होंने बताया कि इसमें जिंजर एल है।
Toast to our partnership, to our people, to the possibilities that lie ahead, to two great friends, two great nations and two great powers. Cheers.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी साझेदारी के लिए धन्यवाद। आप सभी को मेरा अनुरोध है कि आप सब अपना ग्लास उठाएं और मेरे साथ टोस्ट में शामिल हों। हमारी साझेदारी के लिए, हमारे लोगों के लिए और आगे आने वाली सब संभावनाओं के लिए। दो अच्छे दोस्त, दो महान राष्ट्र और दो महान शक्तियां। चीयर्स।
President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण, आप सबको नमस्कार। आज के शानदार रात्रि भोज के आयोजन के लिए मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन के प्रति हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का विशेष रूप से आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने मेरी यात्रा को सफल बनाने के लिए निजी रूप से इतना ध्यान दिया, इतने प्रयास किए। आज के भव्य आयोजन के लिए मैं उनका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, distinguished guests, good evening. First of all, I thank President Biden for this wonderful dinner today. My special thanks to Dr. Jill Biden for her personal efforts and attention in making my visit a success. I would also like to express my gratitude to her for the magnificent organization of today's event.
कल शाम आपने अपने घर के दरवाजे मेरे लिए खोले। स्पेशल जेस्चर के लिए आपकी मित्रता और गर्मजोशी भरे आदर सत्कार के लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं।
Yesterday evening, you opened the doors of your house to me. I am deeply grateful to you for this special gesture, for your friendship and warm hospitality.
मैंने देखा है कि आपकी मेहमान नवाजी से प्रभावित होकर कई बार आपके मेहमान गाना भी गाने लगते हैं। काश मुझ में भी गाने की कला होती तो मैं भी आपको कुछ सुनाता।
I know your hospitality has moved your guests to sing. I wish I too had the singing talent. I would have also sung before you all.
Mr. President, आज की शाम को और अधिक खास बनाते हैं हमारे साथ उपस्थित दोनों देशों के सभी महानुभाव, लोकतंत्र और विविधता के मूल्यों को जीवन में साकार करते ये लोग हमारी सबसे कीमती पूंजी है।
Mr. President, this evening is made special by the presence of the people of our two countries. Bringing the values of democracy and diversity to life, they are our most precious assets.
आपने जापान में हम जब बैठे थे क्वाड की समिट में, तब आपने अपना एक प्रॉब्लम मुझे कहा था और आपके लंबे सार्वजनिक जीवन के अनुभव को देखते हुए मुझे विश्वास है कि आपने उस प्रॉब्लम का समाधान कर लिया होगा और जितने लोग यहां आना चाहते थे आप उन सभी को यहां पर फिट कर पाए होंगे।
When we met in Japan for the Quad Summit, you mentioned a problem that you were facing. Well, looking at the vast experience of your long public life, I'm sure that you must have resolved that problem. I hope you were able to fit in everyone who wanted to come tonight.
विलक्षण प्रतिभाओं के धनी लोगों को आपने यहां एकत्रित किया है और निमंत्रित किया है। इसके लिए मैं आपका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। ये सभी लोग भारत अमेरिका संबंधों की अनेक विशेषताओं का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। हमारी एनर्जी, हमारे डायनेमिज्म और हमारा पोटेंशियल।
You've gathered a group of exceptionally talented and remarkable people tonight. I must commend you for that. All these people symbolize so much about the India-US relations, our energy, our dynamism, and our potential.
इंडियन अमेरिकन लोगों ने अमेरिका में बहुत लंबी यात्रा तय की है। भारतीय मूल्यों, भारत के लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं और हमारी संस्कृति के गौरव से भरे हुए इन लोगों को अमेरिका के मेल्टिंग पॉट में निरंतर मान सम्मान मिला है। भारतीय मूल के लोगों ने अमेरिका के समावेशी समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है।
Indian Americans have come a long way in the US. They are proud of India's values, democratic traditions, and culture, and have always found a respectful place in America's melting pot. Indian Americans have played a significant role in further strengthening the inclusive society and economy of the US.
हॉस्पिटल हो या होटल्स, यूनिवर्सिटी हो या रिसर्च लैब, गैस स्टेशन हो या लॉजिस्टिक्स, मैनेजमेंट हो या आईटी, हर क्षेत्र में वे अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं।
Be it hospitals or hotels, universities or research labs, gas stations or logistics, management or IT, they are making their mark everywhere.
और अब तो कुछ लोग व्हाइट हाउस में भी पहुंच चुके हैं।
And now some of them are even in the White House.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं और अमेरिका के युवा नाटू नाटू पर डांस करते हैं।
With every passing day, Indians and Americans are getting to know each other better. We can pronounce each other's names correctly. We can understand each other's accent better. Kids in India become Spider-Man on Halloween. And America's youth is dancing to the tune of Natu Natu.
बेसबॉल की प्रसिद्धि के बीच अब अमेरिका में क्रिकेट भी पॉपुलर हो रहा है। इस साल भारत में होने वाले क्रिकेट विश्व कप में खेलने के लिए अमेरिका की टीम क्वालिफाई करने का भरपूर प्रयास कर रही है। मेरी शुभकामनाएं उनके साथ है।
Amidst the love for baseball, cricket is also getting popular in the US. The American team is trying its best to qualify for the Cricket World Cup to be held in India later this year. I wish them good luck and success.
Mr. President, पिछले 5 दशकों से बदलते विश्व में उथल-पुथल के बीच आप लगातार अपने देश की और पूरी मानवता की सेवा में जुटे हुए हैं। आपने हर एडवर्सिटी को स्ट्रेंथ में बदला है, हर लॉस को रिजॉल्व में बदला है और हर चैलेंज को मिशन के रूप में लिया है।
Mr. President, for over 5 decades, through all the sweeping changes in the world, you've worked hard in the service of your nation and the entire humanity. You've turned every adversity into strength, loss into resolve, challenge into a mission.
लगभग 1 दशक पहले जब आप उपराष्ट्रपति थे, तब मैं आपसे पहली बार मिला था और आज भी मैं आप में वही कमिटमेंट, वही इंटेंसिटी देख रहा हूं।
I first met you nearly a decade ago when you were the Vice President, and I see the same commitment and intensity even today in you.
आप बोलने में सॉफ्ट है, पर एक्शन में पूरी तरह स्ट्रांग है।
You are soft-spoken, but when it comes to action, you are very strong.
और मैं समझता हूं कि आपकी इस यात्रा में एक शिक्षाविद के रूप में डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है.
And I know that as an educationist, Dr. Jill Biden has made a tremendous contribution in this journey.
Friends, आज राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और मैंने अनेक विषयों पर विस्तार से गहन चर्चा की. शायद हमारी टीम्स नोट्स लेते लेते भी थक गई होगी, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसा लग रहा था कि समय कम रह गया.
Friends, President Biden and I had some very wide-ranging and deep conversations today. I think our teams got tired of taking notes, and yet it felt like we were running out of time.
मैं भारत अमेरिका संबंधों के बारे में और अधिक नहीं बोलना चाहता. आज ये मेरा 5वां संबोधन है या शायद 6ठा. मैंने तो वाकई गिनना भी छोड़ दिया है.
I don't want to speak too much about India-US relations because I know this is my 5th speech for the day, or maybe it's the 6th. As you can see, I really have lost count.
Mr. President, जब आपने 2014 में मेरे लिए बैंक्वेट रखा था, उस दौरान संयोग से मैं नवरात्रि के 9 दिन के मेरे फास्ट चल रहे थे. मुझे याद है आप बार बार मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि मैं व्रत के दौरान क्या कुछ भी नहीं खाऊंगा, लेकिन मेरे लिए कुछ भी खाना संभव नहीं था. मैं कुछ खा नहीं रहा था और जिसकी वजह से आप बहुत ही कंसर्न भी थे. उस समय मुझे प्रेम से कुछ खिलाने की आपकी जो इच्छा थी, मुझे लगता है आज वो पूरी हो रही है.
Mr. President, in 2014, when you had hosted a banquet for me, at that time I was observing a 9-day religious fast. And I remember you were asking me again and again what I could eat during my fast. But it was not possible for me to eat anything. And you were quite concerned about it. Well, today I'm making up for it. All that you desired at that time with so much affection is being fulfilled today.
मैं जानता हूं मैं जानता हूं कि सभी लोग आज के स्पेशल मेनू को देखकर भोजन के लिए आतुर हैं और डॉक्टर बाइडेन ने बहुत बारीकी से एक एक चीज की चिंता की है. लेकिन एक काम अभी बाकी है. मेरा आग्रह है कि आप सभी एक टोस्ट में मेरा साथ दें.
I know everyone is eager to have dinner, looking at today's special menu. I know the effort made by Dr. Biden in very delicately curating today's menu. But there's one more thing left to do. Please join me in raising a toast.
A toast to our wonderful hosts, President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. A toast to good health, prosperity, and the pursuit of happiness, to liberty, equality, and fraternity, and to the everlasting bonds of friendship between India and the United States. Cheers. Cheers. Thank you.
Enjoy your meal.
All right, so amid those musical notes was this official state dinner, and
it was for all to see about the humor, the messaging that was sent out through what US President Joe Biden said, also to what was added by Prime Minister Modi. Remember, this is as much about India and United States of America as it is about the Indian and American communities in both countries and to push forth their relationship as well. It was interesting to see how there were, of course, mentions that were made in a light-hearted manner as well. Smiles, laughter, and of course in the end when there has to be a slight tick and a cheers, both of them mentioning that they do not drink alcohol, but nevertheless it could be possibly ginger ale that they will toast to. So that was an interesting bit as well. But adding that this friendship will likely be long-lasting. Today, remember, was the most important day for Prime Minister Modi's itinerary. It was the address at the Congress, it was the state dinner, and here, as you're looking at the who's who of the Indian-American community, the ones from the officials, from the administration as well. So this was definitely a packed audience here, and they will be now heading out for dinner. There was a slight change because of the downpour that happened in that area in Washington, but nevertheless, it looks like it's been organized in an absolutely exquisite manner. The one checking over all the details was the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden as well. Very interesting, like we've been telling you earlier as well. Every single thing that has been chosen on the menu, the delicacies, the dish, most of it is plant-based. It has ensured that the choices of Prime Minister Modi as a vegetarian was kept into consideration. And nevertheless, apart from all of that, it has been, as Prime Minister Modi also mentioned, I understand everyone would be waiting to go ahead and have their dinner, and that is why I would not keep them waiting. And as you can see, we'll surely in some time show you the visuals from the audience as well. Indra Nooyi, Sundar Pichai, the born in India but have made their mark in the topmost industries in the United States of America. They've made their presence felt at this state dinner. So it's been an elaborate guest list as well. There were, of course, officials from the Biden administration, but it was primarily, remember, those from the Indian-American community as well, who are at the top, leading different industries across America today. And that's a moment of an absolute pride. Many of them were born and brought up in India and then decided to migrate to the United States of America, and breaking through barriers, going through struggle, have made a mark. Even Prime Minister Modi mentioning that today his presence at the White House is reflective of perhaps where India's grandstanding also is, as much as it is as for an individual. For Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it is as much about India being noticed to be at the White House.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमें हमारे कैमरोस थे जो उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर आप शराब नहीं.
So among the ones, who do we know who's been at the state dinner as we are speaking? Of course, there are a lot of visuals coming in when there was a photo opportunity, when the guests were coming in. Industrialists Mukesh Ambani and Anand Mahindra were invited, have made a presence here as well, are in the guest list among those who've been hosted by the US President Joe Biden. There's also Indian origin industry executives Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Indra Nooyi, Apple CEO Tim Cook are also on the guest list. Let's leave you with these visuals as they are taking a break to head out for dinner. We'll be preparing for our breakfast here, heading into a very short break, but stay tuned. Our continuous coverage coming in from the official state dinner at the Washington, D.C. after a very short break.
Watching India Today.
Give us a picture of really how bleak the situation is looking currently.
Basically, what is happening right now, as we all aware, that the monsoon this year is delayed.
Yeah.
And apart from this monsoon, this cyclone which has just formed over the Arabian Sea, this Bilateral, and some cyclonic circulations which has formed over the eastern part of our country. Because of this, the progress of monsoon has already been delayed, and it is now stalled over the south. And as we can see, as per the report from the IMD only, the Meteorological Department, this monsoon has covered the entire Kerala and most of the parts of Karnataka. But still, these two states are in deficit to large deficit category, as you just now said. And we expect that the observations we have and the data which we used to analyze, based on that, our experience says that rest of the countries may receive some amount of rainfall towards the end of this month to early July. And that will be the point when farmers will start the cultivation of all the crops. But looking at the prices of the entire crops for last year and recently, which is going on, we have seen that the pulses prices have done a very, I would say it is very much lucrative for farmers. The prices for tur, you must be aware that it has increased by more than 20%. Similarly, for urad, that black gram, its prices have also gone up. Moong prices have also gone up significantly. And apart from this, the center has recently announced the higher MSP for all the Kharif pulses, and for other crops definitely. But the rate of increase in MSP for pulses is much better than the other crops. If we compare with the paddy, maize, and other oil seeds,
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
In our continuous coverage here on India Today Television, now the first images coming in of the mega state dinner. Top business honchos are there attending the state dinner. Business tycoon Ambani have also been seen at the state dinner. Now remember, in just a short while, as we have seen some of these images coming in of the brief address that was given, it was filled with humor. It was filled with talking about India-US relationship. And of course, there was a toss, eventually cheers. Interestingly, President Biden mentioning how neither of them actually drink alcohol, but nevertheless, it is a part of the protocol here. But it was interesting to see the state dinner that's been exquisite, elaborate, that has been planned in detail, plant-based menu that has been a part of it. So these are the latest visuals. And we will try and get in a more perspective on that. These are the live visuals coming in from the White House just about a short while ago when they gave their address. Interestingly, while of course President Biden spoke in English, Prime Minister spoke in Hindi, and there was this translator to ensure that this was a bilingual interaction that took place. And with that, the official state dinner has started. I want to get in a perspective as well. Joining me right now here in the studios, and remember, we have been live on India Today through the night. So since yesterday morning through the evening and night, as and when there was developments coming in from Washington, India Today was live to give you the latest developments as well. And Abhishek Bhalla, he's our National Bureau Chief. He has all the details coming in about what happened at the dinner. Now, Abhishek, do take us through, for the viewers waking up this morning, trying to, catch up with all that happened through the night. This was one of the most important days, isn't it, of the itinerary, the US Congress address, then the official state dinner, and some very important points made by the Prime Minister. Abhishek.
Well, good morning, Pooja. I've been here all night,
yes.
but welcoming you to our mammoth coverage that we've had since late last evening. Yeah, I mean, it was a hectic, jam-packed event, one after the other. There were several things happening. And, really the highlight of the evening was, I think, that statement that the Prime Minister made to the Congress, the joint statement there. And before that, there was a joint statement made by President Biden and him, where they took 2 questions each, one from an Indian journalist and one from an American journalist. And yes, 2-3 big takeaways. One was when Prime Minister Modi was asked about democracy dying in India and yes. Human rights and the condition of minorities, to which he said that there is no question of India not following these principles, because India is in fact a democracy. And he quoted President Biden, who in fact had said that democracy is in the DNA of these 2 nations. So he reiterated that.
So that's what Abhishek Bhalla is telling us. Remember, Abhishek was tracking all the bits coming in through the night here. He's been live with us on India Today as well. Let's go across now to Washington, where India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal and our foreign affairs editor Geeta Mohan are joining me for the latest on that. Rahul, I want to come to you first. Good morning here from India, and I understand it's been a very packed schedule and an itinerary there for the Prime Minister. And what an elaborate arrangement at the official state dinner as well. And very important points, key takeaways that were mentioned. Take us through what's been happening there in Washington. Rahul.
Raising the toast ceremony that we were just a part of moments before now, Pooja. Massively power-packed. I saw Sundar Pichai, Satyanadala, Mukesh Ambani, Anand Mahindra, several of the top corporates here in the United States, top politicians. In that tent, it was raining outside. Wonderful toasts raised by the American President and the Indian Prime Minister. 2 Indo-American friendship, a bit of humor thrown in. That just got over. There's a long, elaborate meal currently on, after which there will be some entertainment. So there is, I'm told, a bit of a surprise. You may expect some Natu there as well. There'll be some American numbers. There'll be some twist of Indian music. The Prime Minister referred to that Indian kids were doing the Halloween and American kids were dancing to Natu. We may get to see a bit of that when the entertainment starts in a short while from now. But what is quite clear, Pooja, is that it's been a very long day. The Prime Minister said this is my 5th or 6th address. I'm now beginning to lose track. The number of people who wanted to come in was massively high. That's something that President Biden had alluded to when PM Modi and the American President met in Japan. The Prime Minister reiterated that. He was saying it in jest, of course, but he essentially said, I hope that everybody who wanted to come into this tent, you've been able to accommodate them all. You're a very experienced politician, so I'm sure you found some way of juggling all those requests. So there was some humor, a lot of bonhomie, and really a deepening of ties between India and the United States, Pooja.
Rahul, I understand even you would have been sleepless. It's been a non-stop schedule there for the Prime Minister as well. Can we also compare what he said at the US Congress, because there was a mention of radicalization, about terrorism, while at the US State Dinner, which was a brief interaction. It was a lot of light-hearted moments that were shared between the two about friendship, about the cheers to the toast as well, about the menu as well. So it was two different images that we literally saw from the US Congress and then to the State Dinner.
Oh, absolutely. And, at that US Congress joint session, we saw some incredible scenes. Many of these US congressmen, senators taking selfies, autographs of the Prime Minister. That's something the Prime Minister was particularly chuffed by. I had somebody in the Prime Minister's office who was keeping track. 79 times there was applause, 15 times there was a standing ovation while the Indian Prime Minister was speaking. Multiple senior politicians came forward asking for autographs and selfies. So that's the kind of response the Prime Minister saw. And while we were in the press gallery, when that speech was going on, I saw a lot of the people who were there quite gobsmacked by the fact that in the visitors' gallery, there were chants of Modi, Modi, which hadn't been heard typically. Typically, it doesn't happen, right? So you got all these people almost as if it's some kind of an arena or a political rally chanting Modi, Modi in the US Congress. And that also gave to the American politicians a sense of the deep popularity that the Prime Minister enjoys to this date.
So something that we may think is usual here is, what Rahul is also telling us at the US Congress, remember, to be hearing those chants. Very interesting. Rahul, if I may also ask you another question here. Let's go across to the State Dinner. That's the visuals running on our screen right now. What an elaborate arrangement, but also a very thoughtful menu, keeping Prime Minister Modi's considerations in mind. Also the light-hearted banter that was heard at the official State Dinner. Yesterday was the private intimate dinner when I was speaking to you, and now it is, of course, an official one where the who's who from the business tycoons to the administration were present, Rahul.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Jill Biden worked very closely with the social secretary here at the White House, with the executive chef at the White House on every single dish. And the irony is, while these toasts were being raised, President Biden is a teetotaler, Prime Minister Modi, of course, is a teetotaler, so the toasts were raised with water. There is some Patel wine, though. So in Napa Valley, California, there exists a Patel wine.
Correct, yes.
And those are amongst the things that are being served over dinner this evening inside their tent. So lots of interesting detailing. There were roses over there, some smattering of green, saffron. So a lot of colors associated with the Indian flag, colors associated with India, all of them brought out. And even the millet mission of the Prime Minister, he's pushing millets, and that effort, seeing an echo over here, and that's amongst the dishes that have been put out. Some millet dishes as well there, Pooja.
Absolutely. You made a very important point, because Prime Minister Modi has also proposed to the United Nations for an International Year of Millets this year. There's been a song that has been composed with Falguni Shah. Rahul, for so many years, you've covered Prime Minister Modi's visits now. Where would we place this official state visit of Prime Minister Modi to the United States of America? In what grade would we put it? How significant do you think this visit is?
I'd come with the Prime Minister when he came for his first visit to the United States after becoming Prime Minister. That was more glitz and glamour, 20,000 plus people at the Madison Square Garden, chants of Modi, Modi. There was a certain amount of novelty there at that time. But that really was making a statement at the international scene, but there was no muscle and substance of the kind that we've seen this time. This GE F414 jet engine deal, the Micron semiconductor $825 million investment, the Predator killer drones being made available to India. Now, these are very, very substantial, tangible takeaways from this visit, because remember, everything else is just talk. But the fact that there is transfer of technology in areas of critical and emerging technology, which wasn't on the cards till some time back, that shows how the Indian Prime Minister and the American President during this trip and in the build-up to it have been able to build a new framework which really takes India and America much closer together. Remember, India has been disappointed with some of the weapon systems we've got from Russia recently because of the war with Ukraine, the S-400 weapon defense, the air defense system that India was hoping to get, now running behind schedule, the Vikramaditya fiasco, the Indian aircraft carrier, we had to spend much more money than originally warranted. All of this together has put India in an awkward spot with the Russians, where you have a past dependency, but at this moment, they're simply not able to supply the kind of weapon systems we need in America. Now, with this element of transfer of technology, really making it much easier for India to break away from Russia's embrace when it comes to weapon systems in the future. Remember, we've been struggling with the Kaveri jet engine for a long time for our light combat aircraft. Now, with the General Electric F414 engine, it makes it much easier to make the LC a real combat machine, airworthy and able to take on the F-16 or some of the Chinese fighter jets, fourth generation plus, which we may be up against. So therefore, this, I think, in terms of what has been achieved during the visit, would rank as amongst the most successful and the most substantial visits of Prime Minister Modi. I had an opportunity to, get at close quarters with him, speak to people in his team who are working very closely on this visit. They have a very clear sense of this. They believe that this is more significant in terms of what they've come away with than anything the Prime Minister has done so far, not just in the US, but elsewhere as well. So it is literally history being scripted right in front of our eyes, and that's the coverage that people who've been tracking what India Today and you, Pooja, have been doing all through the day have really been witness to. This is history 15, 20, 30 years from now. When we look back at this time, what's happened all through the day today will be spoken of, and that's the significance of some of the things that we've seen, Pooja.
Well, it's lovely to see there's Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Indra Nooyi. There is an Indian connection to them, but it's incredible to see the mark they have made in America, whether it's in American industries or even for the politicians there in the administration. Rahul, if I may ask you, we're looking at these visuals of the dinner as well. Elaborate, detailed arrangement that have been made at the state dinner. This is where the day will conclude for them, for the Bidens and for Prime Minister Modi. For likely you, it will still continue. There's a lot happening the next day as well. What happens now with regard to the visit of the Prime Minister Modi? What is next on itinerary? What are we expecting then in the next few hours as well?
Because yes, go ahead, handshake early in the morning tomorrow. Lots of CEOs coming in to meet the Prime Minister. Then there is a Diaspora event. So it's far from over. Remember, the Prime Minister starts quite early. Late in the evening is when he flies out to Cairo. Then that's the Egyptian state visit that starts. But there's a very power-packed day that lies ahead for the Prime Minister. Maybe not quite as high level, because this is the White House. It can't get any more high level than this. But in terms of engagements, there are many CEOs he's meeting. The Diaspora event in the evening. So there is still a pretty substantial component to what the Prime Minister will be doing in Washington. Ultimately, right now, they're at that dinner, and then there'll be some entertainment. So if you've just tuned into India Today's coverage this morning, do stay with Pooja and our teams as we show you those images. In some time, once that dinner winds down and before it ends, there will be some entertainment, and those pictures will be live on India Today as well, Pooja.
And I'm sure for you, the day still continues. And I hope you get to have some dinner as well and take a breather there. I'll let you go for now. Thank you so much. Rahul Kanwal, our news director, telling us, updating us about all that's been happening. Remember, it's been non-stop from US Congress and then now to a state dinner. But this is all political messaging. This is as much about Prime Minister Modi as an individual. Remember, there have been pictures circulating, and Abhishek Bhalla will join me on this, of Prime Minister Modi, who was, of course, not the Chief Minister, not the Prime Minister years ago. In the 90s, there were pictures of him standing outside, 30 years ago, standing outside the White House. And for him then to be hosted by the US President, it does signify life does come full circle sometimes, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, 30 years back, he was there as just another Indian citizen, overawed, perhaps, being outside the White House. And today he's part of a state banquet where he's head of the state, being hosted by his US counterpart. So yes, I mean, life does come a full circle, and and it's a great moment, I'm sure, for Prime Minister Modi personally.
But I'll come to you for the big question that you have a great expertise in, and that is with regard to the defense deals angle, because that in some ways has been the focus as well. The General Electric F414 deal for the co-manufacturing of the jet engines. Where would we place it? We're waiting for an announcement on that front. How will it go ahead? When will it begin? Do tell us that, because that could be a big takeaway from this visit.
Well, Pooja, to break it down, the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, has been signed between GE and the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Now, as per procedure, it still needs a clearance from the Congress in the US. And once that happens, the official agreement will be inked. But considering that the kind of event this was, where this announcement was made when Prime Minister Modi is visiting the United States, one can hazard a guess that that would be only a procedural thing, and it shouldn't be a problem for this proposal to get sanction from the US Congress. Once that happens, of course, the next big step would be to start work. And it's a big deal in a way, because fighter jet engine has been a bit of an Achilles heel when it comes to India's defense capabilities. And India has been heavily dependent on other countries for it up till now.
That's true.
But this, because of the transfer of technology, will ensure that manufacturing can happen within India. And also because the next few years are extremely crucial for India's indigenous fighter fleet. These will be appropriate and apt, for the Tejas Mark II, for which the manufacturing will happen. Also, subsequently, for the medium combat aircraft AMCA that India is looking at producing.
So this is not having the aircraft manufacturing, but also manufacturing the engine.
Exactly.
Because that could have been otherwise a bit of a problem here. But this is going to be, as Abhishek is telling us, remember, this is an important facet right now of the state visit. As he's telling us, Memorandum of Understanding has been signed as well. But it is about the shared technology. A shared technology, or the transfer of technology, is not a very usual affair. And that is why this is something new that is also happening. Now, we're looking at these visuals, and I'll again put forth the visuals of the elaborate arrangements that have been of the table decor. Remember yesterday when I was speaking to you, I was telling you about the intimate private dinner. There was tricolor even in the flower decor, in the manner in which Dr. Jill Biden, who's the First Lady, inspected and organized the table arrangements. And now, of course, it is of an elaborate status for the officials and the who's who who've been invited. Let's go back on the ground to Washington, D.C. Geeta Mohan, our foreign affairs editor, is currently in Washington. Geeta, good morning from here, and I'm sure it's late night there. But what did the state dinner look like? And it's been a very interesting day, from all the important mentions on terrorism, radicalization at the US Congress, to a light-hearted banter at the US state dinner.
That's right. You saw the kind of comfort with which Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden interact. It seems like it's a relationship that they're willing to take to the next level. And this comes at a time when both of them are also looking at their own constituencies. Let's not only talk about how it's an election year, so they're looking at elections, because this relationship will be a continuum beyond the leaders. And so when I say the leaders, we are yet to understand what's going to happen here in the United States of America, but there's a certain commitment that Indo-US ties and the relations are very, very important, and that they need to remain in the same and the right trajectory for all times to come. Also, it does help matters that, there's a war underway in Russia, Ukraine, and then there is the China factor, which is bringing India and the United States of America quite close. Now, if you look at the visuals from the state dinner, if you look at the list of invitees from that state dinner, it's quite evident that where a lot of thought went into, and it's not just the dinner, Pooja. Look at the entire 2 days that have already gone by, and the third day where you'll be seeing the Indian Diaspora event, and a huge business council meeting that he will be addressing over between 900 to 1,100 people from the business community. So if you look at the nuances of how the planning was done, the little things that were taken care of, International Year of the Millet, and you have millet on the menu. But it's not like he's the only vegetarian prime minister who's been served vegetarian meal. It has happened in the past as well. All visiting dignitaries are taken care of in that manner, especially when it comes to dietary restrictions. But the fact that they added millet to the menu goes to show that they understood the importance. Now look at the gifts that have been exchanged from the Indian side, where honoring and respecting a man who's turning 80 with Indian historic and religious culture coming to fore and coming to play. And on the other hand, the gifts that were given to Prime Minister Modi, a vintage camera, because they know his love for wildlife photography, a poetry book, and so on and so forth. So a lot of detailing when it comes to how the two leaders were looking at each other. And that's why the comfort was quite evident. And it's not just here. Everywhere you see Biden and Modi meet, you see them hug. You see the US in the past. Now, again, there's a difference there. In the past, you'd normally see the Indian premier walk up to the president. Over here, every time Modi is in a room, President Biden has made it a point to go and meet him himself, whether it's the G7 summit, where in Hiroshima, where they again exchanged light conversation about Biden saying that he should take the Indian premier's autograph because the man has become so popular. And now when you see the arrangements from the beginning of the White House ceremony, where you had a Pennsylvania University band, that young Indian American students who call themselves Pen Masala, and they sang to Viva La Vida and Hindi songs, including Chaiya Chaiya. So it's quite interesting how things have really panned out for India-US ties and have gone beyond the optics, although the optics also have gone beyond the usual.
Very interesting. And of course, I found it slightly funny, but that was interesting when both of them raised a toast and added that neither of them drink alcohol, but it's a part of protocol. But that's just a part of it. Of course, Geeta, I'll be coming to you shortly about all that was said at the US Congress and more the questions also that Prime Minister Modi took at the joint statement. I'm leaving you with these visuals. On one side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi officially invited at the state dinner by sitting President by Joe Biden. And then the who's who of the Indian American community, the ones who made a mark there with the top tech industries, leading them in so many spheres. They were at the state dinner as well. That and more after a very short break.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by NECC, संडे हो या मंडे रोज खाओ अंडे. Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना 99 एकड़ से ही पूछना.
Good morning and welcome. This is our ongoing continuous coverage on the US state dinner for Prime Minister Modi and much more. Good morning, I'm Pooja Shali. Joining me in the studios is our National Bureau Chief, Abhishek Bhalla, for a perspective on this visit and more. Let's begin first with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi attends the all-important state dinner with President Biden and the First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, raising a toast to India-US friendship. Prime Minister Modi shuts down the dying democracy debate in his joint address, says no discrimination in India when he was asked on the rights of the minorities.
हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती.
Prime Minister Modi received 79 applauses, 15 standing ovations during his address at the US Congress. US lawmakers click selfies with Prime Minister Modi, queuing up for autographs after the Congress speech. And as I speak, there's been a rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi at the state dinner officially hosted by the US President Joe Biden. Raising a toast to India-US friendship, top business honchos, the who's who from the Indian American community attending the state dinner. Business tycoon Ambani's were also at the state dinner. Google boss Sundar Pichai, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella at the dinner as well. You're looking at the visuals of all those who have made a mark as much in American politics, American industries with Indian origins, and of course, officials from the US administration. What a day this has been for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, for the visuals and the pictures of about 30 years going viral now of Prime Minister Modi with some of his friends back then standing outside the White House getting a picture click like many tourists do, to today coming and being invited officially by the sitting US president and a toast being stated and served in his honor. We are also joined from Washington by our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan. Geeta, this was, of course, a state dinner, a mega conclusion to the day. Let's now go back to the US Congress as well. It was very interesting to see US congressmen and congresswomen lining up for autographs and selfies, but there were also a lot of important points that were made on radicalization and terrorism on 26/11, 9/11. Do tell us all that was said at the US Congress. What did you see there? And then, of course, the state dinner.
Well, a few very important points that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made. One is to do with the fact that he kept highlighting and pointing that the two countries are democracies and that both countries honor democracy and respect the values of being a democratic country. So a lot of his time was spent on that because one knows that he was talking to an audience where there was some who had written to President Biden regarding the alleged human rights abuse in India or human rights violations in India. So that's the reason why he was trying to draw home and bring to forward the point that India is democratic and nobody should have a doubt about it. Secondly, he also tried to focus on some of the bilateral issues where he spoke about why it is important for India and US to ensure that the shared interests are not just looked at but also cultivated time and time again. The regional and global issues are very interesting. He did mention sovereignty and territorial integrity, certainly to a certain extent, looking at China. And he got a rousing ovation, a standing ovation with all the House leaders, congressmen, as well as senators standing and agreeing with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on that front. You have a lot of them who really think China needs to be contained. So India and the US thinking on those lines, are thinking alike when it comes to China, was something that was appreciated by the House. And then in the neighborhood, he did mention, not just the neighborhood, even these countries. There are two aspects that he mentioned, Pooja. One was terrorism, and that India and US should stand united in fighting cross-border terrorism. He mentioned 26/11 and Mumbai terror attacks, so a direct reference to Pakistan without naming the country. But the second aspect where he spoke about the two evils, terrorism and radicalism. Now, radicalism standing on US soil in the US Congress at Capitol Hill, talking about extremism and that it should not be tolerated, certainly was messaged to US countries like the United States of America, the UK, Canada, where separatist elements have been using their soil to continue activities against India. That anti-India movement that you see in these countries is a concern for India because they do have influence back home or family back home that can create trouble for the state. So it was not just terrorism. He did speak about radicalism, extremism, and fundamentalism, and said that certainly is a huge concern and that both countries should make a concerted effort to fight these elements too.
And Geeta, quickly, what is from here on, what is on itinerary, what is on schedule, what are we expecting? Because today was the big highlight day. From here on, will all eyes be on the Indian diaspora now?
Well, it's a wrap for the day for after the state dinner, and Foreign Secretary would be the only one coming with his MEA staff to brief us, and that would be a wrap for today. But Tomorrow, again, he's going to see. So what Prime Minister Modi has done is that all through the visit, it's spread across the 3 days here in DC as also in New York. He's been having one-on-one meetings with business leaders, thought leaders from New York and now from DC as well. So tomorrow in the first half, he is going to have some important meetings. And then in the latter half of the day, it begins with the huge USISPF event, a business council meeting, where he's going to address between 900 to 1,100 delegates from business community in the United States of America. And thereafter, there is going to be an Indian diaspora event. He always does that. Never misses engaging with the diaspora, but it's not going to be as large as it normally is and has been even in the US, whether it's the Howdy Modi event or the Madison Square Garden event. It is going to be smaller, but it's going to be in a very significant building. It's the Ronald Reagan Center right across the Willard Hotel where he's staying. The Ronald Reagan Center is where the Indian diaspora would be meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and Prime Minister Modi is going to address them. It's at the Kennedy Center that the business meeting
Geeta, work apart. I would like to ask you now, have you and Rahul been able to grab some dinner? It must have been a non-stop day for you all as well. So and I hope you've been able to have that chances and a breather there.
Well, we've not been able to get a bite, but off and on, we just try to see if we can get something from a vending machine. It's been difficult because the time difference does not help when it comes to India and the United States of America. Weather played a real spoil sport, Pooja. But apart from that, yes, it's the adrenaline high of reporting on an event such as this, which has kept us going.
Well, that's lovely to hear, and I'm sure that your day is still not ending. So I'll give you a slight breather there, but stay on with me, because joining us from the studio as well is Abhishek Bhalla with the latest on that. Abhishek, where would you put this visit? You've been covering what Prime Minister Modi has been saying for years, the visits as well, and deals that have been signed. Where will we place this visit today?
Well, Pooja, it seems that there is definitely a slight shift in India's relationship with the US, or at least that's the one takeaway that we can see for the time being. How it goes forward, it will be difficult to predict. But Prime Minister Modi did say on more than one instance that this is now a global strategic partnership. And he also mentioned that it's not just a relationship that will benefit the two countries, but will be beneficial to the entire world. So to see this relationship as a global strategic partnership is definitely a step forward when it comes to the kind of relations that the two countries have, and the kind of agreements that have happened here. One gets a sense of why he's saying so. We briefly touched upon the GEHAL MOU. So transfer of technology is something that the US wasn't very comfortable with earlier. If they are now, it shows that your relationship has moved to a strategic level. Similarly, the Predator drones. Now, the US has not given these Predator drones to non-NATO countries or strong military allies of the US. India is not a NATO country or a military ally, but if US has agreed to pass on the Predator drones and this critical acquisition, then once again it's a shift in the relationship that the two countries have. And not just defense cooperation, even cooperation in fields like space is a strategic one. When we say that ISRO and NASA will be working together, then it's obviously a very strategic kind of a relationship that you're talking about. And also high-tech deals that one will be talking about. We're talking about artificial intelligence and things like that. So it's not just a giver and buyer kind of a relationship that one is talking about. It certainly looks that it's a partnership which is more strategic in nature.
And can we say for the viewers to know, what looks elaborate This is simply a small part of that big visit. A lot happens behind the curtains, a lot of deals that are discussed, the negotiations that are done. This is more about, of course, that he's been invited officially, the state dinner has been organized. But remember, there's a lot that goes beyond. It is not just light banter and, of course, an elaborate meal that is going to be relished and enjoyed here. Abhishek, I request you to stay on with me. What exactly did Prime Minister Narendra Modi say? Listen in to this.
हॉस्पिटल हो या होटल्स, यूनिवर्सिटी हो या रिसर्च लैब, गैस स्टेशन हो या लॉजिस्टिक्स, मैनेजमेंट हो या आईटी, हर क्षेत्र में वे अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं.
All right, so the speech and the mentions that were made by Prime Minister Modi, the ministers also are now reacting to it, saying democracy is in our veins. We live democracy. This after, remember, Prime Minister Modi literally kind of shut down the rant that is of dying democracy that specifically comes in from the Western press against India and has been targeting Prime Minister Modi as well. So the ministers have started to react in it all well. Well, Prime Minister made it very clear that democracy is what India is and has always been about. That is the foundation of our nation.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है. और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है. लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है. लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है. लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में. और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है. और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर. और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है. और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं. और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं. भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है. जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं. इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर.
All right, so while ministers are appreciating this mention that has been made by the Prime Minister, remember, making it very elaborate, making it very clear, very crisp statement that he said that India doesn't have to become a democracy or is waiting for any sort of validation. It's always been a democracy ever since its foundation as well. Abhishek Bhalla continues to be with us here in the India Today studios. Abhishek, what I found very interesting was that he basically just mentioned what is a fact that is about India, not getting into any sort of political bickering, not sort of getting into any more details, but making it very clear about what India stands for.
Yes, Pooja, I mean, it was a very straightforward kind of an answer. Certainly no politics, came out of it. And he said that either you are a democracy or you aren't. And if you are a democracy, then there are certain principles that one follows in a democracy, and those principles are there in the Indian Constitution. And he did mention that, you know, the Indian Constitution is followed in the country, and it has all the mechanisms to make sure that there are no human rights violations and that minorities get their space. So he kept it very simple. And, you know, he also quoted President Biden, who a little while earlier had said that that democracy runs in the DNA of these two nations, and he said that this is a shared kind of value that both the countries have. And he just took off from there, saying that there is no question of India not being a democracy, because it's all the tenets are there in the Indian Constitution, which the founding fathers of this country had made sure many years back.
And no surprises there, because the Western press has always believed in a certain stereotype on India. Its coverage has often been questioned as biased as well, and believing sometimes some propagandists as well in its coverage on India, even though India is faring so much better than other nations. Abhishek, I request you to please stay on with me, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi replied to this rant that has often come on the democracy is dying in India. He was responding to a question that was put up to him on alleged discrimination toward minorities in India, and Prime Minister Modi responded saying that democracy is an indispensable part of our democracy, of our country, and that government functions as per the constitution in India. And Prime Minister said that democracy runs deep in India's veins. He highlighted that there is no space for discrimination on the basis of caste, creed, gender. This is all a diversity in this country. He's also added that every citizen has an equal access to benefits of government schemes. It is mentioned as per constitution. He was replying, meanwhile, adding to this question, US President Joe Biden also added to that and said he's had a very good discussion with Prime Minister Modi on democratic values, claiming that the two nations possess a democratic character. Biden added that two countries respect each other.
This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity, composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Indians and Americans are both peoples who innovate and create, turn obstacles into opportunities, who find strength in community and family, and who cherish freedom and celebrate the democratic values of universal human rights, which face challenges around the world and in each of our countries, but which remain so vital to the success of each of our nations. Press freedom, religious freedom, tolerance, diversity. India now has the most populous country, is now the most populous country in the world. It's a democracy. We understand that it is the brilliance and the backbone of our people, as diverse and talents and traditions that make us strong as a nation. It's democracies that do that.
So this was one of the most important days of the visit, and it's on your screen to see. It's the US Congress where Prime Minister Modi spoke on terrorism and radicalization on 9/11, on 7/11 and on 26/11, which is considered with regard to India. There was, of course, a standing ovation that he got at the US Congress, autographs and selfies that the US congressmen and US congresswomen were seeking from Prime Minister Modi. There were, of course, then, after that, an elaborate state dinner that was organized and hosted by the Bidens. If you're waking up and tuning in now, it's been ongoing coverage since late last night, and we'll be tracking the latest coming in more on what was said, what was answered to. More on that after.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe and get freebies worth 2,700 from your favorite brands.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan, people they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.